Talent is something people are born with, and 15-year-old Riisha has spent his whole life being told he missed the delivery. In Quebec Village, our boy can barely use magic, and all his relentless training has failed to make his body stronger. Elena, his childhood friend, is the complete opposite. While he struggles with even the basics, she has always treated his weakness like a personal embarrassment. She was casting spells at 3 and grew into the village prodigy. She even declares herself his girlfriend and assumes that gives her control over his training, his work, and his future. The villagers see a genius looking after a failure. Our MC sees a cage wearing the face of an old friend. When Elena attacks his lack of ability and even drags his parents into it, he finally stops playing the obedient loser. He tells her they were never lovers, and he refuses to let her talent decide the rest of his life. Then the village underdog admits he cannot stand her arrogance anymore. He walks away while the mighty prodigy stands completely frozen. Later, he enters the forest of death, the one place sensible villagers avoid. It is dangerous, but it is also the only place where nobody can laugh at his secret training. The stubborn rookie gathers mana and drives it toward his fingertips. He attempts Wind Whirl. Nothing. He tries again, then again, and the spell goes him harder than Elena ever could. Every failure proves one thing. The kid may lack talent, but he definitely does not lack stubbornness. Then the atmosphere changes. Our boy assumes a magical beast is lurking nearby, but the pressure feels far too enormous to be ordinary. He follows that impossible energy and discovers it is pouring from a deep hole in the forest floor. This is the moment when a smarter protagonist would back away, but the kid at least decides to warn the village. Unfortunately, the ground beneath him has other plans. It cracks without warning, swallows him whole, and sends the village outcast tumbling into darkness. The shattered ground sends him into one terrifying fall, and he has no idea what waits at the bottom. The fall should have killed him, yet our runaway wakes on a floor threaded with strange lines in an impossible space. He remembers the hole, then hears a woman's voice. A horned beauty steps forward and welcomes him as though unexpected children drop into her prison every Tuesday. Our boy recognizes the horns from books. Demons wield terrifying magic and are famous for cruelty. She cheerfully confirms his guess. Instead of panicking, the village underdog blurts out that she is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. That compliment lands harder than an attack. The feared powerhouse becomes adorably flustered, and another voice immediately tells her to calm down. A white-haired woman steps into view with horns, wings, and a tail, then introduces herself as the 7th Dragon Queen and leader of the strongest race in history. Our MC barely finishes saying hello before realizing he has landed between two living disasters. Rio, however, notices a problem. Her rival never actually gave the boy a name. The crimson-eyed beauty corrects that oversight with a declaration fit for a final boss. She rules darkness and chaos and is the 66th Demon Queen, Testarossa Satanikia Nodens. Now the kid understands why both women feel so overwhelming. He also notices their terrifying titles have not stopped them from squabbling like sisters over who made the better first impression. One calls the other hopeless. The other fires back with a height joke. Our boy quietly wonders whether these legendary rulers are secretly best friends. To settle the argument, the pair reveal their true forms. The prison erupts in 2 storms of power. Demonic magic coils around Testarossa, while dragon energy crashes from Rio. And our boy can only cover his face and pray the floor stays attached to reality. Their pressure ends every doubt. These are genuine queens with enough strength to erase his village. When the light clears, they ask whether he finally believes them. He escaped one controlling childhood friend and somehow landed with 2 women who could flatten an army before breakfast. They do not threaten him or demand obedience. They welcome him. This is the infinite prison, a sealed world holding both queens far below the surface. Our MC survived the fall, but there is no visible road home. For now, the village outcast is trapped with 2 apocalyptic mommies, and Chapter 2 ends with the strangest welcome of his life. The world remembers Hero Oga as a 3-meter giant with absurd gifts in magic and swordsmanship. Legend says he saved humanity, defeated both queens, then vanished. Hearing that version inside their prison makes our boy suspicious. If Oga truly won, why seal them instead of finishing the fight? Escaping matters more than history. He asks for a path to the surface, but both women crush that hope. If either queen could leave, she would have done it ages ago. The village runaway realizes his fall may have become a life sentence. The queens show him the seal crests Oga placed upon them. Those marks bind their souls to this dimension, so even tearing through its walls would not grant freedom. Then they notice something impossible. The newcomer carries no sealing crest at all. He was never captured by the hero's magic. The unlucky kid simply wandered in through a hole. That accident changes everything. For the first time in centuries, someone inside the infinite prison may actually be capable of leaving. Our MC asks what he must do and promises to try anything. Testarossa gives him the only answer that matters. Nobody can open the prison for him. The village underdog must create a hole in the dimension and escape with his own power. Creating a dimensional breach would challenge a prodigy and sounds insane for someone who can barely cast magic. The queens spot his weakness immediately, but they know how power grows. Magic behaves like muscle. Drain it, recover, then repeat. Depletion can kill him, so their plan is basically exercise designed by mortal lunatics. Worse, gaining enough strength could take 500 years. Our boy nearly retires from a story. Then comes the loophole. Time crawls here. 1 year inside equals 1 day outside. So 5 centuries would cost about 500 outside days. The bargain is simple. They train him until he can escape. Afterward, he helps free them. Refusal is allowed, but returning powerless is impossible. Yesterday, he wanted independence. Today, he has 2 apocalyptic mommies, a 5th-century curriculum, and homework that can literally kill him. Infinite prison, day 1. Our boy looks like someone unplugged his soul. A few hours earlier, Testarossa welcomed him as her magic student and repeated the ugly estimate. Sufficient power could take 500 years. Her magic confirms Rio's time calculation, so only 500 outside days should pass. The village runaway thinks of the chief, who raised him, and promises to work hard enough to return. His new teacher rewards that resolve with a gentle head pat. For 1 warm second, she feels almost like a mother. Then the demon queen cheerfully admits her training might kill him. By lesson's end, he has no magic left and is face down on the floor. Rio inspects the wreckage, praises Testarossa's work, and announces her lesson next. RMC objects that 1 more spell will finish him. But the Dragon Queen is not teaching magic. Her subject is qigong, an ancient power dwelling inside the body and strong enough to rival sorcery. Master it, and his physical abilities can approach those of dragons. Qigong turns internal energy into techniques split between attack and defense, with 9 forms in each branch. Learn all 18, and the disciple can answer nearly any combat situation. The exhausted kid asks the obvious question: why is every warrior not using it? Rio's answer is simple. Qigong is difficult. Magic spread because ordinary people can cast basic spells with little training. Qigong demands relentless practice before giving anything back. For someone born with almost no magical talent, that sounds like swapping one impossible homework assignment for another. Rio corrects him. Qigong needs no talent, only bloody hard work. Those words hit differently. In the village, weakness defined him. Here, effort is enough to begin. Our boy straightens up, promises his best, and earns Rio's approval. She still knows learning speed varies and privately wonders how many years he will need. Out loud, she sets the same terrifying deadline. Master Qigong within 500 years, preferably before Testarossa finishes teaching magic. The first exercise sounds harmless, since the qi inside his body. After magic lesson 1 turned him into floor decoration, our MC understands that basic training is queen language for suffering with educational benefits. Day 1 is barely over, and both apocalyptic mommies have claimed his next 5 centuries. 10 subjective years pass inside the infinite prison. The village underdog is still small, but his magic now has enough bite to throw a charging boar off course. He celebrates for half a second before Testarossa delivers the teacher's verdict. The spell worked, yet his control still needs serious polish. From her perspective, the kid has finally reached novice magician territory. That sounds modest until she remembers where he started. She has trained him brutally, and he has never complained once. When his magic is nearly empty, the demon queen ends the session. Our boy immediately asks to continue. He spent too many years back home struggling without results. So resting while improvement is finally possible feels unbearable. The determination is admirable, but the almost insane obsession with power worries her. Testarossa stops, joking, and tells him something important. His magical talent among humans really is low. That truth hurt him before, but it never meant his effort was worthless. Inside his body are magical circuits, pathways that carry magical power. People born with little talent usually have narrow circuits, making energy difficult to channel. If those pathways are neglected, they deteriorate and can eventually close. That is exactly why his old practice mattered. Even when no spell appeared, the stubborn little grinder kept forcing magic through those narrow routes. 10 years of proper training have made the energy flow smoothly, and Testarossa says his circuits are now more flexible than an average person's. Every failed attempt in the village was secretly keeping the door open. The truth hits harder than any spell. Our MC starts crying because the years he considered wasted were building the foundation he needed. He tells Testarossa how happy he is that he met her and accidentally calls her his big sister. One affectionate title lands, like forbidden magic. The demon queen turns crimson, loses the ability to form a sentence, and suffers a complete royal system crash. Rio watches her malfunction with the sympathy of someone enjoying every second. After Testarossa recovers enough dignity to stand upright, she postpones the next lesson until he is rested. Apparently 10 years of demon education cannot prepare a queen for one sincere compliment from her adopted kid. Rio's side of training is progressing just as sharply. A decade of strength work, martial arts, and qigong has improved his stamina, movement, and control. More importantly, the dragon disciple can finally sense the qi flowing within him. The breakthrough should be good news, yet Rio spots a problem almost immediately. She catches him training alone after the official session. She orders him to stop pushing so hard. Our boy argues that his body is weak, so extra work is necessary. Rio says there is nothing wrong with his body, but that old wound speaks louder. He remembers being slower and weaker than children who barely tried, then snaps that a naturally powerful dragon queen could never understand. Rio recognizes the inferiority complex before it digs any deeper. She makes him look at the evidence. His body has already gained strength in direct response to effort. His old weakness came from never learning how to use it properly, not from being physically cursed. In fact, his recovery ability is unusually high, and his body is genuinely blessed. She tells him to thank the parents who gave it to him. That comment makes the young trainee wonder about Rio's own family. The answer catches him off guard. Her parents died before she was old enough to remember their faces. She only knows that both were magnificent dragons, and she treasures the powerful body they left her. The kid who believed strength protected someone from loneliness suddenly sees the person behind the crown. Tears burst out, and he throws himself at Rio, crying that life must have been hard for her too. The Dragon Queen has survived heroes, prisons, and centuries, but one sobbing child hugging her waist nearly defeats her on the spot. After he calms down, our boy declares that they share the same pain and promises to stop treating himself as permanently weak. Rio calls the comparison cheeky, then admits she likes his spirit. Training resumes with a cleaner goal: grow stronger because his effort works, rather than punish himself for the body he once hated. Watching student and Dragon Queen finally connect, Testarossa quietly decides she must work hard too. 10 years in, the two mommies training camp has produced a novice magician, a budding qigong user, and enough family feelings to knock both apocalyptic queens off balance. By the 100th year inside the infinite prison, the once fragile village boy has become a tiny qigong monster. Red energy coils around his fist as he unleashes the 5th attack stance, Grand Lotus Waterfall, with enough force to tear across the empty battlefield. The strike lands cleanly, and our boy immediately turns toward his teacher, desperate to know whether she saw it. Rio answers with a proud smile. The technique has the power, scale, and control she demanded, which means another piece of her brutal curriculum has finally been conquered. That simple name, Rio, carries more weight than the student realizes. Long before he arrived, everyone addressed her only as the Dragon Queen. Dragons feared the crown, enemies challenged the title, and almost nobody bothered to see the woman underneath it. When the young survivor casually shortened her title into a personal name, she first considered it disrespectful. Then she discovered that the sound felt strangely warm. Our little powerhouse was the first person in ages to speak to Rio instead of the legend standing around her. He proudly explains that he corrected the weakness she pointed out the previous day. Rio confirms that his new attack is damn near perfect. After 100 years of training, the Demon Dragon disciple has mastered half of her attack forms and half of her defensive forms. The achievement is ridiculous even by the Dragon Queen standards. She celebrates by jumping onto his back and nearly folding the poor guy in half. So yes, the training is progressing beautifully. His spine may disagree, but that is apparently a separate issue. While Rio hangs over his shoulder, our future trouble magnet suddenly asks for a serious moment. Her closeness makes his heart race, and he tries to explain why with the innocence of someone who has spent a century trapped with exactly 2 women and 0 social education. He says Rio feels soft, smells pleasant, and looks beautiful. The compliment is sincere. The delivery is a complete disaster. The Dragon Queen turns red enough to compete with his qigong. She mistakes the innocent observation for shameless flirting, calls him a little pervert, and sends him flying before his explanation can survive. Our boy hits the ground, wondering what the hell went wrong, while Rio stands nearby, trying to recover from the royal grade critical hit he accidentally delivered. Testarossa arrives before the awkwardness can grow any worse and asks Rio to discuss their students' future training. Rio agrees, then sends the bruised prodigy away to practice by himself. Once he leaves, the 2 queens share a quiet moment. Their friendship still feels unbelievable. Before the boy fell into their prison, the Demon Queen and Dragon Queen spent their endless days fighting with enough murderous intent to turn the realm into a permanent war zone. Now, those battles feel like memories from another lifetime. His arrival broke the routine that had been suffocating them. Lessons created goals. His mistakes created laughter. Every new technique gave both rulers something to anticipate. Rio admits that the prison has become genuinely fun, while Testarossa watches their student practicing nearby and silently agrees. The kid they plan to train has somehow become the person holding their strange household together. 2 terrifying queens, one socially doomed disciple, and an eternal prison. Somehow, the chaotic setup has started feeling like family. When the break ends, our MC approaches Testarossa with a question about the previous day's magic. Before she answers, the Demon Queen corrects a far more important mistake. He is still calling her Testarossa. Rio already has a personal name, so she wants an affectionate title of her own. The boy hesitates, blushes, and finally calls her big sister. That is all it takes. The strongest demon in the realm practically melts. She pulls him into an enthusiastic hug, praises her good boy, and immediately tries to steal him for another magic lesson, while Rio protests that they were supposed to discuss the schedule first. Our unlucky hero has gained 2 mothers, 2 teachers, and absolutely no control over either one. Soon the comedy gives way to another test. Flames spiral around his arm as he fires a high-level blast across the darkness. Testarossa watches the spell tear forward and give a satisfied smile. His magical power is cleaner, denser, and far more refined than it was a century earlier. The boy keeps growing stronger at a terrifying pace. Then the pride in her eyes turns into something heavier. Every improvement brings him closer to escaping the infinite prison. His success is exactly what she wants. Yet it also means the day when the 3 of them say goodbye is approaching. When the excited trainee turns back to celebrate, he catches tears in the Demon Queen's eyes and asks whether she is crying. Testarossa instantly hides the pain behind comedy. She claims that a legendary ruler could never be reduced to tears by one human boy, then jokingly declares the whole thing is fault and orders him to think about what he has done. The confused kid begs for an explanation and receives none. Behind that teasing smile, his big sister makes a private promise. She will return him to his original world, whatever the cost. Even if opening his path home separates them forever, she will finish the job. 100 years ago, the queens trained a lost child because the prison needed change. Now they're raising someone they love enough to let go. By the 300th year inside the infinite prison, our boy is throwing around techniques that once belonged only to monsters at the top of the food chain. Blue-black energy twists around his body as he casts Dark Flame, a spell reserved for high-ranking demons. The attack expands into a violent cyclone, and Testarossa smiles like a proud teacher watching her favorite student casually break another law of common sense. Rio immediately recognizes the technique and asks how a human managed to use demon-exclusive magic. Testarossa reveals the answer. Day after day, she fed tiny portions of her own magical power into the boy and trained him to control it. Raw energy alone would have destroyed an ordinary student. Our stubborn prodigy survived the process because he practiced until the borrowed power obeyed him. Watching the finished spell, the Demon Queen admits that his growth has exceeded even her expectations. Rio's half of the curriculum is complete as well. The 2 queens reveal that the Demon Dragon disciple has mastered every attack and defense form of qigong. To prove it, Rio struck him with a punch that would erase an ordinary person. The kid took the blow head-on and stayed standing. That is a terrifying final exam, but apparently normal grading standards were never invited into this prison. Our little powerhouse rushes back to Tess and Rio, glowing with pride and asking whether they saw the result. Both teachers praise him, and Testarossa announces that training is finished for the night. After 300 years of magical disasters, dragon punches, and enough near-death homework to traumatize an immortal, the village underdog has completed both queens' core disciplines. Before they can leave, a pale symbol suddenly shines across the boy's chest. The queens freeze. A crest has appeared, and this one is the Master Crest, a mark granted only to someone who has reached master-level strength. Testarossa and Rio officially declare his training complete. Our MC thanks both women who turned a rejected weakling into a warrior strong enough to make legends nervous. Curious, he asks whether his teachers carry crests too. The queens reveal marks of a higher rank, queen crests. Testarossa's symbol means demon queen in the ancient language, while Rio's means dragon queen. For most non-human races, a ruler cannot claim the title of king or queen without the matching crest. These marks are living proof that both women reached the summit of their species. Then everyone examines the new crest. The ancient writing appears to say Demon Dragon General, a legendary being who commands the strength of demons and dragons together. Our boy celebrates for roughly half a second before Rio corrects him. The crest has yet to awaken fully. At his current stage, he is a Demon Dragon Knight. When the mark turns silver, he may finally reach the rank of Demon Dragon General. The ambitious rookie immediately vows to train harder, but the queens stop him with a truth he cannot punch through. His body has reached the maximum strength possible at its current age. Time inside the infinite prison does not age him, which means another 100 years of grinding will no longer raise that limit. To keep growing, the 2 queens' disciple must return to the outside world. The realization lands hard. Leaving means separation from the family he gained here. Testarossa assures him that his present power should be enough to escape the prison's deepest lair. She tells him to rest, because the next day they will attempt the departure for real. The next morning begins suspiciously quietly. Our MC wakes in the queen's room and finds both teachers waiting with an absurdly dramatic farewell plan. They explain that strength and knowledge are already his. One final gift remains, a direct expression of the affection they have spent centuries hiding behind training, arguments, and jokes. Testarossa pulls the stunned boy close, tells him that she loves him, and gives him a tender farewell kiss. His brain immediately disconnects from the server. Rio refuses to let the Demon Queen claim the whole goodbye, and takes her own turn, leaving their disciple even more confused. The moment is affectionate, chaotic, and handled like a family comedy rather than a romance. Both queens pretend to be perfectly calm afterward, even though their bright red faces expose them instantly. Tess teases Rio for blushing. Rio fires back that the Demon Queen is just as embarrassed. Their mighty student, meanwhile, sits between them like a man who survived 3 centuries of lethal training only to be defeated by 2 emotional mothers in one morning. When he tries to retreat carefully, the ruler's close ranks. There is no escaping the combined forces of the Demon Queen and Dragon Queen. The kid asks for mercy. The answer is a cheerful refusal, followed by another affectionate dogpile and one final scream echoing through the prison. Beneath the comedy, the purpose is clear. Tess and Rio know that tomorrow's escape may tear their family apart for years, perhaps forever. They cannot follow him, so they send him away carrying their magic, qigong, crest, memories, and love. The boy entered the infinite prison believing he had no talent and no place in the world. 300 years later, he is leaving as the first Demon Dragon Knight, raised by 2 queens who finally gave him a home worth fighting his way back to. The day of the escape finally arrives. Testarossa and Rio stand beside their disciple and make sure he still remembers the way out. If even one part of the plan is unclear, this is his last chance to ask. Our boy looks back on the centuries he spent inside the infinite prison. When he first arrived, he had no idea what waited in the darkness. Then came the brutal training, the spells that nearly cooked him alive, and the dragon-powered lessons that repeatedly introduced his face to the floor. Yet the memory makes him smile. Every impossible day became precious because Tess and Rio were there with him. The village underdog entered this place frightened and alone. 300 years later, he is leaving with 2 mothers, a lifetime of memories, and enough power to make the outside world question its insurance policy. He quietly tells the queens that the training is over and that he will leave today. Just as the farewell begins, Rio stops him. She removes one of her earrings and places it in his hand. At first, the little ornament seems far too delicate for an escape attempt. Then she tells him to channel magic into it. Golden light bursts from the earring. Metal and energy stretch outward until a magnificent blade takes shape in his hands. Our MC can immediately feel the terrifying power flowing through it. Rio introduces the weapon as the Dragon King Sword, a legendary treasure with no equal anywhere in the world. The story behind it makes the gift even heavier. The previous Dragon King was Rio's father, and this sword was forged from one of his fangs. It is the only keepsake she has left of him. Hearing that, the Demon Dragon disciple tries to return it. A family treasure this important feels far too precious to carry into battle. Rio refuses to take it back. She did not surrender her father's memory on impulse. She chose the person who would inherit it, fully aware of what that choice means. Her student studies her expression, finally understands the trust behind the gift, and promises to treasure the sword as dearly as he treasures Rio herself. That answer is enough. The Dragon Queen accepts his promise and prepares to show him how to use the weapon. His final lesson inside the prison will come from a mother entrusting her son with the last piece of her own father. With the Dragon King sword in hand, our young powerhouse faces the prison boundary for the final time. This attempt is real. He steadies his breathing, plants his feet, and raises the golden blade while both queens watch from behind him. Power floods through the weapon. In one committed swing, he unleashes Dimensional Slash. The strike tears across the darkness and crashes into the invisible wall sealing this layer of the infinite prison. A glowing fracture races through the barrier. The crack widens, the entire boundary shudders, and an opening finally appears before them. After 300 years, the path to the outside world is open. Victory should feel glorious, but nobody celebrates. The moment the exit becomes real, the cost becomes real too. Tess and Rio rush forward and pull their disciple into one final embrace. The 2 rulers who trained him through every disaster can barely hold back their tears. They tell him to take care of himself, avoid pushing beyond his limits, and remember that they will always be waiting for him. Our boy tries to say goodbye, but the word refuses to come out cleanly. His mind fills with memories of their life together. Meals, arguments, lessons, laughter, and the countless small moments that transformed a prison into a home. Living here with the 2 of them was fun. Living together beneath an open sky would be even better. So the Academy wildcard makes him a promise. No matter what the outside world throws at him, he will find a way to release both queens. One day, the 3 of them will walk beyond these walls together. Until then, he asks his 2 mothers to wait without fear and believe that he will return. The opening will not remain forever. The kid finally steps away from their arms, turns toward the light, and begins walking through the fractured boundary. Each step carries him farther from the only family he has known for 3 centuries. Behind him, Testarossa and Rio remain together, watching until his figure disappears completely. The former village weakling has escaped the infinite prison. He carries the Demon Queen's magic, the Dragon Queen's qigong, a newly awakened crest, and the Dragon King's sword forged from a ruler's fawn. The outside world has no clue what is about to walk back into it. Silence returns after he leaves. Testarossa stares at the empty passage and murmurs that he is really gone. It has been 300 years since the prison held only her and Rio, yet their old life already feels like a distant memory. Rio notices the demon queen trembling and asks whether she is lonely already. Tess immediately breaks down. Of course she is lonely. The strongest demon queen in history can burn armies to ash, but sending her adopted son into the world turns her into a sobbing mess within seconds. Rio teases her for being such a crybaby, although the joke cannot hide her own feelings. When Tess asks whether she is lonely too, the Dragon Queen admits that she would be lying if she said no. Still, her faith is stronger than the ache. More than anything, Rio believes in the boy they raised. Before he entered their lives, endless isolation was all they knew. Compared with those empty years, neither queen feels truly alone now. Their disciple is beyond the wall, carrying their teachings and their promise with him. The family has been separated, but it has not been broken. Tess responds to Rio's rare softness by calling her adorable and wrapping herself around her fellow queen. If both mothers are lonely, she jokes, then they can comfort each other until their troublesome son returns. Rio instantly regrets showing emotion as the tender farewell collapses into the pair's usual ridiculous bickering. Beneath the comedy, both women share the same wish. They look toward the place where their boy vanished and ask him to come back soon. Outside the prison, the first chapter of the Demon Dragon Knight's real life is about to begin. Beyond the broken prison wall, our boy finds himself drifting through the gap between dimensions. Strange lights and endless darkness surround him while the queen's faces remain fixed in his mind. He calls out to Tess and Rio, even though they can no longer hear him. The separation hurts, but it also sharpens his purpose. However long the search takes, he will return and save them both. The dimensional current carries him forward until another barrier blocks the way. The Demon Dragon disciple draws Rio's golden sword, gathers his power, and releases dimensional slash once more. The blade tears open a bright path, and the kid throws himself through before the gap can close. His landing is rough, but the world on the other side is wonderfully ordinary. Sunlight filters through green leaves. Birds call from the branches. The air smells of trees, grass, and damp soil. After 300 years inside a sealed dimension, those simple sensations hit harder than any victory. Our MC looks around the forest and realizes that he has truly returned. Celebration lasts only a moment. He needs to reach his village, yet 3 centuries have done terrible things to his sense of direction. The young powerhouse can remember the general area, but every tree looks like it joined the same camouflage club. Then he gets an idea. Climb high enough to see the surroundings. The plan is sensible. The execution is completely unhinged. He pushes against the ground and launches past the branches in a single jump. Apparently 300 years of qigong training has turned climb a tree into briefly threaten the local airspace. Even the birds scatter as the former weakling rises above the canopy and realizes he used far too much strength. From that ridiculous height, he finally spots the coastline and the tiny village hidden among the trees. The view makes his old home seem impossibly small. This little patch of land once felt like his entire world. Now he has seen a prison beyond dimensions, trained beneath 2 legendary queens, and inherited a sword made from a Dragon King's fawn. For the first time, doubt slips through his confidence. Can someone born in such a small place really rescue Tess and Rio? The question scares him, but he remembers that the queens must be even more worried about the son they sent away alone. That thought settles the matter. Our boy turns toward the village. He has promised to save his 2 mothers, and he intends to become strong enough to keep that promise. The road brings him to the wooden house where he spent his childhood. Dust has gathered and the rooms are silent, yet almost nothing has changed. Every chair, shelf, and worn floorboard pulls an old memory to the surface. The kid who vanished into the infinite prison once believed this house was all he had left. Returning now, he understands that home has become something much larger. He collects a small bag of necessities and prepares to leave again. One final stop remains. At the edge of the village, our MC kneels before his parents' grave. He apologizes for staying away so long and speaks to them as if they might still be listening. The next time he visits, he wants to bring 2 people with him. Tess and Rio are powerful, ridiculous, warm-hearted women, and he is certain his parents would love them. In the quiet forest, the Demon Dragon disciple introduces his 2 families to each other through a promise. A voice suddenly calls his name. The elderly village chief stands nearby, staring as though a ghost has climbed out of the trees. Ruisha turns, and the old man immediately demands to know where he has been. From the village's perspective, the boy disappeared without warning and remained missing for almost a year. Our boy can hardly summarize 3 centuries without sounding completely insane, so he simply apologizes and says that a great deal happened. The chief is more relieved than angry. As long as the kid is safe, that is what matters. He invites him home and offers to prepare something warm to eat. The returning prodigy is grateful, but he cannot stay. To show that he can protect himself, he raises one hand and forms a blazing sphere of magic above his palm. The village chief freezes. The timid child who once struggled with basic power is now holding a miniature son, like it is a casual resume update. Our MC thanks the old man for worrying about him and explains that he is no longer the weak, unreliable person who disappeared. The chief may not understand what happened, but he can see the determination in the boy's eyes. He agrees to let him go and promises to protect the empty house until its owner returns. The demon dragon disciple bows deeply in gratitude. With a travel bag over his shoulder and a new destination ahead, he leaves his childhood home behind without rejecting it. The village gave him pain, memories, and the first people who cared whether he returned. Now the wider world is waiting. Before he can leave the village, a familiar red-haired girl steps into his path. Elena announces that she has finally found him and greets him as if their last meeting never happened. She says she worried during the year he was missing, then immediately assumes that his return means he wants to belong to her again. The fantasy gets worse. Elena claims she should punish him for betraying her, perhaps even tear him apart, but generously offers forgiveness this time. Our boy listens to the whole possessive speech and reaches one exhausted conclusion. She has not changed at all. He tells her to grow up. That tiny sentence detonates her pride. Elena cannot believe the weakling she controlled would dare answer back. She charges forward to teach him another lesson, fully convinced that the old difference in strength still exists. Her attack never reaches him. The village underdog raises one hand and blocks it effortlessly. Elena stares at the arm that stopped her and demands to know how this is possible. She still sees the frightened child from a year ago. She has no idea that the person standing before her spent 300 years learning from a demon queen and a dragon queen. Our MC finally says what she refuses to understand. Elena cares only about herself. She never considered that another person might grow stronger, make a choice, or live beyond the future she designed for them. To her, his freedom feels like disobedience. The accusation drives her into a frenzy. She insists that Rui Isha should listen to whatever she says, because obedience is all he supposedly needs. Elena attacks again and again, but every desperate strike meets empty air or an effortless defense. Our boy watches her rage burn through the last chance for a peaceful goodbye. Then he ends it. The demon dragon fighter activates qigong's third attack form, Shiranui. A violent burst of force whips around Elena and drops her before she can understand what happened. The gap between them is now so enormous that their fight barely qualifies as one. Elena lies on the ground and orders him to help her stand. He refuses. Our MC gives her a final goodbye and tells her to stop becoming a burden to everyone around her. Then he turns his back and walks away. The victory is bigger than overpowering an old bully. For the first time, Elena's anger does not decide where he goes, what he believes, or who he belongs to. The boy she called useless has ended their relationship without revenge and without asking permission. Behind him, Elena reaches after his disappearing figure and swears that she will make him hers no matter what. Our young powerhouse never looks back. His village chapter is finished, while her obsession has only become more dangerous. With his village finally behind him, Ruisha marches into the wider world carrying a bag, a map, and enough power to bully common sense into submission. Unfortunately, the map is not helping. Our boy stands in the middle of the road, studies it from every possible angle, and reaches the highly scientific conclusion that he is completely lost. 300 years of training prepared him to split dimensions. They did absolutely nothing for his sense of direction. While his feet remain undecided, his thoughts return to the final advice test and Rio gave him inside the infinite prison. If he wants to free his two mothers, he must first learn more about the hero who created the sealing magic. The queens believe that the person responsible for the prison should also hold the key to breaking it. There is one obvious problem. Heroes are still human, and humans do not normally hang around for several centuries just to answer a teenager's questions. For a moment, the trail seems dead before it has even begun. Then Rio offers the missing possibility. A legendary hero might be gone, but a famous bloodline rarely disappears without leaving descendants or relatives behind. Somewhere in the present world, a person carrying that legacy may still exist. That gives the demon dragon disciple his first real lead. Find the hero's descendants, learn what they know about the seal, and use that knowledge to bring his two ridiculous, terrifying, warm-hearted mommies home. Information like that will not be hiding in a tiny village, so the royal capital becomes his destination. Exodoria is the capital of the kingdom of Exodor, the second largest nation on the Katerika continent. By carriage, it lies about 3 days from Quebec village. For an ordinary traveler, that is a useful measurement. For the pocket-sized powerhouse, it is mostly a suggestion. There is still the embarrassing question of which road actually leads there. He almost turns back to ask the village chief, but then remembers he has magic designed for this exact kind of problem. Detection magic expands a user's senses across a massive area and identifies distant magical traces. Demons specialize in it, while very few humans possess enough magical control to use it properly. After centuries under test, our MC can cast it as casually as someone checking a compass. Golden lines of magic spread over his body while his awareness surges across the landscape. He searches for the largest concentration of magical energy and quickly discovers an enormous cluster in the distance. A city packed with mages should shine like a beacon, so that has to be the royal capital. Direction problem solved. Transportation problem is next, and Rio already taught him the answer. The young prodigy channels qigong into his legs and activates flying step. The ground bursts beneath his foot, his body rockets forward, and the entire forest begins sliding past him in a blur. He is not merely running fast. He is treating a 3-day carriage journey like a warm-up lap. After centuries trapped indoors, even the wind against his face feels like freedom, and the runaway missile cannot stop smiling. Animals barely have time to notice him before he streaks through the trees. Our boy keeps accelerating until excitement finally beats navigation for a second time, forcing him to slow down and catch his breath. When the capital entrance comes into view, the sight hits him harder than the journey. A huge crowd fills the road, armored guards control the gate, and more people stand in one line than he remembers seeing in his entire childhood. The Academy wildcard does his best to look like a completely normal traveler and joins the queue. This is his first visit to a major city, so even someone who can fire miniature suns feels nervous when the guard calls the next person forward. He expects an inspection, perhaps a question about his destination, or maybe a simple identity check. Instead, the guard asks for an entry permit. That single sentence nearly destroys him. Ruisha owns no permit, has never heard of one, and suddenly imagines his adventure ending in a prison that is much less magical than the last one. The guard impatiently calls for the next traveler, while our MC stands there wearing the face of a man whose brain has disconnected from the server. He starts wondering whether his ignorance has already exposed him as suspicious and whether an arrest is second away. Then the guard looks at his age, his travel bag, and his obvious panic before reaching the wrong conclusion with absolute confidence. The Royal Floy Grand Magic Academy is holding its entrance exam, so the soldier assumes this nervous kid must be an applicant. He asks whether our boy came to take the academy test. Ruisha has no idea what the man is talking about, but he understands that saying yes may keep him out of his cell. His hesitant agreement is all the guard needs. Academy examinees are allowed through, and the soldier waves him inside before the misunderstanding can be corrected. The Demon Dragon disciple has accidentally defeated border control, using nothing but a frightened smile and perfect timing. Even he does not fully understand what just happened. He only knows that the gate is behind him, the guards are no longer shouting, and somehow his terrible bluff worked. The royal capital of Exodoria opens before him in a blaze of color. Tall buildings crowd the streets, merchants shout over one another, and citizens pour through every intersection. The village underdog can barely decide where to look first. He had heard that the capital was enormous, yet the real place makes every story sound modest. 3 main roads divide the city into districts. The central route leads toward the residential quarter. The right-hand road follows the sea into the commercial district, where shops, markets, and travelers keep information moving. The left-hand road enters the Academy district and leads directly to the Royal Floy Grand Magic Academy. That last location is especially relevant to the lie that just smuggled him through the gate, but our boy cheerfully decides school has nothing to do with him. His real goal is information about the ancient hero. A tavern would normally be the fastest place to collect rumors, but a young traveler walking in alone would attract exactly the kind of attention he wants to avoid. Then he notices the better option. An adventurer's guild should provide work, contacts, travel access, and perhaps the entry permit he was supposed to own 5 minutes ago. The benefits keep multiplying in his head. Guild membership could let him move between countries while searching for the hero's descendants. Completed jobs would build useful connections, and the payment would support his journey. Information, legal travel, and money all from one organization is a damn good deal. The 2 queens raised a terrifying fighter, but the outside world is about to discover that their son also loves a bargain. With another grand decision made, the future adventurer turns toward the commercial district. He has taken only a few steps when a hand lands firmly on his shoulder. A concerned woman has been watching him walk away from the academy road, and she believes she understands everything. In her eyes, this nervous young applicant is trying to escape before the entrance exam. Our MC attempts to explain that he is not an examinee, but the woman hears only fear and self-doubt. She tells him that failing is nothing to be ashamed of, while running away would be a mistake. Then she grabs him and starts dragging him toward the academy with the unstoppable confidence of an Annie who has appointed herself as life coach. The Demon Dragon disciple could break free without effort, yet doing that might hurt an innocent person. He pulls back gently instead, and the woman is shocked by how strong the supposed runaway student is. That only makes her more determined. She promises to escort him personally, tightens her grip, and marches straight toward the exam. So the boy who wanted a guild, a permit, and a few useful rumors is now being delivered to the most important magic academy in the kingdom. He entered the capital because of one misunderstanding, and a second misunderstanding has already hijacked his entire plan. Ruisha can only wonder what kind of chaos is waiting beyond those school gates. Considering who raised him, the academy should probably be wondering the same thing. The helpful auntie keeps marching until the Royal Floy Grand Magic Academy rises in front of them. On the way, she gives Ruisha the entire school brochure at machine gun speed. The academy was created to counter the empire of a rival nation whose power has grown rapidly in recent years. Its purpose is to gather gifted young people, train their abilities, and strengthen Exodor before that rivalry becomes a full national disaster. The entrance examination is free, and applicants can participate regardless of nationality. That generous rule is excellent news for talented travelers. It is less excellent for our boy, who never intended to become an applicant in the first place. He listens politely while wondering how one misunderstanding at the city gate has evolved into an unwanted academic career. Then the woman announces that they have arrived. The academy is enormous, elegant, and decorated with enough magical architecture to make his old village look like a collection of garden sheds. Before the demon dragon disciple can invent an escape route, his self-appointed guardian shoves him toward reception, orders him to finish registering, wishes him luck, and disappears with the satisfaction of a woman who believes she just saved a student's future. The accidental applicant stares after her and realizes backing out now would create even more suspicion. The guards think he is an examinee, the Annie thinks he is afraid of failure, and the academy staff are already waiting for his paperwork. At this point, Destiny is no longer knocking. Destiny has grabbed him by the collar and thrown him through the school gate. So the village wildcard decides he may as well give the examination a shot. Registration accepts him without trouble, although the receptionist assumes his last-second arrival means he overslept. Our MC laughs awkwardly and allows that explanation to survive. Telling the truth would require a map, 2 ancient queens, a 300-year prison story, and several diagrams. The first major test takes place inside a vast training arena. Magical targets float around the chamber while applicants wait for their turn. Each examinee may use any spell they possess, and the goal is simple. Destroy as many targets as possible before time expires. It is a clean test of power, control, and practical combat talent. One applicant launches a wind blast. The spell looks dramatic, but the demon dragon disciple immediately notices that the display carries almost no force inside it. The attack barely accomplishes anything, and the caster walks away disappointed. Around him, other nervous students compare themselves with everyone else and assume they are already losing. Our boy watches the anxiety spread and quietly realizes that academy examinations may be more dangerous to confidence than to the targets. Then the examiner calls Rui Shabardi. The accidental student steps forward, leaves his travel bag behind, and enters the center of the arena. He planned to perform casually, earn an ordinary result, and escape before anyone remembered him. That sensible plan lasts approximately 5 seconds. Whispers rise from the waiting applicants. They stare at his worn village clothes, wonder where he came from, and question whether someone dressed like that belongs beside the capital's trained prodigies. The pocket-sized powerhouse hears every word. Embarrassment hardens into resolve, because deliberately showing weak magic would reflect on the 2 masters who spent centuries training him. Tess taught him to command magic with absolute precision. Rio taught him never to treat a challenge carelessly. Holding back so far that their lessons look worthless would feel like insulting both of his terrifying mommies in public. Our boy plants his feet, lifts one hand, and decides the academy will receive an honest answer. The young prodigy tells himself to give the test everything he has. The examiner signals the beginning, and he draws fire into his palm. A compact flame appears beside his fingers. For one harmless-looking instant, the watching students probably think the country kid has produced an ordinary fire spell. Then he releases superior flame. The tiny spark becomes a blazing sphere large enough to swallow the arena's sky. Heat rolls across the training ground. Red currents coil around a white-hot center, and every floating target disappears inside the expanding inferno. The attack does not behave like an exam spell. It behaves like a miniature sun having a very bad day. The firestorm crashes forward with enough pressure to tear across the floor. Applicants duck, panic, and cling to one another while the examiner can only watch his carefully organized aptitude test become an emergency reconstruction project. The blast finally collapses into smoke, but silence remains because nobody is brave enough to guess what the arena will look like when the air clears. RMC stands calmly at the center with one arm extended. Behind him, a black trench has been carved through the ground. Flames burn inside the shattered stone, and every target has vanished. The spell has turned a test of accuracy into proof that the building should update its insurance policy. The other examinees collapse in a horrified pile. A moment ago, they were worried about their own scores. Now, they're wondering what kind of magic could cause destruction on that scale. Their village clothes joke has also died a quick and merciful death. RMC studies the crater and decides the result feels about right. That innocent satisfaction terrifies the examiner more than the explosion. He asks how he performed, only to discover the poor man lying on the floor with his glasses crooked and his soul halfway out of his body. The academy wildcard becomes concerned. He wonders whether destroying the testing area counts as disqualification and apologetically asks for a ruling. The examiner forces himself upright and chooses survival. The pocket-sized arsonist is apparently still qualified, but he should leave this test immediately and continue to the next station before he demonstrates anything else. Our boy bows and thanks him with perfect sincerity. He does not understand why the staff member looks ready to retire. From his perspective, he followed the instructions, destroyed the targets, and stopped after one spell. Efficiency should earn bonus points. As the demon dragon disciple walks away, the examiner watches his back and reaches a grim conclusion. This year's incoming students include far too many dangerous individuals. The Academy wanted exceptional talent to protect the kingdom. It may have accidentally invited several natural disasters to share a classroom. The remaining tests pass without another arena-sized explosion, yet our boy's results continue attracting attention. Somewhere in the examination grounds, he senses eyes following him. Groups of applicants whisper as he walks past, and the sensation of being watched becomes impossible to ignore. He turns, expecting another suspicious guard or a furious instructor. Instead, a refined blonde boy in an expensive blue uniform steps through the crowd and asks to speak with him. The stranger carries himself with effortless confidence, and the nearby examinees react as though a celebrity has entered the hallway. The blonde newcomer introduces himself as Yuri. Our MC is briefly distracted by how absurdly handsome and polished he looks. If this fellow approached a girl with the same smile, the conversation would probably be over before it began. The two queens' disciple suddenly feels as though he has wandered into somebody else's romance scene. Still, Yuri is courteous, so our boy returns the greeting and offers his own name. Their politeness becomes almost competitive. Yuri is surprised that a stranger from simple village clothing speaks so formally, while the village wildcard is surprised that someone dressed like nobility is treating him without contempt. When he suggests using first names because both are examinees, Yuri accepts with a warm smile. The smile is so smooth that the village underdog mentally confirms his earlier theory. This blonde menace could weaponize basic manners. Yuri apologizes for stopping him suddenly and explains that rumors are spreading about an examinee who achieved ridiculous results across the tests. He wanted to see what kind of person had caused the commotion. The evidence is difficult to miss. A punching machine has been smashed apart. A magic power gauge has failed spectacularly, and one aptitude arena now contains a smoking trench. The Academy wildcard admits that he may have gone slightly too far. Considering his personal definition of slightly includes property damage visible from the upper floors, Yuri wisely does not argue. Even so, the blonde examiner expected somebody else to become the year's top performer. A famous girl was supposed to dominate every test, but then this unknown traveler appeared from nowhere like a dark horse and stole the Academy's attention. Our boy does not understand the rumor because he reached the capital only that morning. He has not heard the name everyone else already knows. That answer explains his confusion. Yuri says the royal capital has been buzzing about the girl for some time. Our boy asks whether she is truly that powerful. Yuri replies that calling her strong barely begins to describe her talent. Then he reveals the detail that freezes our MC in place. The mysterious examinee is a direct descendant of the legendary Hero Oga. Everything else disappears from our MC's mind. The Academy, the crater, and even his accidental enrollment becomes secondary. He came to Exodoria searching for the hero's bloodline because that family may know how to break the infinite prison. After one morning of catastrophic misunderstandings, the exact person he needs has entered the same examination. The demon dragon disciple struggles to stay calm. A descendant of the hero is here, close enough to meet, and possibly carrying information that can free Tess and Rio. Our boy immediately wants to know what she is like, what she knows about her ancestor, and whether she has inherited any connection to the sealing magic. Yuri notices the sudden interest and finds it amusing. He asks whether the country prodigy is curious about her, then assures him there is no need to rush. According to the blonde mystery boy, she will come to meet him soon. The promise has barely left his mouth when sharp footsteps strike the floor behind them. A pink-haired swordswoman approaches with purpose, one hand near the weapon at her hip and irritation written across her face. She has already heard about the unknown applicant who shattered the Academy's expectations. She stops in front of Rui Shah and studies him from head to toe. This modestly dressed traveler does not resemble the monster described in the rumors, but the destruction behind him is difficult to debate. With Yuri watching from the side, the hero's descendant asks one direct question. So this is the rumored examinee? Our boy finally stands face to face with the lead he crossed the kingdom to find. Unfortunately, her expression suggests that the meeting may begin with a challenge instead of a friendly conversation. The Academy exam has already survived his fire magic. Now it has to survive the collision with a demon dragon prodigy. A descendant of a legendary hero has arrived ready for war. Chapter 12 resumes with the pink-haired swordswoman staring straight through our boy as though the Academy has accidentally delivered a disappointing package. This is Charlotte Eudelia, although she has not bothered to introduce herself yet. Her first order of business is confirming that he is the examinee everyone keeps whispering about. Her second is looking him up and down with all the warmth of a tax collector. After hearing how badly he demolished the tests, she expected some towering monster in human skin. Instead, she finds a modestly dressed village traveler with a nervous expression and a travel bag that has seen better days. Charlotte bluntly announces that he looks much weaker than expected. Our MC barely has time to process the welcome before Yuri steps between them and tells her she is being rude. That earns the blonde noble a sharp glance because the swordswoman already knows him and immediately demands to know why he is hanging around this random guy. Yuri ignores the attitude and finally gives the newcomer the introduction he has been waiting for. The abrasive girl in front of him is Charlotte Eudelia, a direct descendant of the legendary Hero Oga. The title hits our boy far harder than her insult ever could. A moment ago, the hero's bloodline was only a rumor somewhere in the academy. Now, is standing close enough to draw a sword. His eyes move from Charlotte's face to the weapon at her waist, and the entire infinite prison flashes across his memory. When he was younger, he admired Oga just like every other child raised on heroic legends. Villagers spoke of the hero as humanity's shining protector, while the Demon Queen and Dragon Queen were painted as living embodiments of evil. Then the so-called villains became his teachers, his guardians, and basically the two terrifying mothers who raised him for 300 subjective years. Testarossa taught him magic. Rio hammered qigong into his bones, and both women gave him more kindness than most humans ever had. History said they were monsters. His memories say they were family. The uncomfortable truth is that Oga was the one who sealed those two women inside the infinite prison. That makes Charlotte more than an arrogant examinee. Her blood may connect directly to the mystery, keeping his masters trapped. Unfortunately, the hero's descendant is not interested in discussing ancient history over tea. She confirms her lineage with absolute pride and declares that someone carrying Oga's blood cannot lose to a weak, timid-looking man from nowhere. The boy does not even look insulted, so much as confused by the amount of drama being unloaded onto him before lunch. Charlotte explains that she was supposed to claim the top entrance exam score. His impossible results have stolen that position, and she refuses to let some unknown villager walk away with the honor she believes belongs to her family. Our pocket-sized powerhouse quietly notes that she is seriously obsessed with being number one. Yuri points out one small problem. The entrance examinations are already finished. Scores cannot be changed just because Charlotte dislikes the leaderboard. She gives him a smug look and says he is less intelligent than she thought. According to her, changing the result is simple. The surrounding applicants stop whispering and turn toward them, because whenever an armed noble says something is simple, somebody is usually about to have a very complicated afternoon. Charlotte makes her solution clear by throwing down a challenge. Our boy glances at the item by his feet, then asks whether she is demanding a duel. She confirms it without hesitation. If she wins, he must withdraw his admission to the Royal Floy Grand Magic Academy and surrender the top position. That alone is a brutal condition, but the swordswoman is so convinced of victory that she adds a matching price for herself. If he somehow wins, she will place herself under his command and serve him as he wishes. In other words, the hero's descendant has turned school ranking drama into a life-changing wager, because losing has never entered her imagination. Yuri immediately tells the young prodigy to leave the challenge on the floor. There is nothing worth gaining from a duel whose reward is another human being. Our MC agrees with the first half of that argument. He has no desire to own a servant, control a stranger, or become Elena with better combat statistics. But Charlotte possesses something far more valuable than obedience: information about Hero Oga. If victory earns the chance to question the hero's family, it may also provide a path toward freeing Tess and Rio. The thought changes his expression. What looks like a ridiculous academy feud has suddenly become his first genuine lead. He bends down, picks up the challenge, and accepts the duel. Yuri realizes exactly why he has done it, while Charlotte smiles as though the result has already been printed. News spreads through the testing hall at light speed. Applicants crowd around the arena, delighted that the walking natural disaster from the aptitude test is about to fight the academy's famous hero descendant. The spectacle also attracts Professor Regis, the green-haired examiner who has already watched one piece of school property nearly become a volcano. He asks whether allowing this duel is remotely responsible. His face says that if somebody gets hurt, his employment will be buried beside the arena floor. Yuri cheerfully tells the professor that everything will be fine and promises to accept responsibility. That reassurance would be more comforting if it were coming from anyone who had not just encouraged two monsters to settle a ranking dispute in public. Yuri then admits the real reason he wants the duel to continue. Regis is curious too. Everyone has seen the newcomer's impossible strength, but nobody knows what kind of fighter produced it or how deeply that power runs. A controlled duel against Oga's descendant will reveal far more than another machine exploding. The professor reluctantly agrees and is immediately promoted from worried employee to official referee. Regis places both contestants apart and explains the rules before either one can turn the academy into rubble. The match ends if a fighter surrenders, loses consciousness, or becomes unable to continue. The referee may also stop the battle the instant one side is clearly finished. Most importantly, deliberately killing an opponent is forbidden by kingdom law. Charlotte and the village wildcard face one another across the floor while the spectators lean over the balcony. One combatant carries a famous name, a polished sword, and a lifetime of expectation. The other arrived in the capital that morning and accidentally speed ran his way into the biggest confrontation in the building. Regis orders them to defend their honor and give the duel everything they have. The swordswoman's eyes sharpen. Our boy settles his breathing. The wager is official, the crowd is ready, and the academy has absolutely no idea what it just approved. Before the opening signal can become an attack, Charlotte offers her opponent one final escape. If he admits defeat now, she says he can avoid pain and quietly surrender his admission. The demon dragon disciple answers by holding his ground. She draws her ornate blade in one smooth motion, letting the weapon flash beneath the academy lights, then tells him to produce a weapon of his own. Our boy raises a hand, as if searching through an invisible inventory. For one beautiful second, the crowd probably expects him to reveal the legendary sword that matches his outrageous test scores. What actually happens is a memory. Rio once placed the Dragon King sword in his care and gave him a strict warning. That weapon belongs in life-threatening battles and must never be used casually. He promised to obey. A school duel has dangerous stakes, but it is not a reason to unleash a blade meant for genuine survival. The village wildcard abandons the idea before the sword ever leaves its resting place. He studies his empty hands, closes them into fists, and tells the referee he cannot use his weapon here. Charlotte stares at those fists in disbelief. To her, the message is obvious. This unknown examinee believes he can beat the heir of Oga barehanded. Humiliation burns hotter than caution. She accuses him of underestimating her and grips her sword with both hands. Our MC is not mocking her. After 3 centuries with Rio, his body is simply the safer weapon. That explanation never reaches Charlotte, because pride has already pressed the attack button. She declares herself a descendant of the legendary hero and announces her full name for everyone watching. Then she vows to defeat him in the name of her great ancestor. The formal declaration is impressive. The murderous glare attached to it is even more convincing. Charlotte launches forward, boots tearing across the arena, as she drives the sword toward the apparently defenseless boy. Our boy plants his feet, raises one arm, and watches the angle of her strike. The confidence only makes her angrier. From Charlotte's perspective, he looks so weak that the incoming blow may genuinely kill him. She cannot understand why he refuses to move, and for the first time a thin line of fear cuts through her rage. But her momentum is already committed. The weapon descends with enough force to slice through iron. At the final instant, qigong floods through the 2 queens' disciple. He activates the 5th defensive form, Diamond Shell. His bare arm meets the sword with a violent crack. Light bursts across the point of contact, the blade stops, and the arena freezes. When the light clears, his arm remains attached. The villager remains unhurt, and Charlotte cannot find a single scratch where she expected an easy victory. The hero's descendant is thrown off balance, while our boy remains planted in place. Her sword, a weapon capable of cutting iron, has been stopped by human skin reinforced with technique she cannot recognize. Every confident assumption she carried into the duel collapses in a single impact. Charlotte stumbles backward, finally staring at him as an opponent rather than an inconvenience. She demands to know who the hell he is. Rui Isha gives her his name once, calmly and without a dramatic title. He does not claim royal blood, heroic ancestry, or the authority of either queen. With the most innocent smile in the entire arena, the absurdly overpowered menace describes himself as an ordinary villager. Technically, that answer is true. It is also the funniest possible lie a man trained for 300 years can tell with a straight face. The chapter ends on Charlotte's disbelief, because the duel has only delivered its first strike, and her understanding of ordinary has already been completely destroyed. Chapter 13 resumes at the exact instant Charlotte realizes her sword has been stopped by a bare hand. The hero's descendant came into this duel expecting an easy victory, yet the supposedly ordinary villager is standing there without a scratch. Her blade can cut iron, but his fingers have just treated it like an inconvenient ruler. The secret is the 5th defense form, Diamond Shell. Unlike Iron Body, which hardens the user's entire body, Diamond Shell concentrates qigong into one chosen point. That single reinforced spot becomes far tougher than a full-body defense, while everything around it remains free to move. Our boy can therefore protect the hand touching the blade without turning himself into a stiff statue. It is a precise technique, and Rio drilled precision into him for 300 brutal years. Charlotte has no idea about that training history. She only knows that a village boy has blocked her favorite weapon and made her question every assumption she brought into the arena. Her pride refuses to let the exchange end there. She jerks the sword free, declares that the duel is still alive, and attacks again before anyone can breathe. The next barrage comes fast enough to shred an inexperienced opponent. Steel flashes from one angle, reverses direction, and returns from another. Our MC shifts his qigong with every contact, catching or deflecting each strike at the exact point of danger. He never wastes energy hardening more of his body than the moment requires. To Charlotte, that calm defense is more disturbing than a flashy counterattack. Adults have struggled to follow her swordsmanship, yet this academy newcomer reads the entire sequence at close range. She finally admits that trading ordinary blows will get her nowhere. The swordswoman breaks away, resets her footing, and changes strategy. Magic gathers above her open palm as pink light coils into the shape of a petal. The pretty color is a scam, because that blossom carries an edge. Charlotte releases Cherry Blossom Flying Blade, sending the magical projectile slicing across the arena. The demon dragon disciple spots it immediately and bends away from its path. A single blossom misses him cleanly. Charlotte smiles because that first shot was only the sample. She praises his reaction, then asks the question that turns the entire arena dangerous. Can he dodge this many? The air behind her fills with petals until the battlefield looks like springtime decided to commit murder. She raises one hand like a conductor preparing an orchestra, except every instrument in this performance wants a piece of our boy. With Cherry Blossom Storm Dance, the whole swarm launches at once. The first wave cuts off a direct retreat. Another spreads across the sides, leaving the center as an obvious trap. The young powerhouse jumps, twists, and slips between the glowing edges by margins that would make any sane examiner start updating his will. Charlotte keeps directing the petals, forcing him to react again and again. Her technique is beautiful from the stands and absolutely vicious inside its range. Still, every near miss proves the same uncomfortable fact. She has finally become serious, and the boy she dismissed is still keeping up. Charlotte refuses to let him settle into the rhythm. More petals appear, layer upon layer, until the open arena is almost gone beneath a pink storm. She commands the entire cloud with one sweeping motion and drives it toward him from several directions. Professor Regis watches the attack expand and immediately sees the danger. This stopped being a friendly entrance test several techniques ago. The examiner leans forward, ready to end the match before either student gets seriously hurt. Yuri stops him. The prince does not ignore the risk. He has noticed something Regis missed. The spark in the newcomer's eyes has not faded. Rui Shah is surrounded, yet his expression says he has already found a route through the chaos. For one brief moment, the pocket-sized powerhouse even looks excited. He studies the number of incoming blades and reaches a practical conclusion. Meeting every petal with raw magical power would consume too much energy. A broad defense would also surrender the initiative and leave Charlotte free to keep producing ammunition. So the Academy wildcard chooses the most direct answer available. He charges straight into the storm. Charlotte's confidence cracks as she sees him sprint toward the very technique meant to keep him away. Petals dive at his shoulders, legs, and face. He threads through the first cluster, plants one foot, and brings his hand forward. Then the magic teacher's half of his upbringing finally enters the duel. Our MC unleashes elite, wide, area flame. Fire erupts in a sweeping arc around him, swallowing the blossom blades before they can change course. Pink light disappears inside orange heat. The projectiles that forced him to dance a moment earlier burn away together, and the path to Charlotte opens in one blazing move. The crowd has now watched this strange village boy block a sword with qigong, dodge a magical barrage, and answer it with high-level flame magic. Apparently having two terrifying mothers means getting twice the homework and becoming everybody else's problem. Charlotte is left staring at the ashes of her best setup. Her sword could not break his defense. Her flying blade could not touch him. Her full storm could not survive his fire. For the first time, the thought reaches her clearly. Both disciplines have failed. The realization lands harder than any physical strike because winning has never been a casual preference for her. It carries years of expectation. As the last glowing fragments fall, the arena fades from her mind and an old training yard replaces it. A much younger Charlotte grips a practice weapon and continues until an adult finally tells her that the session is over. Her natural physique is praised, and that praise immediately becomes another responsibility. Since Hero Oga disappeared, nobody has awakened the legendary hero's crest. The adult suggests that enough effort might allow his descendant to manifest it again. To a child, the words sound like hope. To everyone around her, they become a promise she is expected to fulfill. People begin asking whether she is the rumored descendant. They marvel at her strength before learning who she is as a person. They tell her she may become a true hero, and children say they want to grow up like Oga. Every compliment points in the same direction. Become stronger. Become noble. Become the symbol everyone has been waiting for. Young Charlotte accepts the role with a smile. She decides to train harder because being talented is no longer enough. If the entire world expects a hero, then she believes she has to manufacture one through effort. That dream gradually becomes a cage built from applause. Losing an entrance duel would therefore mean more than losing a ranking. In her mind, it would expose her as an unworthy successor before the real journey has even begun. The memory snaps back to the arena, where she tightens both hands around her sword. She cannot accept defeat here. She tells herself she must become everyone's hero, and that desperate conviction pushes her body forward for one final exchange. Charlotte rushes him with the weight of every expectation on her shoulders. Her attack is fierce, but the emotion behind it is even heavier. The boy across from her recognizes that expression. Long before demons, dragons, and impossible training, he knew what it felt like to be judged as a failure. Elena's cruel voice once told him that effort was useless without talent. She drove him forward without rest, then treated every struggle as proof that he would never be enough. That memory lets our boy understand what Charlotte cannot say aloud. Her talent has earned admiration, but the admiration has also denied her permission to be ordinary. She is carrying a legendary ancestor, a missing crest, a hopeful family, and a crowd that already decided what her life should become. The the demon dragon disciple does not pity her from a distance. He sees another person trapped beneath somebody else's definition of worth. Quietly, he decides that he will save her in the same way he was once saved. Tess and Rio did not rescue him by handing him an easy victory. They gave him a place where he could grow, fail, learn, and become strong on his own terms. If Charlotte is ever going to stand as herself, somebody must first break the illusion that her bloodline guarantees greatness. That truth cannot be delivered through a polite surrender. It has to reach the pride wrapped around her heart. Charlotte raises her sword with both hands and commits everything to a crushing downward strike. The blade descends with all the force her trained body can produce. Our MC waits until the weapon enters his range. Blue qigong surges around him as he invokes another variation of the fifth defense form. This time a technique is diamond blade catch. His reinforced palm meets the sharpened edge directly. The sword stops. Before Charlotte can recover, his fingers clamp down and the enchanted blade snaps apart. The broken steel spins away, while the swordswoman's momentum pulls her off balance. Her feet leave their stable line, her body pitches forward, and the weapon that defined the duel becomes a useless fragment in her hands. For half a heartbeat, she hangs above the boy she thought was helpless. Then she sees his other fist already drawn back. There is no mockery on his face. He is focused, controlled, and painfully certain. Charlotte finally understands that the earlier blocks were never lucky accidents. Every exchange has been measured by someone operating on a level she did not know existed. The village underdog announces a qigong attack form. Energy coils around his arm, blue near the body and gold around the fist. The pressure in the arena changes, and Charlotte's eyes widen as her broken charge carries her directly toward the counter. First attack form, Meteor Iron Fist. Our boy begins the punch from point-blank range. The hero's descendant can neither restore her stance nor raise the shattered sword in time. Her confident smile vanishes, replaced by the sharp realization that the duel has reached its decisive instant. One controlled fist is about to answer years of pride, pressure, and impossible expectation. And just before the blow connects, the chapter cuts away, leaving Charlotte suspended over the strongest so-called ordinary villager the Academy has ever seen. Chapter 14 resumes with Charlotte's sword broken and one brutal-looking fist racing toward her face. She has spent her whole life chasing the image of a legendary hero, yet the final moment leaves her with only one thought. She cannot lose. Unfortunately for her pride, the demon dragon disciple has already decided how this fight ends. Blue qigong coils around his arm as he calls out the first attack form, Meteor Iron Fist. The technique sounds like the sort of punch that should launch somebody into the next chapter. Charlotte watches it coming and finally accepts the feeling she has resisted since the duel began. This is defeat. The charged fist cuts through the air while the last scraps of her confidence go silent. But instead of crushing her, our boy controls the strike at the final instant. His knuckles stop against her forehead, with all that monstrous force brought completely under control. The flash clears, the arena is still standing, and Charlotte is still breathing. She drops to her knees beside the broken sword and checks herself as if survival might be another one of his strange tricks. The hero's descendant had prepared for pain, humiliation, or both. What she gets is a calm hand and a simple question about whether she is all right. That gentleness hits harder than the fist ever needed to. Our MC looks relieved because he knew he could stop the technique safely, but Charlotte has no idea what she is supposed to do with a winner who is worried about her. Her eyes fill, her breathing shakes, and the tears she held behind all that pride finally escape. The Academy wildcard immediately panics. 300 years of training prepared him for demons, dragons, and impossible magic, but apparently nobody taught him the emergency procedure for a crying girl. For one awkward second, the strongest person in the arena looks completely helpless. Then he notices that the crowd still has not understood what happened. That gives the two queens disciple a short window to handle the aftermath in private. He reaches for a spell Testarossa taught him and lets dark energy gather around his body. The shadows rise at his command as he activates dark magic, Shadow Veil. A wall of darkness swallows the center of the arena, cutting Charlotte and the young prodigy out of the spectator's view. From the stands, the sudden black cube looks suspicious as hell. Even the blonde observer in the crowd stares at it, while everyone else wonders whether the duel has turned into a magic show. Inside the barrier, however, our boy finally has the privacy he needs. Shadow Veil blocks both light and sound, leaving the pair sealed inside a silent pocket of darkness. Charlotte jolts when the entire world goes black around her. The Academy newcomer quickly explains that he separated their space from outside light and noise. She has never heard of magic that can do anything like this. Then again, after watching him block a sword barehanded and burn an arena full of enchanted petals, strange techniques are becoming his normal behavior. The swordswoman accepts the explanation, although her flushed face says the situation is still doing damage of a completely different kind. Our boy kneels in front of her, and she recoils before realizing that he is only checking her injuries. He apologizes for startling her and asks her to remain still for a moment. Green healing energy curls from his hand and wraps around the wounds left by their battle. This is the same opponent she tried to drive out of the academy. Yet he treats her recovery as the first priority after winning. Charlotte tries to stop him, partly from surprise, and partly because his kindness makes the whole situation unbearably embarrassing. The village underdog calmly finishes the healing anyway. When the glow fades, the damage is gone, and he announces the result with the cheerful satisfaction of someone completing a simple household chore. Charlotte thanks him, but one question keeps pressing against her pride. Why would he go this far for someone who had been openly rude to him? She remembers how she challenged him, questioned his right to enter, and placed his admission on the line. By every rule she grew up respecting, the defeated side should be the one offering an apology. Yet the person she tried to reject is now the one making sure she can stand. Rui Isha answers without pretending the choice is complicated. To him, helping someone in need is simply the natural thing to do. That answer lands directly on the belief Charlotte has carried since childhood. She once trained with a wooden practice sword, while repeating that a descendant of the hero must help people. Somewhere beneath the pressure, praise, and obsession with strength, she had made that responsibility far more complicated than it needed to be. The young swordswoman looks at the boy in front of her and finally understands the lesson she had been reciting for years. Power does not make someone heroic by itself. The choice to help another person is where the idea actually begins. For Charlotte, that realization removes the last excuse to cling to her arrogance. She closes her eyes, accepts the result, and admits that he defeated her. The duel is over in every way that matters now. Charlotte rises and gives the winner a sincere apology for how she treated him at their first meeting. She acknowledges that the quiet newcomer surpassed her in strength. Then she adds something even more important. He surpassed her in character as well. Our boy immediately pushes some of the praise back toward her. He tells Charlotte that she is genuinely strong and admits that her final blossom spell caught him by surprise. That compliment matters because it recognizes her effort without feeding the pride that caused the duel. With the private conversation settled, the shadow caster prepares to dispel his barrier. Before the darkness falls, Charlotte hesitates and offers him a smaller, more personal name. Her close friends call her Cheryl. If he wants, she says, he may call her that too. The demon dragon disciple accepts the invitation and tells Cheryl that he looks forward to working with her. Their handshake turns a hostile entrance test into the beginning of an extremely awkward friendship. When Shadow Veil disappears, the confused spectators finally see both contestants standing together. Charlotte immediately announces that she surrenders and publicly confirms her loss. Regis asks whether she is truly satisfied with that decision. She answers yes and makes one request. The Academy must honor the result and allow the winner to enroll. The examiner agrees, which means the supposed weakling has officially bulldozed his way through the strangest entrance test imaginable. There is still one problem, because Charlotte attached a second condition to the duel. If she lost, she promised to become the winner's servant. The promise returns at exactly the moment our boy hoped everyone had forgotten it. He wants no servant and tries to dismiss the condition entirely. Charlotte refuses to let him brush aside the rules after she used those same rules to threaten his future. He nervously asks whether she actually wants to be bound by a promise like that. Her teasing answer turns his face red and leaves the poor guy searching for a safe response. Cheryl keeps pressing, while the crowd watches their serious duel transform into a public embarrassment ceremony. The Academy wildcard still cannot decide what to say. Unfortunately, the magic does not wait for his social skills to catch up. Charlotte grabs his hand, and matching light blooms across their skin. Two intricate crests form as the wager recognizes her defeat and seals the servant compact. Our boy stares at the mark in disbelief. Cheryl, now holding the winning hand, explains that the crest means the contract belongs to him. She tells him it is too late to regret the result and refuses to let him take it back. The balance of the conversation flips so completely that the official winner somehow looks like the one who has been cornered. Charlotte leans into her victory with a mischievous smile, while our MC can only wonder how a clean entrance exam became magical relationship paperwork. He won the duel, secured his admission, earned the respect of the hero's descendant, and picked up one very determined new companion in the same afternoon. For a boy raised by two terrifying queens, that should probably count as an ordinary Tuesday. Still blushing, he admits to himself that the situation has become a serious predicament. And Chapter 14 closes with the strongest boy in the arena completely defeated by the consequences of winning. Chapter 15 opens after the entrance duel, with our boy walking out of the arena beside Cheryl while a familiar blonde spectator catches up to them. Yuri congratulates the Academy newcomer on surviving an exam that somehow turned into a full-scale boss battle. He admits that the match looked rough, although the smiling prince seems far more entertained than worried. Then he teases Cheryl for losing to the stranger she had tried so hard to chase away. The proud swordswoman immediately snaps back and threatens to hit him if he keeps running his mouth. That casual argument tells the demon dragon disciple that these two already know each other very well. So he asks what kind of relationship exists between Cheryl and Yuri. The prince pauses, glances at the girl clinging to our MC's arm, and realizes she never explained who he was. Cheryl confesses that she kept quiet because a royal title might have created distance between them. After spending the entire exam trying to dominate the relationship, she apparently wanted the friendship part to feel natural. Our boy looks completely lost because royal politics were somehow absent from his 300-year survival curriculum. Yuri laughs off the awkwardness and decides to introduce himself properly. His full name is Yuri von Exodoria, first prince of the kingdom of Exodor. The casual friend from the registration line has been royalty this whole time. That revelation hits our MC harder than most of the spells thrown during the duel. He stiffens, tries to switch into formal language, and nervously calls him Lord Yuri. The prince stops that nonsense immediately. He wants to remain Yuri because the two of them met as ordinary friends before rank entered the conversation. The village underdog relaxes and accepts the offer, although his face still says that meeting a prince by accident is one hell of a first day in the capital. With introductions settled, Yuri asks a much more practical question. The newcomer clearly did not grow up in the royal capital, so where exactly is he staying tonight? Our boy freezes as the truth finally catches up with him. He arrived with almost no money, no permanent lodging, and no plan beyond finding information about Hero Oga. The pocket-sized powerhouse can punch through enchanted weapons, but booking a room apparently requires a different legendary skill. He admits that his arrival at the academy was basically an accident. Yuri listens to the whole embarrassing explanation and takes charge before his new friend can quietly disappear into the streets. The prince offers him a room at one of his favorite hotels, complete with meals. He also promises to handle the entry permit problem that would otherwise make life in the capital difficult. Shero immediately narrows her eyes, because that much royal generosity sounds suspicious even when it comes with a friendly smile. Yuri admits that he absolutely has a reason. The royal capital is short on exceptional talent, and the Magic Academy needs students capable of raising its reputation. If powerful young people enroll, gifted candidates from other countries may follow them. In Yuri's judgment, the strange fighter who just overwhelmed the hero's descendant is exactly the kind of talent the academy needs. The offer is generous, but our MC hesitates because accepting would mean delaying his return to Tess and Rio. His two mommies are still trapped inside the infinite prison, and he refuses to forget them just because the capital suddenly offers soft beds and free breakfast. At first, he prepares to decline. Then Yuri adds one final condition. If the young prodigy enrolls, the prince will become his supporter and help whenever serious trouble appears. That changes the equation completely. Royal backing would make the search for Hero Oga far safer than wandering through the kingdom alone. Remaining near Shero could also provide information about the legendary ancestor who sealed the two queens. Our boy finally accepts, shakes Yuri's hand, and agrees to enter the Magic Academy. Just like that, an accidental application becomes a royal partnership. The prince gets the terrifying student he wanted, while the demon dragon disciple gains shelter, protection, and a path toward the man responsible for his family's prison. The next morning, our MC thanks the hotel staff for breakfast and steps outside with his belongings packed for another uncertain day. He barely clears the doorway before Shero appears in a fresh outfit and greets him with suspiciously perfect timing. The swordswoman reminds him that the entrance results will be announced tomorrow. For today, however, she has arrived without warning and looks far too pleased with herself. Our boy asks whether something is wrong, worried that she might already be enforcing another bizarre rule from their duel. Shero puffs her cheeks and asks whether her visit is a bother. He quickly assures her that he is happy to see her again. That answer flips her mood in an instant. The pout disappears, a dangerous smile replaces it, and the hero's descendant grabs his hand before he can reconsider. She knows he plans to explore the capital, so she declares herself as guide. The Academy wildcard gets pulled into the city with the unstoppable force of a girl who has already decided how the day will go. This time, the servant compact is less a magical curse and more a sightseeing package with no cancellation policy. Shero first helps him shop for proper clothes, holding outfits against him and judging each one like the fate of the kingdom depends on the color. Our boy accepts the makeover with a smile because every item he owns still screams wandering village kid. They stop for food afterward and share a relaxed meal beside the windows. The conversation comes easily, and the tension from yesterday's duel begins to dissolve into something warmer. By evening, both of them carry shopping bags through streets glowing beneath the night sky. Shero asks whether the tour was fun. The two queens' disciple admits that it was, but the enjoyable day also leaves him carrying an uncomfortable secret. For Shero, Hero Oga is a respected ancestor whose name represents courage and pride. For our boy, that same hero is the man who sealed away Tess and Rio. The contradiction makes him feel guilty whenever Shero smiles at him. His thoughts return to the infinite prison and the strange family that raised him there. He remembers resting between the Demon Queen and the Dragon Queen while their conversation turned toward the enemy who trapped them. Yes, our boy grew up with two overwhelmingly powerful mommies, and somehow the bedtime talk still became a strategy meeting about beating up a legendary hero. He once reasoned that Oga might still be alive despite living 300 years earlier. A man capable of creating a space like the infinite prison could have built another dimension where his own body never aged. The young fighter had therefore promised to find the hero and defeat him. In his mind, Breaking the caster should break the barrier and free his family. Testarossa warned him that Oga was extraordinarily strong and should never be approached carelessly. Rio agreed that the hero attacked and sealed them, yet she had begun to wonder whether some hidden reason existed behind it. That possibility could complicate the entire revenge story. Even so, our MC could not forgive the man who stole centuries from the two people he loved most. The memory fades, leaving him unusually quiet in the middle of the capital. Shiro notices his gloomy expression and asks what is bothering him. He brushes off the concern, but the question gives him an opening to investigate without revealing everything. Our boy asks how much Shiro actually knows about Hero Oga. She immediately assumes he has become another fan of her famous ancestor. The Academy newcomer awkwardly agrees, because explaining that he may want to punch the hero through a dimensional wall would probably ruin the evening. Shiro admits that she knows less than people expect. Oga lived 300 years ago, and family stories can only preserve so much after that length of time. The answer disappoints our MC until she remembers something more useful. Her family still owns several items left behind by the hero. One of them is the sword hanging at her side. Shiro draws the weapon and introduces it as Frau Careso's, the blade her ancestor once carried. The demon dragon disciple studies the red and gold sword with immediate fascination. He has spent centuries learning to recognize the flow of magic and qigong, yet the weapon gives off a sensation that belongs to neither system. Merely looking at it makes him feel strangely calm. When Shiro offers the sword, our boy reaches for the hilt. The instant his hand closes around it, golden light bursts across the blade. A warm current travels from the hero's weapon into his body. The energy is gentle, but its unfamiliar nature leaves him stunned. The current resembles neither Testarossa's magic nor Rio's qigong. Some third power is responding to the child raised by both queens. Shiro sees his expression change and asks whether he is all right. Our MC quickly releases the sword, apologizes, and returns it to her hands. He thanks her while privately trying to understand what just entered his body. The brief contact has created the strongest clue he has found since escaping the prison. If Oga's relic can react to him, then the hero's power and the infinite prison may be connected more deeply than anyone has explained. Shiro asks whether there is anywhere else he wants to visit. Our boy finally notices how late the day has become and suggests heading home. He thanks her for guiding him and offers to walk her back. The sword woman accepts by grabbing his sleeve and staying close as they move beneath the city lights. For most of the day, their relationship has almost looked normal. That illusion survives until Shiro leans toward him with a blush and asks a dangerously casual question. Would it be all right if the two of them went to his room together? Our MC goes silent as the chapter ends, because no amount of demon or dragon training prepared him for whatever she means by that. The academy results are still one day away. The prince has already placed his bet on the new student, and a hero's relic has awakened an unknown force inside him. The village underdog came to the capital searching for one answer. Instead, he has gained a royal ally, a fiercely attached swordswoman, and a mystery that reaches straight back to the prison holding his two mothers. Chapter 16 returns to the hotel room, where Shiro sits beside our boy and quietly declares that their day together was genuinely fun. The academy newcomer agrees, completely unaware that the swordswoman has arrived with a second mission hidden behind that innocent smile. She wants another day together soon, and inside her head, the plan sounds wonderfully simple. Today will be the day she makes this dense little powerhouse fall for her. That confidence lasts roughly 3 seconds. Shiro has received plenty of attention because she carries Hero Oga's bloodline. Ambitious families have treated her like a political prize, sending proposals from people more interested in her ancestry than her personality. The experience taught her to recognize fake affection before the speaker finished the sales pitch. She was curious about romance, yet nobody ever made her heart move. In her mind, a partner had to possess enough strength to stand beside her without becoming another burden she needed to protect. Then the strange village boy walked into the entrance exam, survived her best attacks, shattered her expectations, and became the first person to defeat her. Apparently, getting launched through an arena wall is one hell of an introduction. Shiro believes the servant crest she forced onto herself already warns every rival that she belongs at his side. Our MC, meanwhile, still sees the crest as a dangerous mistake made during an emotional duel. The girl leans closer and asks whether he has finally realized that he now has a servant. He gives the safest answer available and admits that, technically, she is correct. That answer only makes her more frustrated. She expected him to react like a young man sitting beside the most famous swordswoman in the kingdom. Instead, the prison-raised prodigy looks as calm as if they were discussing tomorrow's weather. Shiro tests the distance between them, watching his face turn red while his brain desperately searches for instructions. 3 centuries of combat training prepared this poor bastard for dragons, demons, and death magic. None of it included a lesson titled, What to Do When a Hero's Descendant Starts Flirting on Your Bed. The panic sends his thoughts back to Testarossa and Rio. His 2 powerful guardians once told him that caring about someone in the outside world would never erase his bond with them. They wanted him to choose relationships freely instead of carrying guilt for leaving the infinite prison. Testarossa explained that human customs were only one set of rules among many races. Rio added that dragons often build larger families around a powerful partner, while demon nobility can maintain several devoted companions. The explanation nearly melted the sheltered boy's brain. He could barely imagine managing one romance when his original family already contained two terrifying mothers who argued over everything. The queens refused to give him a formula. Their real advice was much simpler. If he ever found someone he truly wanted to protect and remain beside, he should act before fear turned into regret. Naturally, the heartfelt lesson ended with both women bickering about jealousy and which one counted as the older sister. Even inside a memory, his two mommies could turn emotional guidance into a championship argument. Back in the hotel, our boy finally understands that Shero's closeness is a serious question rather than another combat challenge. The realization leaves him sitting perfectly still while she waits for an honest response. Shero is also fighting a private battle of her own. She first approached the newcomer because his strange abilities might reveal something about Hero Oga. The investigation should have remained practical. Instead, every clash, conversation, and ridiculous afternoon together made her care about the person behind the mystery. She remembers their duel, the capital tour, and the quiet way he treated her like an ordinary girl instead of famous bloodline. Admiration slowly became attachment. Now she wants to protect him, travel beside him, and learn what lies behind the loneliness he keeps trying to hide. For once, the fearless swordswoman cannot solve the problem by swinging harder. She wonders whether these feelings are acceptable and immediately becomes embarrassed by her own honesty. Our boy sees the uncertainty on her face and decides to stop hiding behind confusion. He moves closer, giving her enough time to pull away. Shero remains where she is. Their awkward conversation finally becomes a gentle first kiss. The moment carries more tension than their entire arena battle because both teenagers are entering completely unfamiliar territory. Shero tries to act confident, while the supposed master of two ancient power systems forgets how breathing works. They share a second quiet moment and allow the feelings they have been circling to become real. The evening then becomes private, and the story moves forward without turning their relationship into a spectacle. By the next morning, birds are singing outside the hotel window while the new couple attempts to behave like ordinary people. Ordinary lasts until Shero complains that her back hurts and glares at our MC like he personally invented discomfort. He offers healing magic with the innocent expression of a man who has chosen the worst possible answer. She orders him to reflect on his actions and refuses to let magic erase the consequences of their impulsive night. Then she delivers the demand that has clearly been waiting since sunrise. If they're going to move forward after sharing something so personal, she wants him to accept the relationship openly and become her boyfriend. Our boy does not dodge the responsibility. He agrees, admitting that he cares about her and will not pretend the previous night meant nothing. Shero's anger instantly cracks in his stunned happiness. She makes him promise that he will not reverse the decision once the pressure of academy life arrives. The demon dragon disciple promises to stand by his answer. Just like that, the boy who escaped an infinite prison gains his first girlfriend before attending a single academy lesson. That may be the most dangerous achievement on his record. They leave the hotel together, still shy, still confused, and very obviously pleased with the new title between them. Shero walks close enough to keep their shoulders touching while our boy tries to look like he understands how dating works. He absolutely does not. Still, the pair agree to learn together instead of acting as though one emotional night solved every question between them. The new couple barely reaches the street before the capital provides its first relationship test. A group of loud strangers notices Shero and recognizes the rumored entrance exam students. Their leader looks the pair over and announces that the famous newcomers appear weaker than expected. Our boy ignores the insult because insecure barking is hardly worth interrupting a pleasant walk. Then the stranger identifies Shero as Hero Oga's descendant and starts talking to her like she is another prize waiting to be claimed. He tells her to abandon the unimpressive boy beside her and join his group instead. The swordswoman's expression goes cold. She warns him to keep his distance, one hand already resting near the sword that cut apart an arena. The fool mistakes restraint for hesitation and reaches toward her anyway. Before Shero can turn the street into a crime scene, our MC steps between them and pulls her safely against his side. With all the subtlety of a teenager discovering jealousy for the first time, he declares that she is his girl. Shero immediately blushes and reminds him that they are standing in public. She is embarrassed, but the smile hiding beneath that protest makes her opinion painfully obvious. The rejected stranger does not enjoy becoming background scenery in someone else's romance. His humiliation turns into rage, and magic ignites around his hand in the middle of the crowded street. That reckless spell could hit Shero, the bystanders, or any building behind them. Our boy reacts before the fire can leave the caster's palm. He gathers several tiny stones and feeds them a controlled pulse of magic. The pebbles become seeking projectiles, curving through the air with ridiculous precision. One shot breaks the attacker's concentration. The remaining stones strike the gang in rapid succession and dump every last moron onto the pavement. The entire confrontation ends before the crowd can decide whether to run or cheer. Nobody is seriously injured, and the dangerous spell never reaches an innocent person. That control is what separates our MC from the idiots who confuse power with permission. The defeated group scrambles upright and offers an immediate apology. Seconds earlier, they were hunting for an easy target. Now, they flee like discount bandits who have just discovered the hidden boss was walking beside the heroine. Our boy watches them disappear, then calmly turns back to Shero as though nothing important happened. He offers his hand and asks whether they should continue. The swordswoman accepts with a bright smile. Their first morning as a couple began with embarrassment, attracted a public challenge, and ended with a magical beatdown before breakfast had fully settled. For these two battle prodigies, that probably counts as a peaceful date. Hand in hand, they continue toward the academy and whatever fresh chaos is waiting beyond its gates. Chapter 17 begins outside the Royal Floy Magic Academy, where a massive crowd has packed itself around the newly posted entrance results. Our boy stares at the sea of students with open amazement, while Shero reminds him that every person here survived the same brutal selection process. The sheltered powerhouse almost wanders off inside his own head, so his new girlfriend physically points him back toward the board. According to Shero, the academy normally sorts first years into 5 groups, running from elite class down through class E, and those rankings are based on overall performance. That makes her completely certain that both of them should land near the top. Considering their entrance exam ended with an arena looking like it had lost a war, that assumption seems reasonable. Then they find their names beneath a mysterious Class Z assignment that did not even exist during the previous school year, leaving both prodigies equally confused. Before they can decide whether the new letter means genius, disaster, or administrative typo, a familiar voice greets them from behind. Prince Yuri arrives wearing his usual cheerful expression, accompanied by a knight whose sealed helmet and red crest make him look ready to raid the school instead of attend it. Yuri introduces the armored man as Ibuki Ironheart, his personal bodyguard, and another student assigned to the same class. This is our MC's first meeting with the knight, so he offers a respectful handshake without hesitation. The gesture catches Ibuki off guard in the best possible way. Beneath the intimidating armor lives an absurdly polite guardian who immediately produces candy as a friendship gift. Our boy accepts, because apparently the fastest route through a royal knight's defenses is basic manners and sugar. Ibuki offers one to Shero as well, but the swordswoman declines with a flat expression. Yuri explains that the helmet hides his protector's identity and assures the others that the strange-looking knight is genuinely kind. The academy wildcard takes him at his word, although Shero remains far more interested in the unexplained class assignment. Her patience finally snaps, and she demands to know what the hell Class Z is supposed to be. Yuri admits that he deliberately kept the new class secret because he wanted their reactions to be genuine. Shero is unsurprisingly unimpressed by the surprise, but the prince finally explains the academy's newest experiment. Normal classes are built around total grades and broad rankings. Class Z is reserved for students whose exceptional talents cannot be measured cleanly by that ordinary system. In simpler language, the kingdom has gathered its finest top-tier weirdos and placed them under one roof. Our boy and Shero would normally qualify for Class A, yet their abilities are so far beyond the standard range that Yuri moved them into Z instead. Shero immediately suspects another motive. She asks whether the prince created the class to monitor dangerous students who might become difficult to control. Yuri does not deny the accusation. He promises that he will observe their progress without dictating their choices, giving them more freedom than a conventional class would receive. That answer is enough for the academy newcomer. As long as he can study beside Shero and the people he has already met, the letter attached to the classroom means very little to him. His girlfriend happily grabs his arm and starts pulling him away, leaving Yuri to watch the pair depart with suspiciously perfect timing. Once they are out of earshot, Ibuki quietly asks whether surveillance is truly the prince's main objective. Yuri praises his bodyguard for catching on so quickly. The students selected for Class Z are not merely powerful. Many of them are unpredictable, socially isolated, politically inconvenient, or difficult enough to challenge even the academy's usual instructors. Yuri believes the young man raised inside the infinite prison may be uniquely capable of holding such a group together. The rookie survived 2 ancient guardians, treated a royal heir without fear, and answered hostility with patience when violence would have been easier. If anyone can walk into a room full of volatile exceptions and somehow create a team, it may be the boy who spent his childhood thinking dragons and demon queens were normal family members. The prince's confidence leaves Ibuki impressed, although Yuri keeps the full scale of his hopes hidden behind a smile. Class Z is more than a ranking category. It is a controlled gamble on students the normal system would misunderstand or discard. If the experiment succeeds, the academy gains a generation of specialists who can protect the kingdom in ways traditional elites cannot. If it fails, one classroom could become the most heavily armed disciplinary problem in royal history. Our MC knows none of this. He and Shero change into their new uniforms, wonder aloud what sort of people await them, and head toward class with completely different expectations. She looks eager to inspect the so-called weirdos. Our boy simply hopes he can make friends. The door opens on a classroom already buzzing with conversations. Several students look ordinary at first glance, while others make the Academy's definition of normal feel extremely negotiable. Shiro takes a seat beside our boy, clearly pleased that their class placement keeps them together. Before the rookie can introduce himself, a muscular red-haired student marches over and asks whether he is the fighter responsible for that outrageous entrance exam duel. Our MC confirms it, and the stranger immediately grabs his hand with enough enthusiasm to begin a second match by accident. The excitable student is Burn, a fire magician who has not felt that inspired by a fight in years. He praises the newcomer for challenging a sword user with his bare hands, while our boy returns the compliment and admits that Burn's distant flames still carried serious heat. Burn proudly declares explosive fire magic as his specialty, which explains both his name and roughly 90% of his personality. He then introduces the towering Vocabe and the much smaller Meryl. The rest of the nearby students join the greeting, and the classroom briefly turns into a chaotic friendship speedrun. Our Academy wildcard answers each introduction with sincere politeness, giving the group no reason to treat him like the monster from the exam rumors. One student refuses the invitation. Wolf, a beast man sitting apart from the others, responds to the human boy's greeting with a hostile glare and a low growl. The rookie wonders whether he said something offensive, but Shiro explains that distrust between beast folk and humans has a long, ugly history. Slavery is forbidden inside the royal capital, yet other large cities still exploit beastmen openly. Generations of cruelty have left plenty of justified anger behind, and a polite hello cannot erase it. Instead of taking the rejection personally, our MC hopes that time and honest actions might eventually let them understand each other. The boy who once distrusted every visitor to his prison knows better than most that trust cannot be demanded on day one. He then notices the final student he has not approached. Charlotte sits with flawless posture and an expression so composed that the sheltered rookie briefly forgets how introductions work. He gathers his courage and says hello. She ignores him completely. Shiro immediately takes offense on his behalf and storms over, accusing the elegant girl of treating him like empty air. Charlotte finally turns, apologizes with perfect calm, and asks whether anyone had actually been speaking to her. When our boy tries again, she coolly states that the two of them have nothing worth discussing. Shiro nearly launches herself across the desk, forcing our MC to restrain his furious girlfriend before Class Z records its first murder during homeroom. Yuri arrives with a bookie just in time to find the rookie already surrounded by new acquaintances, one hostile beastman, one icy noblewoman, and one swordswoman trying to escape his grip. The prince laughs that our boy appears to be getting along with everyone. Shiro says the sight of Yuri's face every day may make her sick, and the cheerful royal accepts the insult like a man who has clearly heard worse before breakfast. He asks both troublemakers to sit because their teacher will arrive soon. With the argument temporarily contained, Yuri offers his hand and welcomes the newcomer as a classmate. Our MC looks across the strangest room in the academy and realizes that his real school life is finally beginning. Class Z has existed for less than a morning and already feels one bad joke away from becoming legendary. Chapter 18 opens 2 weeks after enrollment, and Class Z has somehow survived long enough to experience an ordinary magic lesson. Professor Regis is explaining that water magic reacts with moisture suspended in the air. Our boy listens for approximately 5 seconds before casually raising a hand and suggesting that the same magic should interact with underground water veins. The teacher freezes. That idea does not appear anywhere in the standard lesson, because the Academy wildcard learned it from Tess as if it were basic household knowledge. When he offers to demonstrate, Regis immediately moves the entire class outside. Burn looks ready to treat a water exercise like a festival, while the rookie realizes he may have accidentally rewritten another page of the curriculum. From a distance, Yuri watches the unusual lesson unfold and thinks about his decision to create the Academy's special class. Regis allows gifted students to question the textbook instead of forcing every strange talent into one approved method. The prince is pleased. In only 2 weeks, the royal experiment has become a place where students can learn freely, and his choice of homeroom teacher appears to be paying off. Our MC, meanwhile, is still trying to explain where he learned his impossible technique without mentioning that one of his mothers treats ancient magic like casual bedtime advice. Normal academy life remains a flexible concept around this boy. That peaceful rhythm ends the moment the students return to their classroom. Desks have been overturned, furniture has been smashed, and the room looks as though a furious beast took personal offense at interior design. The smiles vanish. Burn is ready to start punching first and investigating sometime next century, but the young strategist studies the damage before choosing a target. He asks Chi-Sha for help because her analysis magic can turn the wreckage into evidence. She steps into the center of the room, spreads a spell across the entire area, and reconstructs the traces left behind by the intruder. Even our boy is impressed by the size of her analysis field. Chi-Sha admits that she once struggled to examine a single desk, but his after-school tutoring has expanded her control dramatically. That compliment lands harder than any flashy spell. The sheltered powerhouse has spent most of his life being taught by monsters, and now he is beginning to pass those lessons forward. Qisha searches the broken room carefully until two clues separate themselves from the chaos. One is a strand of hair that belongs to nobody in their special class. The other is a set of footprints made by the same academy, shoes worn by their classmates. The vandal may be unknown, but the bastard is definitely another student. Qisha pauses before handing over her findings and explains why this investigation matters so much to her. She was expelled from her own clan for being a halfling with unusually strong magic. Most halflings possess little magical power, so the very talent that should have made her valuable turned her into an outcast. Class Z accepted her anyway. For the first time, being different gives her a way to help people who do not treat her like a mistake. The Academy wildcard listens without pitying her, then accepts the information with genuine gratitude. To him, Qisha is not the class oddball. She is the investigator who just cracked the case, while everyone else was still glaring at broken furniture. She gives him a description of the intruder, but politely declines the upcoming rough part. Qisha handles evidence. Other lunatics in this classroom clearly specialize in property damage negotiations. Byrne, Vocabe, and Meryl immediately volunteer to join the hunt. They are angry about the attack, loyal to their new class, and far too excited by the possibility of sanctioned payback. Our boy leads the group through the academy until they stop outside the elite Class A classroom. When Byrne asks whether he can go all out, their unofficial captain agrees that restraint may no longer be useful and promises to repair whatever they break later. That is responsible leadership, provided nobody asks the building. The door does not open so much as lose an argument with the Class C squad. Byrne blasts the entrance aside. Vocabe and Meryl charge behind him, and the elite students stare at the invasion in disbelief. The red-haired brawler announces that they have come to settle the fight Class A started. Our MC enters at the center of the group, calm enough to make the chaos around him feel deliberate. He explains that their classroom was vandalized, and that they are searching for the culprit. Several students exchange nervous looks. Then Horo steps forward wearing the smug expression of a noble who believes confidence can substitute for innocence. Horo pretends to sympathize while asking why anyone would suspect his class. He argues that Class Z is filled with poor students and people from unimpressive families, so an inside job sounds more likely. The insult hits exactly where he intends it to. Byrne surges forward with murder in his eyes, and our boy catches him before a fist can erase the evidence along with Horo's teeth. Hitting the noble now would let him play the victim. Byrne asks whether they're supposed to stand there and swallow the insult. The Academy wildcard smiles. Of course not. He simply wants Horo to finish digging before they drop the truth on his head. Our MC reaches into his pocket and produces the foreign strand of hair recovered from the ruined classroom. He tells Class A that a friend examined it and confirmed that its owner is not one of his classmates. Horo tries to hide behind appearances, pointing out that another student could share the same color. The young magician answers that they compared the strand's genetic information. Then he notices the noble's blank face and mercifully translates the science into language even an arrogant idiot can understand. Instead of arguing about the hair, he will let the hair identify its owner. A golden magic circle unfolds behind him as he casts time reversal. The loose strand rises from his fingers, retraces its path through the room, and snaps back onto Horo's head. For one glorious second, the noble looks as if reality itself has filed a complaint against him. Every excuse collapses. The spell rewound the object's personal history until it returned to the body it originally belonged to, making Horo the vandal in front of both classes. The spectators recoil. Even advanced magicians rarely touch time. Yet this so-called commoner has just used it to solve a school crime with the confidence of a detective carrying divine surveillance footage. Horo cannot explain the evidence, so he refuses to accept it. Humiliation twists into rage, and the surrounding nobles choose status over common sense. Wands rise across the classroom. Their leader declares that Class A will purge these insolent commoners, apparently deciding that attempted assault is an excellent response to being caught vandalizing school property. Class Z tightens formation around its unofficial captain. Byrne has been waiting for permission since the door exploded. Vocabe stands ready beside him, and Meryl watches for the first attacker foolish enough to move. Our boy gives Class A one final warning. Pointing a wand at another student without cause violates Academy rules and the laws of the kingdom. Since Horo and his friends have openly threatened them, anything Class Z does next qualifies as self-defense. The rookie says it with such calm certainty that the entire room seems to realize the trap 1 second too late. Proof exposed the culprit. The nobles announced their attack in public, and now the people they insulted are legally allowed to answer. He turns toward Byrne and apologizes for keeping him waiting. The red-haired firecracker grins. Our boy tells his classmates they no longer need to hold back, and Chapter 18 ends just as Class A discovers that the letter Z apparently stands for zero mercy. Chapter 19 resumes at the exact moment diplomacy clocks out. Our boy apologizes for keeping Byrne waiting and gives Class Z permission to stop holding back. Horo's followers answer with a barrage of magic, filling the classroom with enough glowing projectiles to turn a school dispute into a small military exercise. Before anyone attacks, the Academy wildcard notices students crowding outside the broken doorway. Innocent spectators could be hit by a stray spell, so protecting them becomes the first priority. Vocabe steps forward, plants himself between the battle and the hallway, and raises a mid-level barrier across the opening. The shield catches every incoming blast. Class A can hardly believe that someone they dismissed as a commoner has blocked several elite students at once with an ordinary mid-tier spell. Their problem is not the spell's rank. Vocabe's control, timing, and ridiculous stability make it far stronger than the nobles expected. Our MC praises him, and the big defender calmly tells Burn to handle the rest. The red-hair brawler needs no second invitation. He gathers fire against his chest, grins like a man receiving the birthday present he requested, and launches his ultimate move. Burn's explosion rips through the attacking formation without touching Vocabe's barrier. Wands fly from noble hands, students stumble backward, and Horo's promised easy victory starts aging terribly. The frightened attackers complain that they cannot fight properly after being disarmed. Meryl hears that excuse and volunteers to make their situation worse. The blue-haired speedster steps into the room with a cheerful smile, tells the retreating students that they started this fight, and warns that nobody gets to back out now. Magic reinforces Meryl's legs. Blue light floods the floor, and the small fighter vanishes before Class A can follow the first step. One attacker swings at empty air. Another turns just in time to miss him from a different direction. Meryl circles the entire formation, taunting them for being slow, while every desperate counterattack hits nothing. The Academy's so-called weaker class is not overpowering its opponents with one giant spell. It is using specialized talents exactly where they matter. Vocabe protects, Burn breaks the formation, and Meryl dismantles whatever remains. Horo can only watch as the classmates he insulted convert teamwork into a public ass-kicking. Meryl finally reappears beside the last standing attacker and wonders whether he moved too quickly. The answer is lying all over the floor. Class A's confidence has collapsed, their formation is gone, and Horo suddenly realizes that the boy walking toward him no longer has anyone left to hide behind. Our MC advances through the wrecked classroom with a cold expression. Horo scrambles backward, raises both hands, and begs him not to come any closer. The noble who threatened to purge commoners has discovered a powerful new interest in peaceful conflict resolution. The Academy wildcard grabs Horo by the collar and reminds him who started the violence. Horo tries to rewrite the situation, acting as though Class Z has become the villain merely because his side lost. Our boy refuses to let that lie survive. The attack, the vandalism, and the insults all happened in front of witnesses. When Horo finally admits he was wrong, the apology is aimed only at the person holding him off the floor. He promises to do anything for forgiveness, but the young warrior looks past him toward everyone watching. An apology offered only to the strongest opponent is not remorse. Our MC says Horo must answer to the entire class he targeted. He can tolerate people speaking badly about him, because insults are cheap and his self-worth was forged by two women capable of terrifying continence. Hurting his friends is different. The sheltered boy who entered school hoping to make connections now has people he openly chooses to protect. Horo managed to discover that boundary and sprint across it wearing expensive shoes. The rookie drives the lesson home with one decisive throw. Horo crashes through the already damaged classroom wall and lands flat among the rubble. Silence follows. Then Class Z looks at one another, raises their hands, and celebrates the victory together. The moment is brief, because Yuri arrives and sees a classroom that now has fewer walls than when the argument began. The prince's face turns into the expression of a man watching 3 years of royal paperwork materialize in real time. Yuri screams that they went much too far. He looked away for one moment and returned to an indoor battlefield, a defeated noble, and a crowd of witnesses who will spread the story before lunch. Burn points out that the elite students attacked first. Our boy tells him to shut up before honesty becomes an additional criminal charge. Fortunately, the evidence supports the defenders. Horo's group vandalized their room, threatened them publicly, and cast the first spells, so Yuri believes he can smooth over the incident with the Academy and the king. That does not mean their unofficial captain escapes a lecture. One wrong move could have injured bystanders or transformed a disciplinary case into a political disaster. Yuri asks them to think about his stomach before demolishing another classroom. Class Z gives the exhausted prince an awkward apology, and he finally tells everyone to call it a day. Later, our MC finds Yuri slumped over a desk after handling the aftermath through the night. The victory feels less funny when he sees how much work his friend absorbed to protect the class. He promises that the next crisis will come with advance warning, which is not quite the same as promising there will be no next crisis. The following day, the rest of Class Z returns to training while the Academy wildcard steps outside for a quiet walk. Peace lasts until an unfamiliar student appears near the doorway and asks whether he is the rumored newcomer. The stranger introduces himself as a student named Cheyenne. Unlike Horo, he approaches politely, carries no visible anger, and radiates an unsettling calm that our boy cannot classify. The rookie returns the greeting, but his instincts keep whispering that this friendly upperclassman is far more dangerous than he looks. Cheyenne admits that curiosity brought him here. News of the Class A raid has already reached the second years, who are apparently treating yesterday's destruction like the hottest show on campus. Our MC looks embarrassed that his second week of school has already generated a named incident. Cheyenne laughs and says that energy is good, but his playful tone soon disappears. He warns the younger student against believing that strength will make everything unfold according to his wishes. The world contains countless beings more powerful and terrifying than any academy student. Cheyenne speaks as though he has met some of them personally. A strange pressure gathers around him, and for the first time since arriving at school, our boy cannot read the person standing in front of him. The warning does not feel like ordinary senior advice. It feels like one hidden monster quietly checking the measurements of another. Still, the rookie does not become frightened or defensive. He thanks Cheyenne and says he already understands the gap between confidence and invincibility. After all, he knows two people far stronger than himself. Testarossa and Rio were his teachers, guardians, and brutally effective answer to any ego he might have developed. Compared with the Dragon Queen and Demon Queen waiting inside the infinite prison, an undefeated school reputation means absolutely nothing. The Two Mommies power scale remains a savage piece of character development. Cheyenne studies the answer, smiles, and decides his concern was unnecessary. He says goodbye and walks away as casually as he arrived. Our boy watches him leave, still unable to identify the aura surrounding the mysterious senior. Cheyenne also glances back, equally intrigued by a first year who accepted a threat-shaped warning without fear or arrogance. Neither reveals what he truly sensed. Chapter 19 ends with both students moving in opposite directions, each convinced that the other is extremely strange, and the academy quietly placing two dangerous unknowns on the same board. Chapter 20 opens after the academy's newest demolition expert finally finishes helping with the damage. Our boy drops onto his bed, completely exhausted. Repairing the classroom was apparently the true final boss of the Class A raid. Still, the spectacle accomplished one useful thing. After watching Class Z defend itself in public, the rest of the academy should think twice before treating its students like disposable targets. With that small victory secured, the rookie closes his eyes and expects several hours of peaceful sleep. Instead, he wakes on a hard floor surrounded by endless white space. His bed, blanket, and room have vanished. The sleepy confusion disappears when he recognizes the impossible landscape. Somehow, the academy wildcard has returned to the infinite prison. He panics, checks the empty horizon, and immediately searches for the two women who raised him. Testarossa and Rio should be the strongest presences anywhere in this realm. Yet his magic detection finds neither of them. That silence is more frightening than any monster he has met at school. Before panic can take over, an unfamiliar voice asks him to calm down. A silver-haired woman sits beside a small table as though tea parties inside cosmic prisons are perfectly normal. She confirms that this really is the infinite prison and politely invites him to sit. Our MC senses no hostility, but he also cannot read her strength. Considering his recent encounter with Cheyenne, mysterious people hiding their power are becoming an annoyingly regular part of his education. The stranger pours a warm drink and tells him to settle his nerves. He accepts the cup carefully, tastes it, and discovers that the tea is genuinely delicious. The peaceful little table makes the reunion feel less like an abduction and more like the universe scheduling an extremely suspicious afternoon break. Once he relaxes, he asks the obvious question. Who is she? The woman introduces herself as Oga. She explains that the Hero Oga entrusted her with management of the infinite prison. That connection makes our boy bow instinctively, because anyone chosen by the legendary hero deserves caution and respect. Oga gently stops the formality. She says she is not his enemy, but the young warrior remains alert until she explains why he's been pulled back into this realm. Oga reveals that his return was triggered by a broken seal. When the rookie came into contact with Shero's sword in the real world, he touched one of Oga's relics. The mysterious energy he felt inside that weapon was not his imagination. It released one of the bindings connected to the prison. That means the hero's relics and this sealed dimension are parts of the same mechanism. The revelation changes everything. If every relic can unlock another seal, gathering them may eventually open the infinite prison completely. Our boy realizes that cooperating with Shero and the other relic holders could be far more practical than wandering the world in search of a hero whose location remains unknown. For the first time, rescuing his two guardians is no longer a vague dream. It has become a mission with actual steps. Then a contradiction hits him. Uka claims to manage the prison, yet she is openly explaining how to break it. He asks why its caretaker would help someone destroy the seals she was entrusted to protect. Her answer turns the entire mystery upside down. The infinite prison has already fulfilled its original purpose. Its continued existence is the real anomaly, because the reason for keeping it sealed ended long ago. Our MC demands to know what that means. He also asks why Oga sealed the Demon Queen and Dragon Queen here in the first place. Oka's calm expression darkens, but she refuses to answer. She is not authorized to reveal that part of the truth. The rookie pleads, even offering to do anything, but the administrator will not violate the restriction. Whatever happened between Oga, Testarossa, and Rio is locked behind more than magic. So our boy asks for the information she can provide. Oka explains that the body standing before her is spiritual. His physical body is still asleep safely in the academy, and he can return whenever the connection ends. She brought his spirit here for one reason: training. Her current mission is to help him grow strong enough to break the remaining seals. With one motion, Oka produces a sword and tells him to summon his own. Because this body is made from spirit, imagination can create the weapon directly. Our boy pictures Shero's relic, reaches forward, and a golden blade forms in his hands. The result surprises even him. Oka asks whether he is ready, but her posture already provides the answer. Tea time is over, and the cosmic caretaker has switched the lesson plan to attempted murder. Oka attacks without a countdown. Her sword flashes past the rookie's head, and he barely throws himself aside. Only after nearly separating his spirit from its neck does she mention the important rule. If his spiritual body dies here, his real body will never wake up. Our boy quite reasonably screams that this information belonged at the beginning of the lesson. Oka responds that anyone killed by the opening strike would have died sooner or later anyway. Apparently, the Infinite Prison does not employ a student welfare department. The next assault proves that she is completely serious. Her speed, strength, and sword control rival the two queens who trained him, while the sharpness of her technique may be even greater. He blocks one strike, retreats from another, and realizes that raw reaction speed is the only thing keeping him alive. Oka notices the same weakness. His physical instincts are excellent, but his formal swordsmanship lacks refinement because Testarossa and Rio trained him more broadly than a dedicated blade master would. The criticism does not break his confidence. He may not match Oka's pure technique, but the lessons of his guardians still live inside his body. Their silhouettes rise in his memory as he grips the golden sword and activates the fourth attack form of his qigong technique, Brilliant Awakening. Energy floods his limbs, sharpens his senses, and drives a powerful counterattack toward the silver-haired administrator. Oka blocks it and immediately understands the method. He is using qigong to enhance his physical abilities instead of relying only on magic. The discovery excites her. If the student can already survive at this speed, she sees no reason to continue being gentle. Her next movement vanishes from his sight completely. A storm of sword strikes surrounds him before his eyes can track a single step. The Academy wildcard is driven backward, bruised and breathing hard, but he refuses to surrender. He calls on ultimate body enhancement and forces even more power through his spiritual form. Golden energy erupts around him. For a moment, his defense becomes strong enough to meet Oka's blade directly, yet she still slips through his timing and turns aside every desperate slash. Our boy changes tactics. He combines magic with his strengthened body and unleashes true dimensional slash. The golden sword carves through the space between them, wrapping the attack in violent energy. Oka meets it without retreating. She praises strength that is not trapped inside one rigid form, then answers with her own technique. Braveheart style, cherry blossom assault. Pink light blooms across the white prison. Their blades collide again and again, showering the battlefield with gold sparks and petals. The rookie pushes through the barrage, absorbs the punishment, and waits for one opening. When Oka finally shifts her weight, he commits everything to a last strike. His sword reaches her guard and lands the smallest touch before his body runs out of power. The young warrior collapses, frustrated that he needed only a little more time. Oka catches him before he hits the ground. She admits that she never expected him to touch her at all and praises the courage packed inside his small body. This was not a victory, but it was enough to prove that the queens raised someone capable of carrying their hope. Golden light gathers around the exhausted student while cherry blossoms drift through the air. Oka blesses him and wishes that many people will stand beside him when the burden becomes too heavy. She is no longer speaking like a detached jailer. She is entrusting him with a mission she cannot complete herself. As his spirit begins returning to the real world, the administrator gives one final message. She is counting on him because the fate of the world now rests in his hands. Chapter 21 begins with our boy waking in his academy bed and discovering that every muscle in his body feels personally offended. Oka's spiritual beatdown left no wounds, yet the soreness followed him home like an unpaid bill. That confirms the strange trip was real and that only his spirit entered the infinite prison. More importantly, the duel exposed a weakness he can no longer ignore. By balancing magic with qigong, he managed to activate true dimensional slash for the first time. The technique was powerful enough to reach Oka, but it emptied his tank almost immediately. Against an opponent near his own level, that explosive combination could decide a fight. Against somebody stronger, one glorious swing followed by unconsciousness is a pretty terrible strategy. The missing piece is formal swordsmanship. Testarossa and Rio taught him how to survive almost anything, but neither turned him into a dedicated blade specialist. Oka's precise defense showed how much efficiency matters when raw power stops being enough. Our MC decides he needs proper technique before the next monster treats his ultimate move like a warm-up exercise. Even on the class's day off, the Class C students are scattered around campus improving themselves. The former shut-in is impressed by their discipline, although he admits there is not much entertainment available at this academy anyway. While searching the grounds, he spots Ibuki resting under a tree in her usual armor. Apparently Yuri threw her out of the workroom again, which means the proud knight has been temporarily defeated by office hours. Our boy asks for a minute and gets straight to the point. He wants Ibuki to teach him swordsmanship. The request surprises her because his fighting ability is already absurd without a blade. She suggests asking Shiro, whose offensive sword style would suit his aggressive power. The rookie plans to learn from Shiro too, but he wants a second foundation. Shiro specializes in attack, while Ibuki's family style is built around defense. Learning both would let him strike without leaving every opening in the universe behind him. Once she understands the goal, Ibuki agrees enthusiastically. She offers to teach him the sacred blade of national protection, a defensive tradition passed down through her family. Our boy thanks her, but the arrangement immediately becomes a trade. In exchange for sword lessons, the armored student wants him to teach her magic. He agrees without hesitation, though the request catches him off guard. Ibuki admits that watching everyone work so hard has changed her. She used to slack off whenever possible, but Class Z's stubborn effort makes her believe she can improve too. Our boy smiles and proposes that they become stronger together. Ibuki promises to do her best in moderation, instantly draining half the heroic energy from the moment. He protests. She asks whether moderation is somehow insufficient, and the two settle the matter with the sort of headbutt diplomacy only close classmates could survive. The training deal begins paying off. During his next spiritual visit, our boy meets Uka's sword with cleaner timing and a far steadier guard. Steel crashes against golden energy as the administrator tests the changes herself. She smiles and admits that he has improved. The rookie credits the good teachers around him, remembering the classmates who have been drilling sword fundamentals into his body instead of merely cheering from the sidelines. Uka approves of that attitude and calls for a break before the lesson becomes another near-death marathon. He returns to the table, because apparently attempted murder and elegant refreshments are a package deal in this prison. Once they sit, our MC finally asks why Testarossa and Rio never appear during these visits. If this is truly the infinite prison, he cannot understand why the two people he came to save are missing. Uka explains that the prison is divided into separate layers. The realm he is visiting now is the first layer, the section closest to the real world. Testarossa and Rio are imprisoned much deeper, inside the third and deepest layer. That answer reveals a second layer our boy has never seen. He immediately asks whether someone is sealed there as well. The administrator confirms that another person exists on that level, but the identity is classified. She is forbidden to say who waits between her realm and the queen's prison. Our boy hates the answer, yet he has already learned that Uka's restrictions are absolute. The prison is not one locked room. It is a three-stage mystery, and every stage appears to have its own resident, purpose, and secret. Then Uka changes the subject. She has heard that he became acquainted with a descendant of the hero in the outside world. Our boy realizes she means Shiro and proudly calls the pink-haired swordswoman a close friend. The description needs a little context because their friendship began with a false accusation and a public duel. Uka quietly points out that this is an extremely hostile way to meet somebody. Fair assessment. The rookie defends Shiro immediately. Beneath the aggression, she is lonely, sincere, and driven by a powerful desire to help others. He remembers her courage, her cheerful support, and the way she keeps pushing forward despite the burden attached to her bloodline. In his eyes, she is a cute and genuinely kind girl, even if her introductions occasionally involve a sword aimed at his face. Uka listens with visible relief. Hearing that Oga's descendant is living happily matters to her far more than she first admits. Our boy adds that Shiro's brightness has saved him too. The old connection between Uka and the legendary hero remains hidden, but her gentle smile makes one fact clear. She still cares deeply about what became of his family. Golden particles begin lifting from our boy's body as the spiritual connection weakens. Nearly 6 hours have passed inside the infinite prison, and his return to the academy can no longer be delayed. Uka tells him to keep training after he wakes. He thanks her for the lesson and prepares to leave, but the administrator stops him with a final warning. Her expression turns serious as she tells him to be wary of the Genesis cult. She cannot explain the organization, its members, or its purpose. However, anyone attempting to free Testarossa and Rio will inevitably cross paths with them. The warning transforms the relic hunt from a rescue mission into a collision course with an enemy that already understands the prison better than he does. Uka advises him against digging carelessly for answers. Learning too much, too quickly, could expose him before he is ready to defend himself. She is not telling him to abandon the truth. She is telling him that curiosity without preparation can get a person killed. The cult may already be watching the hero's relics, their owners, and anyone capable of breaking a seal. Our MC accepts the warning without surrendering to fear. He now has defensive sword training, allies who are becoming stronger beside him, and a clearer picture of the prison structure. Those advantages will have to be enough until the hidden enemy finally shows its face. As his spirit fades from the first layer, Uka watches from her chair and quietly asks him to be careful. The chapter closes with the name Genesis cult hanging over his mission like a blade nobody can see yet. Chapter 22 opens on the Academy's day off, and our boy is suffering from the most dangerous enemy he has faced all week, boredom. The campus is quiet, his classmates already have plans, and even Shero is busy elsewhere. He realizes too late that spending years in isolation did absolutely nothing for his social calendar. By lunchtime, hunger finally gives him a mission. He heads into town to find a restaurant and hopefully prevent his stomach from declaring war. That simple plan dies when he notices a crowd gathered around an angry argument. Knights and townspeople surround a gray-haired beastman student while a merchant shouts at him. The rookie recognizes the voice immediately. The accused student is Wolf, his aggressive Class Z classmate, and seeing him anywhere outside the classroom is already unusual enough to demand attention. Our MC steps closer and asks what happened. A guard warns him to keep his distance, because Wolf has been furious from the beginning. When a young warrior explains that the Beastman is his classmate, the guards ask him to help calm the situation. Their responsibility arrives at exactly the wrong moment. Wolf is already yelling that he found the item and never stole anything, while the merchant insists there is no other possible culprit. The accusation quickly becomes uglier. The merchant uses Wolf's race as proof of guilt and declares that Beastmen cannot be trusted. Wolf's temper explodes, and he nearly turns the argument into a brawl. Our boy jumps between them before fists make a bad situation even worse. Wolf is shocked to see him and demands to know why the hell he is there. Apparently, friendship is difficult when one participant greets concern like a personal attack. After forcing everyone to calm down, the Academy wildcard asks for the complete story. The merchant introduces himself as Marcus and explains that his shop was burglarized. He stepped away briefly, returned to shattered glass, and discovered that every expensive item had vanished. After reporting the crime, Marcus searched the surrounding streets and found Wolf holding one piece of the stolen merchandise. Wolf repeats that he merely picked it up. Marcus refuses to believe him and argues that a robbery this large must have involved accomplices. He demands the location of the remaining goods, while the crowd treats the accusation like a finished verdict. From their perspective, a beastman holding stolen property is all the proof they need. Our boy studies the scene more carefully. The evidence is suspicious, but it is incomplete. Nobody saw Wolf enter the shop, carry the haul, or meet another thief. The stolen object proves contact with the crime. It does not explain how the object reached him. Unfortunately, prejudice has already filled every missing step in the story. Discrimination against beastmen remains deeply rooted throughout the kingdom. Laws can forbid the behavior, but they cannot erase generations of fear overnight. Wolf's anger makes him appear dangerous, and that appearance becomes another excuse for people to ignore what he is saying. At this rate, the guards could arrest him before anyone searches for evidence that points somewhere else. The rookie makes a decision. He announces that he will find the real culprit. Marcus and the guards stare at him as if the words came from another planet, because they already believe the thief is standing in front of them. Wolf looks equally confused. He is used to humans accusing him, not volunteering to test whether his story is true. Our MC asks Wolf how confident he is in his legs. The Beastman bristles at the question and boasts that he will never lose a race to a human. That is all the answer the young mage needs. He casts a wide area smoke screen, flooding the street with a thick white cloud before anyone can stop him. The respectable investigation has officially entered its fugitive arc. While the merchant and guards cough blindly, our boy grabs Wolf's hand and pulls him through the confusion. The two sprint into an alley, climb onto the rooftops, and disappear before the smoke clears. Behind them, Marcus erupts at the knights for letting the suspect escape. The guards promise to search immediately, but they quickly realize the fugitives are students from the Magic Academy. That clue gives them a powerful person to contact at the royal castle. If the Academy is involved, they intend to request help from someone with enough authority to track the pair. Our boy has bought time, but he has also upgraded a street argument into the kind of mess that will eventually land on Yuri's desk. She keeps throwing people out of her office, yet somehow the paperwork keeps finding new ways back inside. Once the rooftops are quiet, Wolf asks what the hell his classmate is thinking. Running from the knights makes both of them look guilty, and the entire order may come after the rookie too. Our MC remains calm. They only need to locate the real culprit before the guards catch up. Returning with evidence will solve the problem far better than standing in the street while Marcus shouts over every answer. Wolf does not trust the explanation. He demands to know why a human would risk himself and asks what scheme is hiding behind the rescue. The suspicion is personal, but it is also learned. Every human wolf has known eventually look down on beastmen, so kindness feels like bait attached to an invisible hook. The Academy wildcard gives him the simplest answer possible. They are classmates, which means they are friends. Wolf freezes. He has spent every school morning glaring at this cheerful idiot, yet the smile never disappears. The answer is so direct that he cannot decide whether it is brave, stupid, or both. Our boy does not demand immediate trust. He simply accepts the risk and starts working on the only thing that can clear Wolf's name: evidence. First, they will return to the place where Wolf found the stolen object. If the real thief dropped it while escaping, traces may still point toward the rest of the hall. The pair crosses the rooftops and reaches the alley where Wolf discovered the merchandise. The area appears empty, and ordinary footprints or tracks have already vanished. Our MC asks whether Wolf still carries the object he picked up. After a moment of confusion, the Beastman produces a small green bottle marked with an unfamiliar emblem. The rookie borrows it and activates magic analysis. Blue windows and glowing symbols spread across the alley as the spell examines the bottle's remaining magical residue. Wolf watches in open disbelief. A few moments earlier, he expected manipulation. Now his classmate is calmly turning discarded evidence into a map. The spell detects a trail and reveals the direction taken by whoever carried the bottle before Wolf found it. Our boy explains that the technique came from Chi-Sha, the halfling student in Class Z, who is far more skilled with analysis magic, though his lessons were enough to make this investigation possible. Another classmate's specialty has become the bridge between two people who still struggle to understand each other. Wolf is impressed despite himself. The Academy's so-called failures keep producing exactly the abilities the outside world overlooks. The bookie strengthens defense, Chi-Sha extracts information, and our MC combines those lessons whenever brute force would create a worse problem. Class Z is slowly becoming a toolbox full of dangerous weirdos, and today the weirdos are doing detective work. With the trail glowing ahead, the young mage tells Wolf they need to move. The real thieves have a head start. The knights are searching, and every wasted minute makes the accusation harder to undo. He races down the alley without waiting for permission. Wolf hesitates only once before chasing after him, shouting that he is coming too. That choice matters. Wolf has not suddenly forgotten years of discrimination, and one rescue cannot erase every reason he distrusts humans. Still, a classmate accepted arrest, public suspicion, and Yuri's inevitable fury when walking away would have been easier. For the first time, Wolf is following a human because the evidence points forward and because that human chose to stand beside him. The chapter ends with the unlikely pair running after the magical trail. Somewhere ahead, the real thieves are carrying the rest of Marcus's merchandise. Somewhere behind, the knights are closing in. Our boy now has to solve a robbery before both sides catch him, which is a wonderfully efficient way to turn a boring lunch break into a kingdom-sized headache. Chapter 23 opens with our boy and Wolf racing through town after the magical trail. The rookie is honestly impressed by the Beastman's speed. Wolf might be rough around the edges, but those legs were apparently built by a very angry engineer. Unfortunately for him, his human classmate is still keeping pace without much trouble. Wolf notices that relaxed expression and immediately takes it as a declaration of war. He complains that no human should be able to run this fast, so the Academy wildcard cheerfully suggests going even faster. The friendly investigation turns into an unofficial death race, and Wolf refuses to lose after bragging about his speed only minutes earlier. The two tear across the rooftops until the glowing trail finally descends toward the edge of town. By the time they stop, Wolf is breathing hard while our MC still looks far too pleased with himself. The Beastman has just learned an important lesson. Never challenge the cheerful weirdo whose hobbies include training until common sense files a restraining order. Their destination is an ordinary wooden warehouse. It does not look like the headquarters of criminal masterminds, but magic analysis is clear. The bottle passed through this location, and the magical residue leads directly inside. If the remaining merchandise is anywhere nearby, this building is their strongest lead. Our boy returns the green bottle to Wolf and studies the entrance. Wolf remains suspicious of the place. A random warehouse hiding at the end of stolen items trail feels less like good luck and more like the opening scene of an ambush. Still, they cannot clear his name from the street. The proof they need is probably behind that door. The rookie reaches for the handle and prepares to enter. Before he can open it, a familiar voice orders him to wait. Both boys turn around, and there stands Shero, looking annoyed enough to make the entire escape plan feel suddenly less impressive. Shero marches over and demands an explanation. Our MC asks whether she followed them, but she corrects him immediately. She used detection magic to predict their route and arrived ahead of them. Apparently the boys were having the most intense race of their lives, while Shero quietly activated fantasy GPS and skipped the traffic. Getting ahead of them was still difficult, which confirms just how fast they were moving. More importantly, her arrival is connected to the knights. Shero spent the day at the royal castle, serving as a technical instructor for the soldiers. During the lesson, the guards suddenly requested her help with an investigation. They described a black-haired Magic Academy student who had escaped with a beastman at ridiculous speed. That description was not exactly subtle. There is only one Academy student talented enough to transform a lunch break into a royal incident this efficiently. Wolf assumes Shero came to arrest them. He tenses immediately and asks whether the knights sent her to drag both fugitives back. She gives the rookie one long look, sighs, and says she should have guessed he had buried himself in another troublesome situation. Our boy cannot even deny it. He quickly explains the accusation against Wolf, the missing merchandise, the bottle in the alley, and a magical trail leading to the warehouse. Shero listens without interrupting. Once the story is complete, she agrees to help them investigate. The rookie celebrates as if he never doubted her and throws his arms around her. Shiro turns bright red and asks what the hell he is doing in front of everyone. He tells her there is no reason to be shy, which is an excellent strategy if the goal is to make an embarrassed swordswoman even more dangerous. Wolf watches the strange reunion before asking the question that actually matters. Why is Shiro helping him too? She is the descendant of a legendary hero. Standing beside an accused beastman could damage her reputation, especially when most citizens already treat his race as guilty before hearing the facts. Shiro rejects that logic completely. Abandoning someone who needs help would disgrace a hero's name far more than assisting a beastman ever could. A reputation built on ignoring injustice is worthless, no matter how famous the family behind it may be. Wolf struggles to process the answer. First, a human classmate risked arrest to defend him. Now the hero's descendant is treating his innocence like something worth protecting. He asks whether kindness really works that's simply for them, and Shiro tells him there's nothing else to worry about. She also admits that discrimination against beastmen is not entirely distant from her own life. She understands what it means to be judged through blood, ancestry, and labels before anyone bothers to see the person underneath. The details can wait. Right now, that shared understanding is enough. With all three finally aligned, Shiro ends the discussion. They will enter the warehouse, locate the stolen goods, and clear Wolf's name as quickly as possible. The beastman agrees, though his expression says he is still adjusting to the terrifying discovery that Class Z may contain genuinely decent people. The trio opens the warehouse doors and steps inside. Instead of an empty storage room, they find shelves, crates, sacks, weapons, jewelry, magical items, and enough expensive merchandise to fund a small kingdom's midlife crisis. The interior is far larger than the outside suggested. Wolf stares at the collection in disbelief. RMC examines the room, while Shiro moves toward the piled valuables. Nothing here resembles ordinary warehouse stock. Different types of goods have been thrown together without records, owners, or any legitimate reason for being hidden behind an unmarked door. The evidence is overwhelming. They have discovered a storage site used by a large group of thieves, and Marcus's stolen merchandise is probably only one tiny piece of the operation. What began as an attempt to clear a classmate has dragged them into a criminal network with enough loot to suggest years of successful robberies. Even the rookie realizes the situation has become dangerous. Shiro recommends leaving immediately and reporting the location to the Knights. They already have the proof Wolf needs, and fighting an unknown number of criminals inside their own base would be unnecessarily reckless. That sensible plan arrives several seconds too late. The warehouse doors slam shut behind them. Hidden panels open around the room. Weapons slide into view, and armed thieves emerge from every direction. The three students turn back to back as the gang closes the circle. One man steps through the crowd, wearing enough gold to look like the jewelry shelf developed legs. He laughs at the intruders and says he expected the Knights to discover the warehouse eventually. Instead, three academy students wander directly into his hands. The stranger introduces himself as Guillaume, leader of the gang and a well-known figure in the underworld. His confidence matches the size of the operation. This is no desperate pickpocket protecting a single stolen bottle. He commands the people surrounding them and has built a fortune by stealing from across the city. Our boy studies the leader, the armed thieves, and the mountains of merchandise. The amount of stolen property is almost unbelievable. He cannot allow the gang to keep it, but recovering everything now means surviving the trap first. Guillaume pauses when he sees the rookie's face. Something about the black-haired student feels familiar. Then recognition arrives, and the thief's confusion turns into a grin. Today, he says, must be his lucky day. The gang was already searching for this exact boy, and their target has walked into the warehouse without needing to be captured. The rookie came here to solve Wolf's robbery, only to discover that the thieves have a separate reason for wanting him. The chapter ends with our MC surrounded, Shiro and Wolf at his side, and Guillaume smiling like the ambush has already succeeded. The stolen bottle led them to the real criminals, but it also delivered the criminals' target straight to their front door. For once, the investigation worked a little too damn well. Chapter 24 resumes with Guillaume celebrating his ridiculous luck. The gang have been searching for our boy, and their target walked into the warehouse with two friends and politely closed the distance for them. Even criminals occasionally receive express delivery. The rookie demands to know what he means, but Wolf has a more immediate concern. He points at the stolen merchandise and accuses the gang of robbing Marcus's shop. That theft is the reason an entire street treated him like a criminal before anyone bothered to investigate. Guillaume barely remembers the incident. After thinking for a moment, he admits that one of his men stole from a general store earlier that day. The missing merchandise is sitting in a pile with the rest of the loot. To him, the robbery was so routine that the innocent beastman blamed for it never entered the calculation. Wolf's last doubt disappears. These are the real thieves, and Guillaume's casual confession turns his frustration into fury. He endured public humiliation and nearly lost his freedom because this gang tossed one bottle into an alley and continued with its day. The leader offers a fake apology, but every word makes the situation worse. He calls Wolf a little boy and suggests finding him a new owner, speaking about the Beastman as if he were merchandise. Wolf immediately understands the implication and demands to know what the bastard is saying. Guillaume explains without shame. The gang does more than steal valuables. It also traffics people, and beastmen are profitable captives because wealthy buyers prize their strength and endurance. He wants to make as much money as possible before the kingdom tightens its regulations. The warehouse suddenly looks even uglier. The weapons, jewelry, and magical items are only the visible inventory. Human lives have passed through the same criminal network, reduced to prices by a man wearing stolen gold around his neck. Wolf explodes at the insult and prepares to charge. His anger is completely justified, but attacking blindly would give Guillaume exactly the opening he wants. Our MC grabs him and orders him to stop before rage turns the 3 students into easy targets. Shero supports the warning. Guillaume is scum, and treating his words like truth gives him power he has not earned. Wolf should save his strength for the fight, rather than letting the trafficker control his decisions. Unfortunately, Wolf's anger is no longer aimed at one man. Years of discrimination rush back at once, and he lashes out at both classmates. Humans always look down on beastmen, so he assumes their kindness must hide the same disgust. In his mind, the smiles, rescue, and promises are temporary masks that will eventually fall away. Our boy answers without hesitation. Neither he nor Shero thinks Wolf is filthy or inferior. They have already risked arrest, followed the evidence, and entered a criminal warehouse beside him. Those choices say more than any speech Guillaume could twist. The direct answer finally reaches Wolf. His shoulders loosen, and the rage in his eyes begins to settle. Shero watches him carefully, while the rookie confirms that he has calmed down. The Beastman still carries years of pain, but for one moment he allows 2 humans to stand beside him without expecting betrayal. That is when our MC turns back toward Guillaume. The Academy wildcard announces that insulting his friend has a price, and he intends to collect it. Wolf freezes again, though this time the shock is different. The cheerful idiot did not call him a suspect, responsibility, or temporary ally. He called him a friend in front of everyone. Guillaume laughs at the threat and orders one of his thugs to handle the brat. He also warns the man not to damage their target because valuable captives bring higher prices. The gang leader has just made the fascinating decision to threaten every person in the room while standing within punching distance. A large thug advances and reaches for the rookie's face. Our boy remains perfectly calm. The moment those fingers come close, he catches the hand and applies diamond shell. Finger clutch. The thug's confidence disappears so quickly it deserves its own magic effect. One twist sends the attacker to the floor, clutching his injured hand. The technique is precise, fast, and deliberately controlled. Our MC does not need to destroy the warehouse or unleash his strongest spell to prove the difference between them. He asks Shero and Wolf to step aside for a moment, then faces the remaining gang. Guillaume raises a gun, but the barrel visibly shakes. The rookie notices and calls him out, which only humiliates the leader further. Guillaume screams at every armed thief to fire. Men around the warehouse lift their guns toward the 3 students. The gang has abandoned intimidation and moved directly to an execution attempt, apparently believing that enough bullets can solve the problem their courage could not. Our boy lifts one hand and chooses a defensive technique suited to the crowded warehouse. Qigong technique, second defense form. Celestial barrier activates around the trio. A glowing blue dome forms before the first volley reaches them. Bullets crash against the barrier from every direction. The shield absorbs the entire attack without allowing a single shot through to Shero or Wolf. The Beastman stares in disbelief. He has never seen a defensive technique shaped with this level of control, especially from the classmate everyone once called talentless. The thieves keep firing until their weapons click empty. Celestial barrier remains standing, the students remain untouched, and the criminals have helpfully announced that their ammunition is gone. Our MC could not have requested a cleaner invitation to counterattack. He drops the shield and tells Shero and Wolf to move, with one important condition: do not damage the stolen goods. They came here to recover evidence, not transform Marcus's merchandise into extremely expensive confetti. The trio launches forward. The rookie knocks armed men away from the shelves, Shero cuts through attacks with controlled sword strikes, and Wolf finally releases his anger on people who actually earned it. For the first time, the Beastman is fighting beside classmates instead of assuming everyone around him is an enemy. Their coordination shocks the gang. Each student covers the other's blind spots without needing long instructions. When one thief aims at Shero, our MC intercepts him. When another closes on the rookie, Wolf attacks from the side. Shero creates openings that both boys exploit immediately. The criminals thought they had trapped 3 academy failures. Instead, they're being dismantled by a team whose skills fit together almost perfectly. Class Z has gone from the school's garbage bin to a traveling demonstration of why labels are dangerous. Bodies hit the floor, weapons scatter, and the surviving thieves retreat from the students they now call monsters. Guillaume's confidence collapses with his operation. The warehouse still holds the stolen merchandise, but almost nobody remains capable of protecting it. One gunman refuses to surrender. Desperate to take at least one student down with him, he hides behind the chaos, loads a final round, and aims at Wolf's unguarded side. The beastman is watching the enemy in front of him and never sees the barrel. The shot fires. RMC turns at the sound and sees the bullet crossing the warehouse. He shouts Wolf's name and reaches toward him, but the round is already too close. The chapter ends before the impact is revealed. Red fills the final panel while the rookie's warning hangs in the air. Wolf finally accepted that these humans might be his friends, and seconds later one of them may have to prove how far that friendship can go. Chapter 25 opens inside Wolf's memory. Before the academy, the young beastman answers a late-night invitation from people he believes are his friends. They complain that he kept them waiting, tease him for arriving late, and lead him toward an isolated building while pretending the meeting is harmless. Wolf senses that something is strange, but he follows them through the door. The room is crowded with unfamiliar men, and the friendly atmosphere disappears the moment he steps inside. His companions quietly move away, leaving him alone in the center like an item delivered to the correct address. The confused beastman asks who these people are. Instead of answering, one of his supposed friends pats him on the shoulder, tells him to take care, and walks out. The betrayal is so casual that Wolf needs several seconds to understand what just happened. An armed trafficker explains it for him. The humans Wolf trusted arranged the entire meeting and sold him to the group for money. They were never bringing him to a party or helping him find work. They were handing a beastman over to buyers and collecting their reward. The criminals call Wolf lucky. Wealthy customers pay well for strong beastmen, so they claim a new master will give him a better life. It is the kind of rotten sales pitch that turns kidnapping into charity and expects the victim to say thank you. Wolf refuses to believe it at first. Those people laughed with him, invited him out, and called themselves his friends. The trafficker destroys the final excuse by explaining that everyone benefits. The humans receive money, the buyers receive property, and Wolf loses the freedom nobody in that room values. That night changes the meaning of friendship for him. Trust led him directly into a cage, while smiling humans stood close enough to watch the door close. The memory becomes a promise that he will never let anyone deceive him that way again. His hatred did not appear from nowhere. It grew from betrayal, trafficking, and years of being treated as less than human. By the time he reaches the academy, suspicion has become armor, and pushing people away feels safer than discovering another price attached to their kindness. The memory snaps back to the warehouse just as the final bullet races toward Wolf. He never saw the gunman aiming at his blind side, but our MC did. The rookie crosses the distance, throws himself between them, and takes the shot meant for the beastman. Wolf catches him as the impact drives them forward. For one stunned moment, the boy who swore never to trust a human is holding a human who just placed his own body in front of Bullet. Shero rushes over, demanding to know whether their resident chaos magnet is hurt. Wolf cannot process the decision. He asks why anyone would protect somebody who openly declared that he hates humans. He and the rookie are barely friends, so the sacrifice contradicts every lesson his past taught him. Our boy answers that Wolf resembles everyone in Class C. Each student was born with an ability society considered strange or shameful. Some had talents their families could not understand. Others lacked gifts their own people expected. They were rejected by the communities that should have accepted them first. Many ran away, searching for somewhere they could exist without apologizing. Class Z may be the Academy's failure class, but its students understand isolation. The rookie no longer feels alone. His mentors gave him direction, and his classmates became the place he spent years searching for. Their room is full of weirdos and walking property damage, but it is still a home. He wants the same refuge for Wolf. The Academy wildcard protects him freely and asks the Beastman to stop measuring every new person by the humans who betrayed him. The words force Wolf to confront an uncomfortable truth. Humans judged every Beastman by one hateful stereotype, and he answered by declaring every human evil. Fear pushed him into repeating the prejudice that wounded him. The realization cannot erase his past, but cracks the wall around him. For the first time, Wolf believes the boy beside him may genuinely see a classmate. Shero rushes in with healing magic and treats the wound immediately. Our boy thanks her with the calm expression of somebody who did not just intercept a damn bullet. Apparently, self-preservation remains optional in his education. Once the injury is controlled, Wolf asks both classmates to rest and promises to finish the fight. After being defended twice, he intends to show what his anger can do to a worthy target. Dark energy gathers around him. His nails lengthen, fur spreads across his limbs, and his body expands into a massive black wolf surrounded by violet aura. Wolf has revealed his true form. Shero recognizes ancestral awakening. Ancient beastmen could supposedly shift freely between humanoid and animal bodies, but the ability has almost vanished from modern bloodlines. That explains why Wolf concealed it. Revealing a legendary transformation would paint an even larger price on his back. Tonight, the people threatening his first real companions will discover why the secret was worth keeping. The awakened beastman releases a roar that shakes the warehouse. The surviving thieves raise their weapons, but fear reaches them before courage does. A creature they dismissed as a profitable captive now fills the room with claws, fangs, and the expression of someone who has finally run out of patience. Wolf launches forward. His new body crosses the floor faster than the gunman can track, knocking one attacker aside and sending another scrambling backward. Shiro watches in amazement because the transformation did not merely increase his strength. It turned his speed into something terrifying. The remaining criminals break formation and run. Wolf tears after them, forcing armed men who once surrounded 3 students to flee from a single beastman. The warehouse has officially changed ownership, and the new security system bites. Guillaume realizes that his operation is finished. His men are unconscious, the stolen goods remain behind, and the students have uncovered enough evidence to bury him. Instead of fighting, the leader retreats toward a secured room and slams the door behind him. A loose feather reveals his emergency exit. Inside the room is a wise parrot, an exceptionally rare bird large enough to carry riders. Even Shiro is shocked that a common trafficker managed to obtain one, although Guillaume's collection has already proven that laws are more like decorative suggestions to him. The desperate leader climbs onto the bird and orders it to fly. The frightened creature hesitates, so he threatens it until it spreads its wings and launches toward freedom. Wolf bursts after them and refuses to let the bastard escape with another captive. The giant wolf closes the distance, forcing Guillaume to sacrifice one more valuable possession. He produces a container holding a rare purple specimen and admits that he cannot afford to be selective anymore. Whatever is inside that bottle is worth money, but staying out of prison is apparently worth slightly more. Guillaume throws the container down and orders its occupant to deal with the students. The vessel shatters across the warehouse floor, releasing a mass of glowing purple fluid. The substance does not remain a puddle. It rises, expands, and forms an amorphous creature with a distorted face. Our MC and Shiro stare as the thing swells between Wolf and the escaping trafficker, turning a clean pursuit into a completely new problem. Wolf bears his fangs of the monster, but even he hesitates for a moment. Claws are useful against flesh and bone. A living mountain of magical jelly follows different rules. The chapter ends with the purple creature fully formed and the rookie asking the only reasonable question left. What the hell is that thing? Guillaume may be escaping, but the gang's final piece of merchandise has just become Class Z's next opponent. Chapter 26 begins with the purple creature blocking Wolf's pursuit. Guillaume laughs from above while our MC and Shiro study the wobbling monster. It looks like enchanted pudding with anger issues, but the beastman's instincts are screaming that touching it would be a terrible idea. The escaping trafficker confirms the danger. This is a devouring slime, an exceptionally rare species that absorbs and consumes anything it touches. Every object, weapon, or living body it swallows becomes nourishment, allowing the creature to grow larger with each victim. Guillaume complains that using such a valuable specimen on 3 students is wasteful. His wounded pride wins the argument, so he leaves the slime behind as punishment for defying him and continues escaping on the wise parrot. Wolf refuses to let the bastard disappear. He charges forward in his awakened body, planning to destroy the obstacle quickly and resume the chase. The black wolf's claws can tear through ordinary monsters, but this enemy has no bones, organs, or convenient place to bite. The first attack passes through shifting purple flesh. The slime bends, stretches, and launches tendrils across the warehouse floor. Wolf jumps away before they wrap around his legs, while our boy and Shiro dodge another strike from the opposite side. One fleeing thief is less fortunate. A tendril catches him, drags him backward, and folds his entire body into the slime. The man remains visible for a moment beneath the transparent surface before the creature absorbs him completely. The students finally understand what Guillaume released. This monster does not simply kill whatever it catches. It stores living victims inside itself and turns the surrounding world into fuel. Shiro remembers the records describing devouring slimes. They consume everything in their path, possess an A-rank danger rating, and become harder to stop with every successful meal. Leaving one inside a warehouse filled with magical goods is basically feeding a wildfire premium gasoline. The creature begins swallowing crates, weapons, walls, and unconscious criminals. Its body expands until the ceiling groans above it. Staying inside would trap the trio between countless tendrils and a collapsing building. Shiro orders everyone outside. Wolf, the rookie, and the swordswoman retreat across the roof while the slime bursts through the structure behind them. A building that once held a criminal empire is reduced to one extremely expensive snack. The trio reaches open ground and looks back, hoping distance will contain the threat. That hope survives for roughly 1 second. The devouring slime erupts from the warehouse, pulls the remaining structure into its body, and grows into a towering purple mass visible over the rooftops. Wolf asks how 3 students are supposed to fight something that large. A-rank monsters normally require several seasoned adventurers, and Shiro admits that even 2 healthy fighters would struggle. Their rookie is also carrying a fresh bullet wound, which makes the current team composition slightly less than ideal. Retreating would leave nearby residents and the people trapped inside the slime to die. Our MC refuses to abandon them. Shiro checks his injury, and he confirms that her treatment restored enough movement for one more serious technique. The Academy wildcard plants his feet and casts advanced wide-area Icebind. Blue magic spreads beneath the monster and climbs its entire body. Tendrils freeze in place as thick crystal walls form around the devouring slime. The creature fights back immediately. Its flexible limbs hammer the ice, probing for gaps and forcing our boy to maintain a barrier far larger than anything he used inside the warehouse. Each impact sends cracks through the frozen prison. Shero decides that her wounded classmate needs breathing room. She asks him to hold the creature still while she handles its attacks. The rookie agrees, which is a brave way of saying that he will continue wrestling a building-sized blob with a cracked body. The swordswoman launches herself above the battlefield and activates Cherry Blossom Braveheart style. Pink petals gather around her blade as the slime fires multiple tendrils toward the ice caster. Shero answers with Cherry Blossom Swift Strike. Her sword flashes through the purple limbs in a controlled arc, cutting every tendril before it reaches our boy. The severed pieces freeze and fall while she lands between the monster and her classmate. She leaves the main body to him. With the attacks cleared away, the rookie pours more power into Icebind. The crystal shell thickens, spreads, and closes around the entire slime until the enormous creature becomes a frozen monument. Wolf stares at the completed prison. An A-rank monster swallowed a warehouse and grew large enough to threaten the district. Yet the supposedly talentless boy stopped it with one wide-area technique while injured. Class Z continues, making the Academy's ranking system look drunk. The victory is temporary. Devouring slimes absorb rather than digest immediately, which means people may still be alive inside the ice. They must rescue those victims quickly, and Guillaume is gaining distance every second. Our MC turns toward the direction Guillaume escaped and tries to pursue him. Shero blocks the attempt. Running across the city with a bullet wound could make him collapse, and the trafficker's flying mount has probably traveled too far to catch on foot. The rookie hates the answer because letting Guillaume escape would leave the trafficking network alive. Wolf studies him, then offers a solution only he can provide. His awakened legs can close the distance, and his nose can follow the criminal's scent even after the wise parrot disappears from sight. Then the Beastman asks our boy to ride on his back. The request shocks both humans. Among beasts and beastmen, allowing another person to ride is a symbol of absolute trust. A back carries no armor against betrayal, so the gesture means placing one's safety and direction completely in somebody else's hands. Wolf admits that he still cannot trust every human. His history will not vanish, because two classmates treated him well for one day. However, he can already tell that these two are different from the people who sold him. He also acknowledges how badly he treated them. Suspicion made him insult their motives, reject their help, and assume every act of kindness hid a trap. An apology cannot erase those choices, but he asks for the chance to help repair the damage. Wolf lowers his awakened body and repeats the offer. He wants to chase Guillaume together. The same beastman who once treated friendship as another word for betrayal is now placing his back, speed, and secret form in the rookie's hands. Our MC accepts. The answer is simple because the trust has already been proven by actions. One boy took a bullet, and the other is offering the strength needed to finish the rescue. Shero chooses to remain behind. She will break open the frozen slime and save every person it absorbed, allowing both boys to pursue the trafficker without holding back. The team separates according to the strengths each member can contribute. The rookie climbs onto Wolf's back, braces himself, and faces the trail ahead. The awakened Beastman launches forward with enough speed to tear across the ground, carrying his new friend after the criminal who sold lives for profit. The chapter closes on their charge. Guillaume escaped the warehouse, but now an angry wolf with a supernatural nose is hunting him, and the passenger on that wolf has already demonstrated a deeply unhealthy relationship with impossible odds. Chapter 27 opens with Guillaume fleeing above the royal capital on the stolen wise parrot. The trafficker cannot understand how 3 Academy students dismantled a criminal operation he spent years building. His empire is frozen behind him, his men are captured, and his retirement plan currently has feathers. He still believes he escaped with something valuable. A jeweled bracelet discovered near the capital's ruins is tucked inside his clothes. Guillaume knows nothing about its origin, but the enormous gemstones look expensive enough to rebuild his organization after he sells both the treasure and the bird. Revenge is already occupying the empty space where common sense should be. He promises himself that once a new gang is assembled, he will make the students pay for humiliating him. Far below, Wolf catches the criminal's scent and races across the rooftops in his awakened form. Our MC rides on his back, holding tight while the Beastman turns walls and buildings into stepping stones. The chase has officially become one angry wolf, one wounded magician, and absolutely no respect for city traffic. They spot the wise parrot crossing the outer wall. Wolf clears the fortification in a single leap, carrying his passenger beyond the capital before the guards can understand what just flew past them. The criminal is heading toward the forest. Once he reaches the trees, branches, and uneven terrain will break the boy's line of sight. Even Wolf's nose may struggle if the parrot changes direction above the canopy. so they must stop him in open ground. The rookie raises one hand while Wolf maintains full speed. Purple magic forms around the flying mount, and our boy casts mid-level gravity. The spell drags the wise parrot toward the earth as though the sky has suddenly decided to collect rent. Guillaume panics and orders the bird to flap harder. The parrot fights the invisible weight, but every wing beat loses more altitude. Their escape route is collapsing directly toward the two students below. Our MC tells Wolf that the distance is finally manageable. The Beastman understands immediately, lowers his body, and prepares to turn their trust exercise into a human catapult. Wolf accelerates beneath the sinking parrot and tells his boss to handle the rest. Our boy plants both feet against the Beastman's back, waits until the angle is perfect, and receives one powerful launch into the sky. The rookie rockets upward through open air. Guillaume looks down just in time to discover that gravity was only phase 1. The student lands on the wise parrot's back with a polite greeting that somehow sounds more threatening than shouting. The trafficker demands to know how he was caught. Our MC calmly reminds him that escaping requires more than gaining altitude when the people chasing him can rewrite the rules underneath it. Then the rookie raises a fist and announces that the next hit will use everything he has. Guillaume's confidence evaporates. This man was comfortable selling people, unleashing an A-rank monster, and abandoning his own crew, but one smiling teenager with a glowing fist suddenly inspires deep respect for peaceful negotiation. The criminal offers money first. Our boy refuses. Guillaume offers every hidden treasure and magical item in his remaining stash. The answer remains no, because stolen property is not a reward when returning it is part of the job. Desperation pushes the trafficker into an even uglier bargain. He promises to gather beautiful women for the student if his life is spared. The rookie shuts that nonsense down with one simple fact. He already has a cute girlfriend. Somewhere far away, Tina has no idea her relationship just became the final argument in a mid-air criminal interrogation. Guillaume, meanwhile, has officially run out of money, loot, bribery, and dignity. Our MC activates the qigong technique, 5th defense form, diamond shell, iron hammer. Blue energy wraps around his fist and hardens a strike. The punch lands squarely on the trafficker's face, folding his expression and launching his entire body away from the parrot. Guillaume spins through the sky like a rejected business proposal. The rookie watches him fall, flexes his hand, and looks extremely satisfied with the result. The wise parrot freezes in terror beneath its unexpected passenger. Our boy apologizes for the frightening landing and politely asks the bird to descend. Faced with the same fist that just converted its owner into airborne luggage, the parrot decides cooperation is a wonderful personality trait. The mount glides down safely. The rookie steps onto the ground beside Wolf, and the bird remains unharmed. Capturing criminals is one thing. Punching the getaway vehicle would just be rude. Wolf has already completed his half of the plan. He caught Guillaume before the falling man could hit the ground and drops the unconscious trafficker at their feet. Our MC looks genuinely impressed that the Beastman understood exactly where the punch would send him. The rookie points out that Wolf waited for the launch, followed the trajectory, and made the catch without needing a second instruction. That only works because he trusted the student to send their target toward him. Wolf immediately becomes embarrassed and denies everything. According to the proud Beastman, there was no coordinated teamwork, no perfect timing, and definitely no friendship involved. His face says otherwise, while the wise parrot adds a cheerful squawk to the prosecution's evidence. Our boy lets him preserve what remains of his tough guy reputation. The two decide to return to Shero, who should still be rescuing the thieves trapped inside the frozen, devouring slime. Before they leave, the rookie notices the jeweled bracelet hidden in Guillaume's clothing. The design catches his attention for more than its obvious value. It came from the ruins near the royal capital, and something about it feels important. Wolf notices the change in his expression and asks whether anything is wrong. Our MC says it is nothing and puts the question aside for now, but the moment quietly plants a mystery that the captured trafficker cannot explain. The boys carry Guillaume back to the destroyed warehouse district. Shero has broken open the frozen slime and pulled its living victims free. Knights are arriving in force, which is understandable after a warehouse vanished. An A-rank monster towered over the rooftops, and half the district heard magical combat. The rescued thieves are battered but alive. Their testimony, the surviving captives, the contraband, and Guillaume himself now form a mountain of evidence against the trafficking ring. Shero turns to Wolf with the confidence of somebody who has already solved the next problem. She tells him that it is time to prove his innocence. The real criminals are alive, the victims can identify their captors, and the supposed monster behind the attacks is standing beside the students who saved everyone. For Wolf, that promise matters almost as much as catching Guillaume. He began this mission expecting humans to blame him again. Instead, two classmates risked their lives, trusted his word, and brought back the exact man needed to clear his name. The chapter closes with the team reunited before the Knights. The criminal network has fallen. The Beastman's freedom is finally within reach, and a mysterious bracelet from the ruins is waiting to turn one finished case into a much larger story. Chapter 28 begins after the warehouse disaster. with Knights securing the area and Class Z surviving another peaceful afternoon. A blonde classmate scolds our MC for causing trouble everywhere he goes. The rookie laughs it off and apologizes to Wolf for dragging him into academy-level chaos, which is a bold interpretation of who dragged him. Wolf says the investigation helped other people too, although one exhausted official is already complaining about stomach pain. Apparently, the true final boss of public service is paperwork. The rescued, wise parrot suddenly rushes toward our boy and presses against him. The enormous bird chirps repeatedly, refusing to leave his side. Wolf listens for a moment and explains that the parrot wants the rookie to become its caretaker. Our MC is stunned that Wolf can understand it. Ancestral awakening brought the beastman closer to his ancient animal form, allowing him to recognize the meaning behind a creature's sounds and behavior. Wolf may have gained supernatural speed and strength, but his first peaceful upgrade is basically premium animal subtitles. The rookie agrees to ask the dorm leader whether the academy can shelter the parrot. He still cannot understand why such a rare creature became attached to him so quickly. Wolf believes he knows the answer. The boy carries power far beyond what his small body should contain, and animals can sense that enormous potential without needing an academy ranking or a smug examiner to explain it. That observation leads Wolf to a deeper question. He has watched this student defend strangers, risk arrest for an accused beastman, take a bullet, stop an A-rank monster while injured, and chase a trafficker beyond the city walls. Why does somebody so powerful keep going that far for other people? Our MC admits that he can fight now, but his childhood was completely different. He had no talent, little physical strength, and no useful magic. Every attempt to improve ended with the same judgment. Useless. Then he met his two masters. They taught him magic, survival, judgment, and the discipline needed to control strength. More importantly, they gave a lonely child kindness and affection before he believed he deserved either. The memories show our boy between the two women who raised him, smiling because their home supplied what the outside world withheld. His power began with training, but his reason for using it began with being loved. Once the rookie understood how much his masters had given him, he made a decision. He would become a giver too. Every lesson, rescue, and act of kindness could be passed forward instead of ending with him. That is why he teaches what he knows, protects people who cannot protect themselves, and accepts help from others without pretending he can solve everything alone. He gives because two terrifyingly powerful women once gave him a future, and because he continues learning from every person he meets. Wolf listens in silence, then drops to one knee and bows his head. Among beastmen, the posture represents absolute submission. He is so moved by the rookie's spirit that he asks to become his subordinate. Our MC nearly chokes on the offer. After fighting through traffickers and an A-rank slime to earn Wolf's trust, he would prefer a normal friendship over accidentally founding a tiny kingdom. Wolf explains that a man with this kind of strength and character will need loyal power beside him someday. He agrees to be treated as a friend, but asks permission to devote his heart as a subordinate. The rookie accepts the devotion while firmly keeping the relationship equal. Their handshake settles the matter. Wolf immediately calls him boss anyway, because apparently friendship comes with an optional honorific package. Shara watches the two boys celebrate and congratulates them. More importantly, the captured thieves, rescued victims, stolen goods, and Guillaume's arrest provide enough evidence to clear Wolf's name. Then the pink-haired hero's descendant lowers her head. She believes the discrimination against beastmen is partly her family's fault. Hero Oga tried to end that hatred, but disappeared before completing the mission. His descendants inherited the responsibility without inheriting his power, and generations of them allowed that failure to become an excuse for doing nothing. Shara wonders whether the world might have improved if her ancestors had continued his work. Wolf tells Charlotte to raise her head. He respects that she takes the problem seriously, but refuses to let her carry an entire society's cruelty as a private family debt. The Beastman admits that his own people also withdrew behind anger and suspicion. Their meeting proved that humans and beastmen need opportunities to understand each other instead of inheriting fear from people who never tried. Wolf asks Sharo to help create those opportunities. She swears to use her position and the name of the hero's descendant however she can. The three friends end the case with more than evidence. They now share a purpose large enough to change the country that judged Wolf before hearing him. That hopeful evening cuts to a locked room elsewhere in the capital. A young noble is having a much worse day. He secretly leaked the knight's information to Guillaume, expected the trafficker to make him money, and instead watched the entire criminal network collapse. The noble is furious that Guillaume was captured and terrified that interrogation will expose their connection. His elegant solution is to hire assassins and silence the prisoner before the knights can follow the evidence back to him. Corruption apparently becomes strategy when written on expensive paper. A calm voice answers from inside the supposedly locked room. A masked beastman in a formal suit has entered without disturbing the door. The noble recognizes him as the broker who introduced Guillaume in the first place. The visitor corrects one detail. His name is Sheep. White wool, curling horns, and an expressionless mask make the nickname impossible to miss. Sheep understands why the noble panicked after Guillaume's arrest. The noble assumes this well-connected broker can summon skilled killers and asks him to eliminate the trafficker. Sheep calmly says that will be unnecessary. Guillaume is already dead. The statement destroys the noble's relief almost immediately. Removing the prisoner prevents a confession, but it also guarantees that the knights will investigate the organization more aggressively. If they uncover the financial trail, the noble's involvement could still surface. Then he notices the blood on Sheep's hand and understands the real purpose of the visit. Guillaume was only the first loose end. The broker has come to erase him next. The noble backs away, shouting that his status makes him untouchable. Sheep approaches with the gentle manners of a servant and tells him to calm down because their conversation is unfinished. One brutal strike drives into the noble's torso. Blood sprays across the room as his title and wealth become irrelevant. Sheep removes another liability with the same cold efficiency used to enter the locked chamber. Later, the masked killer leaves the building with the noble's body hanging limp beside him. The chaos around Guillaume has made the capital dangerous, so Sheep decides to disappear for a while. He admits that he wanted to meet our MC, proving the Academy wildcard has already become important enough to attract a professional killer's personal interest. Sheep saves that pleasure for another time and faces the night beneath his white mask. The chapter closes on the belief guiding his actions. Everything will proceed as the creator wills. Wolf has found friends, Shero has accepted a mission, and our boy has explained why he gives. Somewhere beyond their celebration, a hidden organization is answering that kindness with murder and preparing the next damn collision. Chapter 29 returns to the Academy, where Wolf decides that subtlety is for people with spare time. He stands before the entire class, introduces himself as Wolf Blackbite, and proudly announces that he is now our MC's #1 subordinate. The classroom freezes. Our boy immediately asks why Wolf had to broadcast that information like a royal proclamation. Wolf apologizes, but admits that beating around the bush has never been one of his talents. After everything the Beast Man survived, apparently social restraint was the only stat that never awakened. Before the rookie can contain the damage, a red-haired classmate steps forward. He has watched Wolf stay quiet until now, and he is not about to ignore this sudden claim to the top position. Wolf asks whether there is a problem with becoming the boy subordinate. The classmate says there absolutely is, because he's already our MC's #1 best friend. The two rivals stare each other down. One argues that subordinate and best friend are different titles. The other points out that there can still be only one #1. Somehow, both of them accept this flawless nonsense as a legitimate reason to fight. Wolf compliments the classmate for recognizing the rookie's value, then immediately insists that the highest rank belongs to him. The redhead returns the challenge, and the #1 civil war officially begins. Our boy realizes that logic has left the classroom and asks a bookie to watch them. She accepts the assignment while the two idiots prepare to settle friendship with their fists. Even one nearby student wonders whether allowing this is a good idea. The bookie calmly believes they will feel better after letting everything out. That may be true, although the furniture is about to need emotional support too. While Wolf and his new rival argue in the background, Shero approaches the rookie and asks for a private conversation. The appraisal he requested is finished, and the bracelet recovered from the traffickers carries a history far more dangerous than a classroom ranking. Shero's blonde companion presents the bracelet and explains what the appraisal revealed. It was apparently discovered by chance in ruins outside the country, meaning Guillaume did not simply steal it from a local owner. Unfortunately, the useful information ends there. The appraiser cannot determine when the bracelet was created, who made it, or who originally possessed it. For an object connected to a criminal network, that much silence is suspicious on its own. The moment Shero sees the bracelet clearly, her expression changes. She asks how an object like this could possibly be here, then identifies it as a personal belonging of Hero Oga. Her companion is shocked, so Shero points to a tiny flower engraved inside the band. Oga marked every one of his possessions with that symbol. Only his family knows the meaning of the mark, making her recognition far more reliable than any magical appraisal. That flower gives our MC the final piece he needed. Oga previously told him that a key existed somewhere in the outside world, an artifact capable of unlocking the hero's seal. The bracelet is not merely an old keepsake. It is the key to infinite prison, and the rookie's earlier suspicion was dead accurate. He asks whether he can keep the relic for a little while. Both girls agree because they trust him, but our boy understands the risk sitting in his hand. If the seal opens inside the academy, the result could be disastrous. Ancient magical prison keys really should come with warning labels, child locks, and perhaps an armed security team. He promises to avoid careless contact and protect everyone around him. Shero then asks why he needs the bracelet in the first place. The rookie answers that there is something he needs to investigate. He still cannot reveal the truth about infinite prison, Uka, or the two masters' seal beyond it, but he does not want to lie to his friends either. Shero does not force an explanation. She only asks him to tell her when he is ready. Our boy promises that day will come, and the blonde appraiser asks to be included when it does. The rookie agrees and tells them he is counting on both of them. After surviving conspiracies, monsters, and official investigations, he is finally learning that protecting a secret does not require carrying every burden alone. For now, however, the bracelet remains his responsibility. The object tied to Oga's disappearance has reached the one student who already knows where the missing hero's power was sealed. Later that day, the rescued, wise parrot calls for our boy and asks him to play. The rookie apologizes because he has something important to do, but promises they can spend time together tomorrow. He has named the enormous bird Palom. After receiving permission from the dorm leader, he began caring for it in the forest near the academy. Palom has already become popular with the other students and looks happier every day. Watching the bird enjoy its new home reminds our MC why the warehouse battle mattered. The traffickers treated living creatures like merchandise. Saving Palom gave one of those victims a safe place, friends, and a future. Our boy is genuinely glad they reached in time. Once he is alone, the warmth leaves the scene. The rookie places Oga's bracelet on a table and prepares for the experiment he kept secret from Shero. He reaches toward the relic and declares that it is time to begin. The bracelet immediately erupts with brilliant light, confirming that the flower-marked artifact truly responds to him. The academy room vanishes inside the flash. Space twists around the boy, and the key pulls him across the barrier, separating the ordinary world from Oga's sealed dimension. When his vision returns, our MC is kneeling inside Infinite Prison. He does not know which floor accepted him this time, and previous visits taught him that strangers here can become hostile without warning. The rookie rises carefully and studies the pale corridor instead of rushing forward. A trail of footprints leads through the glowing emptiness. He follows it while remaining ready for an attack, because this prison has never rewarded careless curiosity. Then he sees two figures ahead and stops cold. The people waiting inside the sealed world are neither monsters nor unknown prisoners. They are Tess and Rio, the two women who trained him, raised him, and transformed a powerless child into the terrifying academy wildcard he has become. Our boy calls out to both of his masters in disbelief. The bracelet has done more than reopen Infinite Prison. It has finally placed him face-to-face with his two-mom emergency council, and whatever reunion comes next could expose the truth behind Oga's seal. Chapter 30 continues inside Infinite Prison, where our MC finally confirms that the two figures ahead are Tess and Rio. He calls to them, and both women stare as though the sealed world has produced a miracle. The rookie answers that it really is him. He runs forward, and the three reunite in one desperate embrace after being separated for what felt like an eternity. Our boy cries openly while telling them that he came back. Tess strokes his head and says he did well. Rio presses close beside them and reminds the rookie that they are still here for him. Then Rio calls him the same old crybaby. Tess immediately notices that Rio's own eyes are wet, and the two terrifying masters begin arguing over which one is actually crying. Some things survive prison, isolation, and ancient sealing magic. Apparently parental denial is one of them. Once everyone calms down, our MC explains everything that happened outside. He tells them about the academy, Class Z, Shero, Oga's descendants, the Beastman case, the bracelet, and the path that brought his spirit back into the prison. Tess listens seriously until one detail hits her harder than the criminal conspiracy. She concludes that the boy is dating a descendant of Hero Oga and declares that this is unbelievably cruel. Before the rookie can correct that spectacular misunderstanding, Tess drags him into another overenthusiastic embrace. Our boy is happy to see her, but would also appreciate access to oxygen. Rio tells Tess to stop fooling around before their student suffocates. The moment he escapes, however, she offers to comfort him herself. The two women immediately begin competing over who can provide the better welcome. Tess accuses Rio of trying to steal him. Rio fires back, and the reunion becomes a custody battle with exactly 0 lawyers and enough magic to erase the courtroom. Our MC watches the argument with exhausted affection. He crossed dimensions to see his two masters again, and within minutes his two-mom security council is already fighting over whose side of the hub belongs to him. The rookie finally asks whether they are genuinely angry because he has a girlfriend outside. Both women instantly claim that they were only teasing him. Tess admits she might be a little irritated. Rio calls the reaction childish and insists that she does not care about something so trivial. In fact, she says a powerful man having 1 or 2 additional partners would be perfectly normal. That answer convinces our boy never to explain the full Shero situation in front of Tess. The conversation is already one sentence away from becoming an international incident. Despite the chaos, the familiar bickering feels comforting. The prison is still cold and unnatural, but being trapped between these two personalities makes it feel like home again. Since they have finally reunited, our MC asks both masters to teach him new techniques. Tess and Rio accept immediately, and the three spend their limited time training. Power flashes through the sealed space as the women demonstrate attacks and guide the rookie through each movement. Lightning, wind, and compressed magical force surround them while our boy absorbs every correction. Even a reunion, somehow, becomes an accelerated combat course, because normal families exchange gifts while this one exchanges potentially lethal homework. After the lesson, the three stand together in a rare, peaceful moment. Then golden light begins breaking away from the rookie's body. Tess and Rio panic when his outline starts fading, but our MC recognizes the effect. His time is already over. He explains that Uka taught him how to separate his spirit from his physical body. His real body remains in the academy, while the version standing before them is only a projected spirit. Separating body and spirit is inherently dangerous, so the technique cannot remain active for long. About 1 minute passes in the real world before the projection is forced to return. Time behaves differently inside Infinite Prison. That single outside minute becomes roughly 6 hours in the sealed dimension, giving the rookie enough subjective time to reunite, explain his journey, and train before the connection collapses. Tess understands the rule, although that does not make the farewell easier. The key opened a path back to his masters, but it has not truly freed any of them. Tess pulls the fading boy close and admits that she wishes they could stay together longer. Since his previous departure, time inside the prison has felt unbearably slow. She spent far longer here before meeting him, yet the separation afterward hurt more. Once the rookie became part of their lives, returning to endless waiting made every hour heavier. Rio joins the embrace and tells our boy never to forget them. No matter where he goes, they will always be there for him. Tess makes the promise even stronger. If the entire outside world turns against their student, both masters will remain on his side. Their support does not depend on rank, talent, politics, or the name of the enemy. The rookie thanks them through tears. Golden fragments continue leaving his body until his spirit becomes almost transparent. He says goodbye for now and promises that they will meet again. The projection finally disappears, leaving Tess and Rio alone in the pale prison. Rio comforts Tess and says they will see him again. Tess agrees, but something about the reunion is bothering her. Rio notices her expression and asks what she sensed. Tess hesitates because the trace was faint enough to be mistaken for imagination. Then she reveals the problem. Their student carried the scent of the very man who sealed both women inside Infinite Prison. Rio's eyes widen. Tess confirms the identity, Hero Oga. The legendary figure celebrated outside as humanity's savior is the same person these imprisoned women remember as their captor. The bracelet connected our MC to Oga's seal, and his brief return has now carried that ancient presence directly to the people harmed by it. Rio repeats that she smelled Oga's trace coming from their student. Her voice loses its playful warmth as she addresses the absent boy. She believes he is strong enough to defeat the hero. More importantly, she insists that he must do it, no matter what happens next. The chapter closes on Rio's terrifying request. She does not ask the rookie to rescue Oga, reason with him, or restore his reputation. She asks their beloved student to kill the great sinner known to the outside world as Hero Oga. Our boy entered the prison searching for answers and found his family. He leaves with no idea that the two women who raised him have just placed the world's greatest hero at the top of his future hit list. Chapter 31 opens at the gate of the royal capital. Guards inspect every traveler until a lone samurai presents an unfamiliar entry permit. One guard becomes distracted because he has never seen a real samurai before. The permit is genuine, but the visitor's foreign clothes, sword, and wide traveling hat make the guard wonder what business could bring someone like this to the capital. The samurai gives only one answer: work. The mysterious traveler passes through the gate, carrying a purpose the guards cannot read, and the chapter refuses to explain. The scene shifts to the academy, where our MC receives his usual morning greetings. One classmate immediately reports that Byrne has done something stupid again, while the red-haired boy desperately reminds everyone that the incident was supposed to remain secret. Class Z has reached the stage where public humiliation counts as daily attendance. Nearby, a cheerful blonde student named Rona approaches Iris. Rona has been trying to understand the distant girl for some time, so she asks whether there is anything Iris likes. Iris finally answers, but only to call Rona painfully persistent. She asks whether the smiling girl can tell that she has been ignoring her on purpose. Instead of feeling rejected, Rona celebrates because Iris finally spoke to her. That response leaves the cold blonde exhausted. Apparently, the strongest counter to an emotional wall is one friend too optimistic to recognize the damn wall exists. Our boy watches the exchange from across the classroom. The students of Class Z are gradually becoming more comfortable with one another, but Iris still keeps a clear distance from the group. Even Rona's relentless friendliness cannot fully reach her. The rookie hopes that a natural opportunity will appear, something that allows Iris to lower her guard without feeling cornered. He does not yet realize that Iris will soon create that opportunity herself, and she will choose the creepiest possible method. A blue-haired classmate asks our MC for help with yesterday's homework. The rookie agrees, but his attention suddenly shifts toward an empty part of the room. For a moment, he feels somebody watching him. His classmate notices the pause and asks whether something is wrong, but our boy dismisses the sensation and returns to the lesson. The feeling does not disappear. Cheryl later checks on him because he has looked sleep-deprived for several days. The bracelet, Infinite Prison, and reunion with his two masters have given the rookie plenty to process, but the unseen observer adds a new problem. Our MC says that he is only a little tired. He avoids alarming Cheryl before he understands what is actually happening. Outside, the boy practices with Palom. The wise parrot launches Wind Spiral, sending a compressed blast through the training target with perfect accuracy. Our MC praises the bird for hitting the bullseye. Palom has gone from rescued merchandise to cheerful forest artillery in record time. Then the rookie senses the gaze again. This time the pressure is sharper, and the instinct built through years of brutal training identifies it immediately. Killing intent. Somebody is not merely observing him out of curiosity. The hidden presence is following his movements while releasing hostility strong enough for the boy to detect. Shero notices his tension and asks again whether he needs help. Our MC tells her that he is fine because he already plans to settle the matter. She agrees not to interfere, but makes him promise to call if the danger becomes serious. The rookie thanks her while quietly studying the space behind them. The Watcher has appeared at school, during Palom's training, and everywhere else our boy goes. He does not know the person's identity or motive, but waiting for an attack would surrender control of the situation. So the Academy wildcard decides that the next move belongs to him. Our MC leaves the populated Academy grounds and walks alone toward a quiet forest. The hostile presence follows exactly as expected. Once the rookie confirms that the Watcher is still behind him, he selects an isolated clearing. No classmates or civilians will be caught in the spell, and the stalker now believes the target has conveniently separated himself from protection. The truth is the opposite. Our boy has chosen the battlefield and is already building the trap. He draws a pentagram in the soil, then surrounds it with ancient runes. Together, the symbols form a magic circle. Magic circles have two primary uses. One configuration amplifies the power of a spell, allowing a caster to produce force beyond the ordinary limit. The second configuration stabilizes barrier magic. Instead of increasing raw destruction, the circle strengthens a controlled space and prevents the target from escaping. That is the version our MC needs. He finishes the last rune, waits until the unseen pursuer steps into position, and activates the circle. Purple energy erupts across the clearing. The Watcher tries to retreat, but curved bars of dark magic rise from the ground before the escape can begin. Our boy unleashes dark barrier magic, Birdcage. The spell closes around the intruder like a giant set of spectral ribs, sealing every route out of the forest clearing. The rookie finally turns toward the person who has been following him. With the barrier holding firm, he demands a name and an explanation. The hidden figure steps into view, and the answer destroys every violent theory he had prepared. The stalker is Iris. The same distant classmate Rona could barely persuade to speak has been shadowing our MC with killing intent. She stands inside the purple cage in her academy uniform, gripping her skirt and staring back at him without offering an excuse. Our boy asks why she is here. The chapter ends before Iris can answer, leaving the foreign samurai somewhere in the capital and the coldest member of Class Z trapped inside one extremely awkward magical intervention. Chapter 32 resumes inside the forest, with Iris trapped in dark barrier magic, Birdcage. Our MC asks why she has been following him, but the blonde classmate looks more offended by the fact that he caught her. Iris admits that she considered him dangerous from the beginning. Watching him was the correct decision, yet she has no intention of explaining herself to someone she calls her master's enemy. That accusation leaves the rookie completely lost. He asks who this mysterious master is and why the issue has anything to do with him. Iris refuses the questions. Her expression hardens. She declares that she will take revenge, and the magical interrogation turns into attempted murder before our boy receives a single useful answer. Class Z really needs a less violent method of making friends. The vampire-like girl explodes forward and strikes through the cage with frightening speed. Our MC blocks the first assault, but the force tears across his arm and makes it go numb. Iris draws blood from her own hand and shapes it with magic. The crimson liquid stretches into a lethal edge as she unleashes blade of crimson blood. The red blade crashes through the clearing. Our boy braces against the attack while the impact floods the forest with scarlet light. For one hopeful second, Iris believes the battle is over. She quietly tells her absent master that revenge has finally been delivered. Then the smoke clears, and the Academy wildcard is still standing. His arm continues to tingle, but the rest of him remains annoyingly alive. Iris stares at him in disbelief. Our MC studies the magic instead of celebrating, because he recognizes the principle behind her weapon. She is using blood magic, an extremely rare art that sacrifices the caster's own blood in exchange for explosive power. The rookie asks where she learned something so dangerous, but Iris has no interest in sharing family secrets. Iris answers by forming an even larger weapon. Blood spirals around her hand and solidifies into crimson blood scythe, a curved red blade almost as tall as the girl wielding it. She swings with enough force to carve through the clearing. Our MC twists away from the first arc, ducks the return strike, and keeps his entire body outside the scythe's murderous path by the smallest possible margin. Iris presses forward without hesitation. Every attack uses her own blood, yet her speed and power refuse to drop. She reminds our boy that he supposedly defeated her master. If that story is true, then she can afford to stop holding back. The rookie finally demands the name of the person he is accused of defeating. Iris freezes because she thinks his confusion is an act. When he keeps asking, she gives him the answer. Her master is the demon queen, Testarossa, as Snowden's. Our MC recognizes the name immediately. Testarossa is Tess, the the woman who raised him inside infinite prison and became one of the two people he considers family. That revelation creates one spectacularly awkward family dispute. Iris believes she is avenging the demon queen, while our boy has spent 200 years being trained, fed, and occasionally terrorized by the same woman. He explains that Tess is alive inside infinite prison, although the outside world considers her dead. The official story blames the hero for her disappearance, which makes Iris's decision to attack him even more confusing. Iris answers that she can sense the demon queen's magic coming from his body. The rookie realizes that her claim is accurate. During 2 centuries of training, Tess's magical energy slowly blended with his own. Tess once told him that the trace was extremely faint. Ordinary people should never notice it, especially through a student's uniform in a crowded academy. Iris noticed anyway. Her certainty explains why she began watching him, and why every spell he used only made her more suspicious. Our MC remembers Tess explaining that her power had mixed with his over the years. Even so, the amount was supposed to be too small for normal senses to detect. Iris tells him that ordinary senses do not matter. Other people may be fooled, but her eyes can see what they cannot. Crimson symbols glow inside her pupils. The rookie recognizes the rare ability immediately, magic eyes. Iris explains that her magic eyes perceive the shape, color, and size of magical energy. To her, power is a visible structure instead of an invisible pressure. That sight reveals the demon queen's energy buried inside our boy. The trace may be faint, but its color and form still belong to Tess. Iris did not understand at first. The clue became obvious during the academy entrance exam, when she watched the rookie fight Far. In that duel, our MC released Shadow Veil. The dark spell exposed enough of his energy for Iris to identify the demon queen's signature within it. From her perspective, the conclusion was brutal and simple. A stranger arrived carrying Tess's magic, displayed absurd combat ability, and concealed the source from everyone around him. Our boy now studies Iris with the same suspicion she once aimed at him. She possesses superhuman strength, dangerous blood magic, and magic eyes rare enough to expose a secret hidden for 200 years. He asks what she actually is. Iris lowers her head and finally abandons the cold classmate act. Her family has served the great demon queen for generations, and that loyalty survived even after the world declared Tess dead. She gave her full name, Iris V. Vondelson. Then dark wings and a thin tail appear behind the blonde student as crimson power coils around her body. The distant girl from Class Z reveals the truth our MC failed to notice. Iris is a vampire. The chapter closes on her complete transformation, leaving our boy inside a barrier with Tess's devoted servant, a mountain of misunderstandings, and one very urgent family reunion to arrange. Chapter 33 opens with the truth about vampires. Among the demon tribes, they are a superior race blessed with exceptional magical power, long lives, and beauty that makes them dangerously valuable. That combination became a curse. Hunters targeted vampires for their rarity until the entire species stood on the edge of extinction. Our MC looks at Iris again, still processing the fact that his quiet classmate has wings, fangs, and enough blood magic to turn a school conversation into a boss fight. Iris explains that the person who saved her race was Demon Queen Testarossa. She has never met Tess herself, but every vampire child was raised on stories of the compassionate ruler who protected their people. Her family refused to believe that Testarossa had truly died. Iris grew up hearing that their queen must still be alive somewhere, waiting to be found. Our boy finally understands the search. Tess is alive, but infinite prison erased her from the outside world so completely that even her most loyal followers could find no trace. Iris and the surviving vampires kept looking anyway. In the royal capital, her magic eyes finally discovered a human carrying the demon queen's magical signature. Unfortunately, Iris reached the worst possible conclusion. She believes our MC is the true enemy who murdered Testarossa and stole her power. The rookie demands to know how that logic works. Iris explains that there are only 2 ways for one person to acquire another person's magic. The first method requires receiving magical power repeatedly over an enormous span of time. A short-lived human should never survive long enough for that transfer to become permanent. The second method is much faster. Kill the original owner and seize the power left behind. Because our boy appears human, Iris assumes the 200-year explanation is impossible. In her mind, murder is the only answer remaining. The rookie tries to correct her, but his real childhood is so absurd that the truth sounds worse than an excuse. Iris decides the discussion is pointless and gathers blood around her body once again. Our MC admits that her anger makes sense from her perspective. He also has no intention of dying, because nobody in this forest understands magical inheritance paperwork. Iris orders him to atone with his life, and the second round begins. Iris compresses a massive quantity of blood into her strongest weapon, Supreme Crimson Bloodcross Spear. The enormous red spear forms above the clearing and drives toward our MC with enough force to tear the forest apart. The rookie raises his magic while staring directly into the incoming attack. He can feel how strongly Iris cares for Tess. That devotion has become genuine power, and our boy respects it even while the weapon is trying to erase him. But loyalty to the Demon Queen is not exclusive to the vampire. The rookie spent 2 centuries beside Tess, and he refuses to let her furious servant win this family argument. Golden energy gathers between his hands. Our MC releases the Demon Queen's legendary spell, Demon Radiance Flash. Light crashes into the Crimson Spear. Gold and red power rip across the barrier, while both attacks fight for control of the clearing. The Demon Radiance Flash overwhelms the blood weapon and erupts in a blinding explosion. When the energy fades, our boy is still standing and Iris can only stare. She recognizes the spell immediately. Demon Radiance Flash is a legendary technique that only Testarossa should be capable of using. Even a thief who stole the Demon Queen's raw power should not possess her personal magic. Iris finally realizes that the rookie's connection to Tess cannot be explained by murder. She asks who he truly is. Our MC gives her the simple answer he has been trying to deliver since the fight began. He is the Demon Queen's disciple, and he intends to help Tess escape infinite prison. Iris drops to the ground as the entire misunderstanding collapses. The queen she worships is alive, and the person she tried to kill may be Testarossa's closest ally in the outside world. The vampire apologizes with painful sincerity. She is horrified that she attacked someone who could be called the Demon Queen's companion. In a few minutes, our boy has been promoted from suspected murderer to sacred family associate. That is progress, although the application process involved far too many lethal spears. Iris offers to accept any punishment, even if the price is her life. Our MC immediately rejects that idea. He is not angry, and punishing Iris would waste time they should spend helping Tess. The rookie asks her to work with him from now on. Iris agrees, although she still insists that punishment can happen after the rescue. Apparently, vampire guilt is harder to destroy than a blood spear. Once the tension settles, Iris asks whether our boy has told anyone else that the Demon Queen is alive. The rookie says he has kept the discovery secret. That decision may have prevented a war. Relations between the demon race and the dragon race are already deteriorating, and news that both of their queens survived could push the factions into open conflict. Our MC realizes that publicly asking either side for help would be dangerous. Their rescue operation must remain small and controlled. Iris says they may still have allies. With a quiet signal, she calls the observers hiding around the forest. Figures step from the shadows and surround the clearing. Our boy is stunned because he never sensed them, even though the entire group watched the duel from a distance. Every newcomer is a vampire. An older gentleman approaches and introduces himself as Bruno V. Vondelson. He represents the family that has served Testarossa for 300 years. The Demon Queen remains their only true master. However, Bruno has already misunderstood the rookie's relationship with Tess and casually treats him like the queen's spouse. Our MC has barely cleared the murder accusation before being promoted to husband. This vampire clan does not believe in intermediate ranks. Bruno and the others kneel and ask to become his loyal servants. For 3 centuries, they had no clue leading to Testarossa, and now the rookie is their final connection to her. They call him their last hope. Our boy sees that their loyalty is genuine. He accepts the responsibility and promises to work with them, transforming a forest ambush into a secret rescue alliance. The surrounding vampires erupt in celebration. The rookie always imagined vampires as silent and elegant, but this group reacts like a championship crowd that has waited 300 years for a victory. Iris apologizes for her noisy companions, then admits that their happiness is impossible to contain. RMC thanks them and offers his hand. Iris accepts it, relieved to have gained an ally instead of another enemy. The chapter closes with the vampire clan united behind Tessa's disciple. From this point forward, they will work together to save Testarossa and keep the 2 surviving queens hidden from a world already drifting toward war. Chapter 34 begins with our MC waking to an incredible smell. For one peaceful second, he thinks breakfast has prepared itself. Then the rookie opens his eyes and finds Iris calmly cooking inside his room while dressed as a maid. She greets him like this is the most normal morning in the world and asks him to wait while she finishes the food. Our boy has several questions, beginning with why the vampire who attacked him yesterday is now operating his kitchen. Iris explains that his lock barely qualifies as an obstacle. The rookie clarifies that he is asking why she entered, not how she defeated the door before sunrise. Her answer is absolute loyalty. As a servant of Testarossa's disciple, caring for his daily needs is now Iris's natural responsibility. She carries the finished breakfast toward him with a proud smile. The omelet was made with plenty of love, which is a terrifyingly quick change from the blood spear she served him 1 chapter ago. RMC sits down and eats. The meal is genuinely delicious, and his praise makes Iris glow with satisfaction. The rookie thanks her, believing the crisis has ended. Iris immediately offers to help him change clothes as well. Our boy refuses at emergency speed. Breakfast is acceptable. Surrendering control of his entire morning routine is where the new servant arrangement hits a wall. Iris accepts the boundary for now, but the peaceful expression on her face suggests that she has already planned tomorrow's invasion. At the academy, Iris formally introduces herself to the class. From this day forward, she announces that she will serve our MC. The room freezes. Wolf and the other boys have no idea what happened overnight, although Wolf immediately decides that any woman this devoted to the boss must have excellent judgment. Burn sees the danger more clearly. He warns that the girl already closest to the rookie will never stay quiet after hearing this announcement. Cheryl slams her hands down and demands an explanation. Nobody told her that our boy had acquired a beautiful vampire attendant between one school day and the next. The rookie tries to apologize, but Iris pulls him close and comforts her poor master before he can explain anything. That move pours fuel directly onto Cheryl's jealousy. Iris tells him to ignore the muscle-headed woman. Cheryl hears every word and answers with enough fury to begin a second battle before the first lesson. The pink-haired fighter declares that she will tear Iris to pieces if combat is what the vampire wants. Iris looks delighted because she has been waiting to settle their rivalry properly. Our MC jumps between them and orders both girls to stop. Neither listens, and the classmates can only watch their exhausted leader become the battlefield. Wolf asks them to show mercy because he cannot bear seeing the boss suffer. Another student points out the obvious truth. Iris and Cheryl are almost exactly alike. Both women reject the comparison while making the same expression at the same time. Our boy has somehow collected two overprotective disasters, and neither one is willing to share the job title. As the class settles, the rookie wonders whether he can make them cooperate. The teacher wisely interrupts the chaos and moves everyone toward a lesson that may actually keep the building intact. The magical history lesson begins with the wall of strength. Regardless of race, anyone who surpasses that invisible limit receives a special crest. The first stage is the shining silver general crest. If its bearer grows even stronger, the mark evolves into the golden king crest. Among king crests, a few unique forms stand above the rest. The teacher asks the class to name them, and Ben confidently volunteers an answer. Ben identifies the demon queen crest and the dragon queen crest. Ancient texts also mention the Oga king and fairy king, although neither of those titles has been officially confirmed. The teacher praises him and explains that the demon queen title is decided through strength. The winner of the demon race's martial arts tournament challenges the reigning queen in single combat. If the challenger wins, the demon queen title and crest are passed directly to the victor. It is a brutal tradition perfectly suited to a race famous for enormous magical power. The dragon queen title follows a different law. It is tied to bloodline, and a worthy heir is born carrying the queen crest from the beginning. That person is recognized as the dragon queen from the moment of birth. One throne must be conquered, while the other arrives with the blood. The teacher says that the demon queen and dragon queen from 300 years ago were the strongest in recorded history. Our MC knows them as Tess and Rio, the two masters who raised him inside Infinite Prison. Both legendary queens were defeated by Hero Oga. History records the result, but nobody knows why the hero chose to seal them away. Hearing the mystery again changes the rookie's objective. If he can discover Oga's reason, he may also find a clue capable of freeing his two masters. The teacher ends magical history and announces the next practical lesson. A special guest instructor has been invited, and that person carries the silver general crest. The students erupt with excitement. Training under a confirmed general crest bearer could reveal techniques far beyond an ordinary academy class. Outside the room, a lone visitor waits for the door to open. The guest is the same foreign samurai who entered the royal capital earlier. She holds her wide traveling hat, watches the academy in silence, and prepares to become Class Z's new practical instructor. The chapter closes before the students can learn her name, connecting the mysterious arrival at the city gate to the next stage of our boy's training. Chapter 35 begins in the academy courtyard, where the mysterious visitor finally meets Class Z. The stranger introduces himself as Kojiro, a wandering swordsman who has been asked to serve as their temporary instructor. His relaxed smile makes him appear harmless, but our MC studies the man more carefully. Kojiro's posture has no obvious opening. Every movement is loose, balanced, and ready, revealing the discipline hidden beneath that friendly face. Several students wonder whether this gentle traveler truly carries a crest. The rookie does not need proof to understand that the new teacher is dangerous. Kojiro begins the lesson with a simple invitation. He asks for anyone willing to spar against him. The instructor will remain unarmed, while his students may use weapons and magic without restriction. That offer sounds suspiciously generous. Burn and Wolf immediately stop worrying about the trap, because both of them want the first fight. The pair shove forward, argue over who volunteered first, and nearly start sparring with each other instead. Kojiro laughs at their energy and offers a convenient solution. They can challenge him together. Then he sweetens the invitation with a little disrespect, asking whether they are afraid of losing even with a 2-on-1 advantage. The bait works perfectly. Wolf and Burn exchange one furious look and decide to teach this smiling bastard exactly what Class C can do. Their killing intent rises across the courtyard. Kojiro's expression sharpens with genuine excitement, and the friendly traveler identifies himself by his real title, the Blade General. Wolf attacks first, exploding forward with enough speed to surprise the entire class. His fist reaches Kojiro's face in an instant, while Burn prepares a fire spell from the perfect supporting distance. The teamwork is already clear. Wolf controls the close range. Burn punishes every escape route, and neither gives the instructor room to breathe. Burn releases an explosion around the combatants. The blast swallows the courtyard, but Kojiro slips outside its center with a calm step. The attack misses him completely. Wolf apologizes for dropping his guard, yet the instructor is already moving before Burn can answer. Kojiro recognizes their close and long-range formation and praises the idea. Wolf tells him to save the commentary and swings again, determined to keep the swordsman occupied. For one breath, the Beastman appears to control the exchange. Then Kojiro catches the rhythm behind his movements. The blade general redirects Wolf at point-blank range and sends him spinning across the ground with effortless precision. Burn sees his partner fall and realizes that the instructor dismantled their formation without even touching the sword at his waist. Common sense finally suggests surrender. Burn's pride hears that suggestion and throws it directly into the trash. He gathers every spark of mana he can control and declares one final attack, Wide Area Blast. The spell erupts outward in a massive ring of fire, covering the arena so completely that dodging should be impossible. Kojiro faces the explosion head-on. He plants his feet, turns through the heat, and cuts across the incoming magic with one barehanded strike. The general tears the blast apart before it can reach him. Burning pressure splits around his body while he remains standing at the center, completely unharmed. Burn stares at the result like reality has personally betrayed him. Kojiro calmly asks whether the student would like another round. The red-haired fighter finally chooses survival and yields. Around them, Class Z erupts in disbelief. Their temporary teacher defeated two of the class's strongest brawlers together, stayed unarmed, and made the whole thing look insultingly easy. Our boy watches in fascination. A confirmed General Crest warrior has just turned a reckless challenge into the most convincing lesson possible. Once the spar ends, the mood becomes lively rather than bitter. The students crowd around Kojiro, excited that swordsmanship has joined their practical training. Our MC takes a wooden sword and begins practicing under the new instructor's guidance. Kojiro corrects the tension in his shoulders and tells him to lower his center of gravity. The rookie adjusts immediately. His ability to absorb instruction impresses Kojiro, although our boy gives the credit back to the teacher. Kojiro understands struggling students because he once counted himself among them. He was considered a failure and had to work relentlessly before awakening his crest. That difficult past taught him how to explain techniques without looking down on beginners. For the rookie, that makes the Blade General valuable in a completely different way. Strength may win a duel, but a teacher who remembers weakness can help an entire class rise. Kojiro then turns toward the prince and offers to instruct him next. Before the lesson can begin, Ibuki steps between them with one armored hand raised. The royal guard states that she already handles the prince's training. Her tone remains polite, but every inch of her body says the discussion is over. Kojiro assures her that his intentions are honorable and that nothing improper will happen. Ibuki does not accuse him of being evil. She simply refuses to let an unfamiliar swordsman approach the person she has sworn to protect. The prince asks her to relax, yet the knight holds her ground and explains that this caution is part of her duty. Kojiro accepts the boundary with a quiet smile and invites another student to spar instead. Wolf and Burn instantly volunteer again, apparently having converted yesterday's survival instincts back into today's bad decisions. The awkward confrontation dissolves, and our MC checks on Ibuki afterward. She apologizes for revealing such a severe side of herself. Our boy answers that she looked impressive and says Kojiro does not seem like a bad person. Ibuki agrees, but goodness is not the only issue. Until she knows a stranger can be trusted, she cannot carelessly allow that person close to the prince. The prince thanks her for protecting him. Their easy smiles reveal a bond built through far more than formal duty. Watching them, the rookie recognizes how deeply the two trust each other. The prince immediately proves it by choosing Ibuki as his training partner for the day, and the knight accepts with renewed energy. Kojiro observes them from short distance, one hand resting near the sword he never needed to draw. His smile fades into a thoughtful stare. Whatever he hoped to learn by approaching the prince, Ibuki's loyalty has placed a very solid wall in his path. The Blade General quietly calls the result a pity, and Chapter 35 ends with his true interests still hidden. Chapter 36 begins with our MC walking through town in the least peaceful formation imaginable. Iris stays close on one side, while Charlotte marches beside him on the other. Both women consider themselves his proper protector, and neither accepts the existence of a rival department. Charlotte demands to know why the vampire is following them. Iris answers that accompanying Testarossa's disciple is her duty and suggests that Charlotte repair her attitude before it damages their master's dignity. The two glare across the rookie like angry bodyguards fighting over the same shift. Our boy wonders how a simple walk became a custody battle and quietly wishes Wolf were available to absorb some of the damage. Help arrives in the form of Cheyenne, the mysterious class's senior who warned him about hidden monsters several chapters earlier. Cheyenne greets the rookie warmly and says it has been a while. He has already heard that the Academy wildcard found himself inside another quarrel. Our MC protests that this description makes him sound like a trouble magnet. Cheyenne laughs because, from the outside, that title is becoming painfully accurate. The senior says he only follows situations that seem interesting. Then he notices the two women surrounding our boy and asks for an introduction. Charlotte immediately declares herself the rookie's girlfriend. Iris counters by introducing herself as the person who understands their lord better than anyone else. Cheyenne calls them a delightful pair and congratulates our increasingly exhausted protagonist on becoming such a charmer. Before the rivalry can restart, the senior reveals why he stopped them. He has information that should interest the rookie. A new dungeon entrance has been discovered nearby. That single sentence erases every complaint from our boy's face. Ancient ruins, mean monsters, forgotten records, and treasure, which are basically 3 different buttons labeled Press Me. Iris studies Cheyenne suspiciously, but he assures her that he has no intention of stealing her precious master. The rookie asks why someone would casually share valuable dungeon information. Cheyenne answers that he is not desperate for money and already knows how much our boy enjoys rare creatures and unexplored places. Then the senior reveals the detail that makes the trip impossible to ignore. The ruins may be connected to Hero Oga. Cheyenne explains that a powerful barrier seals the newly discovered entrance. Every explorer who has tried to enter has failed. A particular symbol was drawn across that seal. He unfolds a copy of the pattern and shows it to the group. The mark shocks Charlotte. When Cheyenne asks the hero's descendant to identify it, she confirms that it belongs to Oga's bloodline. That creates a strong possibility that the dungeon contains something left by the legendary hero himself. For the rookie, treasure suddenly becomes secondary. Oga sealed Tess and Rio inside Infinite Prison 300 years ago, so even one surviving record could explain why his 2 masters were imprisoned. Cheyenne asks what he intends to do. Our boy's expression already contains the answer. This dungeon has officially hijacked the day's schedule. The expedition heads into the forest, where Kazaha joins them with enough enthusiasm for the entire group. The orange-haired explorer is already imagining the treasure waiting underground. Cheyenne recognizes her distinctive dialect and asks where she grew up. Kazaha says she was born and raised in Kobe. The senior knows the region and remarks that its accent is famous for remaining strong. As they continue, the rookie notices Wolf's absence. Charlotte explains that the Beastman is training with Burn after their defeat against Kojiro. Both fighters have been fired up since the Blade General humbled them. Their decision to keep improving reminds our MC that his friends are developing even when he is somewhere else chasing mysterious doors. The rookie refuses to fall behind. Apparently, the academy has turned getting destroyed by a teacher into a group fitness program. Deeper in the forest, the party spots someone gathering plants beside the trail. It is Kojiro. The wandering swordsman came searching for potent medicinal herbs and is just as surprised to encounter the students this far from school. When Kojiro hears that the group plans to explore a newly discovered dungeon, his relaxed expression disappears. He warns that an unexplored ruin may contain unknown traps and monsters. Charging inside without preparation is dangerous, no matter how strong the students believe they are. Our MC promises that the group is taking the mission seriously. If the danger becomes impossible to control, they will retreat immediately. Even so, the rookie admits that he must investigate. The crest on the barrier may be his first real clue to Hero Oga and the reason behind the ancient ceiling. Kojiro sees that the decision will not change. Instead of wasting time with another lecture, he gives the students a round container from his supplies. Inside is a healing potion the swordsman made himself. It can treat scrapes and bruises, offering at least one emergency advantage if the ruins bite back. Our boy accepts the gift gratefully. Beneath the frightening general crest and suspicious interest in the prince, Kojiro can still behave like a genuinely caring teacher. The swordsman repeats his warning and watches until the expedition moves deeper into the forest. The party pulls itself together and finally reaches the site. Massive stone ruins rise beneath the trees. Although the underground dungeon is new to explorers, the structure surrounding it has stood for ages. People assumed every valuable object had already been removed from the old complex. 1 week earlier, however, someone accidentally uncovered a passage leading below the familiar ruins. The students descend through the opening and enter a darker chamber. They're not the first people waiting inside. A group of armed adventurers has already occupied the stone hall, sitting together as though the dungeon belongs to them. Kazaha studies their faces and immediately senses a hostile atmosphere. These men do not look like cooperative explorers preparing to share information. One adventurer notices the academy group and rises. His companions stare at the uniforms, the young faces, and the apparent intruders standing inside their claimed territory. The man demands to know who the hell they are. Our boy came searching for Oga's hidden history, but the dungeon has placed a pack of territorial idiots in front of the first door. Chapter 36 ends as both groups face each other, with the sealed ruins still waiting deeper underground. Chapter 37 begins exactly where the confrontation left off, with the armed adventurers staring at the students like somebody delivered children to the wrong dungeon. Their leader expected an important rival. Instead, he sees academy uniforms and decides the newcomers must be harmless kids. One of his men warns that the ruins are dangerous, but his attention quickly drifts toward Iris and Charlotte. He suggests that pretty girls wandering alone might get captured by bad adults. The warning sounds less heroic when the bad adult is grinning directly in front of them. Charlotte looks disgusted. Iris agrees with her for perhaps the first time all day and calmly tells the creep to fix his own appearance before attempting to flirt. The rejection lands harder than a fire spell. Furious at being mocked, the self-proclaimed professional adventurer raises his weapon and decides to teach the students respect. He charges our MC first. The poor bastard chooses the one student who survived Testarossa's training, cross blades with absurd monsters, and treats dangerous magic like an extracurricular activity. Our boy slips past the attack and drops him in a single clean movement. The man hits the ground before his friends fully understand what happened. The remaining adventurers recover from the shock and surround the party. Our protagonist realizes the sealed entrance will remain unreachable until this territorial nonsense is settled. Charlotte asks Cheyenne to help. The mysterious senior smiles because helping juniors is apparently another excuse to enjoy himself. The mob rushes forward with confidence borrowed entirely from superior numbers. Cheyenne raises one hand and activates clay crafting magic. Earth erupts between the two groups and gathers into a massive humanoid doll. A clay golem stands over the battlefield, broad enough to turn the narrow ruins into its personal arena. The adventurers attack together, striking its body with weapons and magic. Their best efforts barely chip the surface. Cheyenne watches with the relaxed smile of someone who brought construction equipment to a street fight. Then the senior orders the golem forward, and the entire balance of the battle changes. The clay giant crashes through the attackers and sends armored men tumbling across the stone floor. For a moment, the fight appears finished. Several adventurers lie stunned while the survivors back away from Cheyenne's monster. One desperate thug changes tactics. He grabs Kazaha from behind and presses a knife near her throat. He warns the students that moving will get the orange-haired explorer hurt. Our MC freezes. Charlotte turns toward the hostage, and the attacker mistakes caution for control. Kazaha is more annoyed than frightened. The man holding her has no idea that she travels beside people who collect dangerous creatures as casually as normal students collect homework. Kazaha apologizes for the commotion and calls for her little one to wake up. A gigantic green mantis rises behind the hostage taker. The thug barely has time to recognize the insect before one bladed arm knocks him away. Kazaha is released without receiving a scratch. Kazaha affectionately calls the creature Mandy and promises to finish quickly. Cheyenne, fascinated by the enormous bug, immediately asks to inspect it later. The orange-haired explorer reminds the senior that the enemy has finally started taking the battle seriously. The adventurers rally around their remaining fighters. They convince themselves that one mantis can still be overwhelmed. Kazaha hears that challenge and smiles. Manny was only the first child to wake up. At her command, more monsters emerge around the battlefield. Enormous worms, beetles, and other insects crowd the ruins until both sides finally possess equal numbers. The adventurers stare at the friendly swarm in complete disbelief. Monster insects are supposed to avoid people, yet every creature gathers around Kazaha like she is hosting the world's most cursed family reunion. She gives one cheerful order: go wild. The bug squad charges. What remains of the resistance collapses beneath claws, shells, and one deeply humiliating lesson in population control. Kazaha thanks her creatures after the victory and settles them down with the tenderness of a proud mother. Our boy may have two women arguing over him, but Kazaha apparently runs an entire daycare made of nightmare fuel. With the path clear, the party prepares to continue. The rookie worries that the defeated men could hold a grudge and cause trouble later. He decides to make them forget the encounter. Electricity gathers around his hand as he grips the leader's head. He explains that his master taught him how carefully directed current can manipulate memory. The others recoil, while our MC performs magical brain maintenance with the confidence of someone adjusting a loose cable. When the adventurer wakes, he cannot recognize the students. He stares at the group, wonders whether they have met before, and remains completely unaware that his crew just lost a war against an insect nursery. The memory alteration works. With their enemies neutralized and confused, the expedition finally reaches the true dungeon entrance. Ancient stone walls surround a tall doorway carved with the hero's crest. A brilliant pink barrier covers the opening, its layered magic circles still active after countless years. The atmosphere feels mysterious even to the experienced members of the group. Cheyenne tests the barrier with a small projectile. The attack bursts against the surface without leaving a mark, confirming why every previous explorer failed. The senior turns to Charlotte. If the symbol truly belongs to Oga's bloodline, his descendant may be the only person capable of opening it. Charlotte agrees and steps toward the seal. Our boy notices her hesitation. He tells her that she does not need to force herself for his sake and offers to search for another way through. Charlotte smiles at his concern, but her reason reaches beyond helping the rookie. Hero Oga is her ancestor. His name has shaped her family, her responsibilities, and the mysterious imprisonment of Testarossa and Rio. She wants to discover what kind of person he truly was with her own eyes. The hero's descendant refuses to let fear make that choice for her. Charlotte places her hand against the glowing surface and channels her magic into the crest. Pink light surges around her. The circles flare, the ancient symbols rotate, and a human silhouette blazes within the seal. Then the barrier shatters into fragments of light. Charlotte's guess was correct. Oga designed the entrance so that only someone carrying the hero's blood could release it. The party gathers behind her and enters the newly opened passage. Nothing immediately attacks them, yet the condition on the seal leaves Cheyenne uneasy. Someone deliberately locked this place away from the world and built Charlotte's ancestry into the key. Before the group can investigate further, a voice orders them to stop. Our MC turns and finds 3 more armed figures inside the ruins. A purple-haired woman, a red-haired man, and a silent hooded companion. The first pack guarded the entrance with cheap intimidation. This new trio was waiting beyond a barrier that nobody else could cross. Chapter 37 ends as the expedition realizes that opening Oga's door may have revealed something far more dangerous than treasure. Chapter 38 opens as the armed trio asks to enter the dungeon alongside the academy party. Our MC studies the strangers and demands an introduction before allowing anyone through Oga's newly opened door. The red-haired man raises both hands and apologizes for startling them. His name is Max, and he leads an adventuring party called Jackal. The hooded blue-haired man introduces himself as Zim, the group's thief. Their purple-haired companion is Marl, a beginner mage who still looks slightly nervous about meeting the people who demolished an entire mob outside. Max explains that Jackal is only copper rank, the second lowest adventurer class. Exploring an unknown dungeon alone feels dangerous, so the trio hopes to join the stronger expedition. They admit they secretly watched the earlier battle and apologize for staying hidden instead of helping. Charlotte immediately asks the sensible question: what does her group gain by carrying 3 spectators deeper into the ruins? Max insists that weakness does not make Jackal useless. The trio has practical dungeon experience and knows how to find treasure, detect traps, and uncover hidden passages. That argument earns reluctant attention. Raw combat power will not reveal a pressure plate buried under stone. Charlotte asks what the rookie thinks. Iris will follow their lord's decision, while Shine accepts anything likely to become entertaining. Kazaha worries about splitting the treasure with more people. The orange-haired explorer did not come this far to watch her share shrink, because 3 strangers brought a resume. Max notices the hesitation and reveals Jackal's bargaining chips, a collection of rare magical tools. First comes the charge ring, a heavy metal device that absorbs and stores its wearer's magic. Our boy is impressed until Max explains the tiny design flaw. Once the container fills, it keeps absorbing power and dumps the excess straight back outside. So the miraculous battery becomes a magical cup that keeps drinking after it is full, then spills everything on the floor. Max quickly produces a substitute metal. Worn around the neck, it can block any attack. That sounds genuinely useful, and the rookie immediately asks to test it. Much Benix. Even a gentle strike destroys the metal instantly, meaning its definition of invincible protection lasts for exactly 1 hit. He reaches for an ampere ring and begins another sales pitch, but our MC has already heard enough comedy for 1 doorway. The rookie accepts Jackal's help before Max can demonstrate another suspicious accessory. The 3 copper ranks celebrate. Iris and Charlotte remain cautious, but the enlarged expedition begins moving through the dungeon. Once the stronger group walks ahead, Jackal drops the friendly act. Max reminds Zim and Marl of their real strategy. If a powerful monster appears, they will push the fight onto the students, escape during the chaos, and return later for the treasure. Their fearless partnership is actually an insurance scam with swords. Max orders his companions to make themselves useful enough to avoid suspicion. Then he approaches our MC and offers information about the dungeon. He explains that narrow corridors almost always contain traps. Spears may shoot from the floor, arrows can fly from the walls, and the trigger is usually a switch hidden beneath someone's feet. While Max is still saying, "Watch out," the rookie looks down and finds a suspicious floor plate. He steps on it. The corridor shakes as a huge black stone covered in glowing red cracks drops into their path and begins closing on the group. Max screams that the idiot activated the switch immediately after receiving the warning. Our boy apologizes with the relaxed smile of someone who treats ancient death mechanisms as interactive exhibits. Charlotte shouts for Jackal to solve the problem. After all, trap expertise was the entire reason they were invited. Max throws the responsibility toward Marl. The beginner mage gathers her courage and fires intermediate magic arrow at the approaching stone. The purple projectile strikes directly and breaks apart without damaging the target. Marl stares in horror as her spell disappears. Max recognizes the material. The obstacle is a magic sealing stone, a special mineral that nullifies magic on contact. That explains why the glowing rock ignored an intermediate spell, but it also removes the Academy party's easiest answer. Our MC asks whether there is another way to destroy it. Max remembers once seeing a gold-ranked adventurer cut a similar stone with a sword. Unfortunately, the mineral is brutally hard, and nobody in Jackal believes the current group can reproduce that feat, so the 3 scammers abandon every promise of expertise and prepare to run. Our boy focuses on one detail. Magic fails, but physical force should still work. Before Max can stop him, the rookie steps toward the ceiling stone and draws back his fist. Max shouts that approaching the stone barehanded is suicidal. Our MC channels the qigong training inherited from his master and activates an attack-style technique. Its name is Meteor Iron Fist, Rock Piercer. Blue energy coils around his arm as the Academy wildcard drives one punch into the center of the magic ceiling stone. The impact tears through the mineral. Cracks race across its surface, fragments explode into the corridor, and the enormous trap collapses before reaching anyone. Jackal stares at the wreckage in complete disbelief. Iris praises her lord exactly as expected. Charlotte is less impressed by his sense of safety and tells the rookie to be more careful next time. Our boy apologizes cheerfully and immediately suggests that everyone continue forward. The dungeon answers with more traps. Arrows streak through a chamber while rows of spikes threaten the floor and ceiling. The party blocks, dodges, and destroys each mechanism without losing formation. Another passage fills with thick green vines. Charlotte cuts through the growth with her sword while the rookie and the others clear the remaining tendrils. Shine enjoys every room. To the mysterious senior, an ancient death maze is apparently a theme park with stricter admission requirements. After several chambers, the expedition has traveled deep beneath the ruins without finding treasure. The party discovers another route leading farther inside and chooses to investigate. Behind them, Max, Zim, and Marl look increasingly miserable. Jackal planned to outsmart inexperienced students. Instead, their intended victims possess enough power to punch anti-magic stone, enough teamwork to dismantle whole trap rooms, and enough enthusiasm to keep moving after every disaster. The copper ranks realize that pushing an enemy onto these people may only help the Academy group have more fun. Their treasure theft scheme is collapsing before any treasure has even appeared. Still trapped inside their own partnership, the three scammers follow the others down the torchlit passage. Chapter 38 ends with the expedition heading deeper into Oga's dungeon and Jackal wondering how they became side characters in their own robbery. Chapter 39 opens in the deepest chamber the expedition has reached so far. The cavern is enormous, and even our boy pauses to admire its scale. Then he notices a crimson sphere floating a few steps ahead. At first it looks like the treasure everyone has been chasing, but a glowing object hovering alone in an ancient dungeon rarely comes with a friendly instruction manual. The entire party gathers around it, while Jackal watches from the rear. Without warning, the sphere ignites and announces that it has detected living beings. The relic begins a hero factor verification, bathing the chamber in pink light as it examines everyone nearby. Nobody understands the test, and that becomes a problem when the analysis suddenly ends. The device identifies 2 qualified individuals and initiates an immediate transfer. Pink energy wraps around our MC and Charlotte before either can react. Iris reaches for her lord, but the light swallows both chosen students and they vanish from the cavern. One moment the rookie and the pink-haired swordswoman are standing with the party. The next, only a fading glow remains on the floor. Iris nearly loses her mind. Being separated from her precious master for half a second is apparently the elf maid's personal apocalypse. Kazaha grabs her before panic becomes violence and reminds her that screaming will not pull anyone back through a teleportation spell. Iris forces herself to breathe, although her expression promises that the dungeon will be receiving a formal complaint later. Max recognizes the phenomenon. The 2 students were probably transported into another room somewhere inside the ruins. Shine watches the empty space and says something feels wrong. The brown-haired senior believes the sphere had been observing the group from the moment they entered the chamber. It tested every person present, selected only 2, and deliberately sent those candidates forward. That means the others were rejected rather than accidentally left behind. Max needs only a second to understand the ugly consequence. With the 2 strongest frontline fighters gone, Jackal's plan to hide behind the Academy party has just suffered a catastrophic business failure. Before anyone can decide what to do, cracks of purple energy race across the wall. A gigantic stone guardian opens its red eyes and rises in front of the stranded group. Jackal stares upward in horror. Their human shields have disappeared, the dungeon has produced a boss, and the universe has finally reviewed their scam. Iris, Kazaha, Cheyenne, and the remaining students prepare to fight while Max wonders how much his party can survive without the 2 people chosen by the relic. Far from the others, our rookie regains consciousness in a silent white corridor. Charlotte is beside him, but every other member of the expedition is gone. The pair quickly realizes the crimson sphere transported only them. RMC hopes Iris and the others landed somewhere safe. Charlotte tells him to worry about his own situation first. If this chamber lies deeper than the route they were exploring, the danger ahead may be far worse than anything the party has already faced. Her warning is sensible, but the hand resting near her sword betrays a little tension. The rookie notices and offers a calm smile. He reminds Charlotte that she is not standing here alone. He is with her, and he intends to protect his companion if trouble appears. The usually composed knight turns red almost instantly. She insists that she can defend herself perfectly well. Then, After one embarrassed pause, Charlotte admits that if he truly insists, she will allow him to protect her. Our boy accepts the assignment with ridiculous sincerity and promises to fulfill his role as her knight. For a dangerous teleportation accident, the conversation becomes suspiciously close to a dungeon date. Charlotte reaches for his hand, and the two move forward together through the pale corridor. Their quiet moment ends when they enter a decorated hall and discover a hooded figure already waiting inside. According to every clue so far, nobody should have reached these sealed ruins before them. The stranger's presence therefore raises one immediate question. Who, or what, has been living here all this time? Our MC draws the golden sword while Charlotte takes position beside him. The cloaked being does not attack. Instead, it calmly says that it has been waiting for the bearers of the hero's will. Those words confirm that the teleportation was deliberate. The Crimson Sphere did not choose two random adventurers. It sent the people who satisfied an ancient qualification. The stranger promises that it is not their enemy and asks them to follow. Charlotte senses no hostility, but neither student lowers their guard completely. With no path back to the others, they follow the slow-moving guide farther into the hall. The figure stops before a massive weathered mural. Even damaged by time, the image is unmistakable. It depicts Hero Oga, the third hero whose name has followed the expedition from the sealed door to the dungeon itself. Our boy studies the artwork while Charlotte demands answers about the chamber and its mysterious caretaker. The hooded guide agrees to answer their questions one by one. Then it turns, and the darkness beneath the hood reveals a decayed face. The rookie and Charlotte recoil, but the creature sounds more embarrassed than threatening. When asked for a name, it pauses and admits that it has forgotten. Apparently, keeping a zombie body alive for generations is wonderful for long-term employment and terrible for remembering what should be written on the name tag. The immortal caretaker explains that this chamber is an information protection and management facility created by Lord Oga. Its purpose is to preserve knowledge that must never leak before the proper time, then deliver that truth to people in the distant future. The caretaker is part of the security system. It has guarded the mural and its hidden information for an age, waiting until the dungeon identified the correct successors. Our MC asks whether the Guardian willingly chose this ruined body. The answer is yes. To protect Oga's secret until the heroes will return, the caretaker abandoned an ordinary life and accepted an immortal form. That sacrifice changes the atmosphere immediately. The person beneath the hood is no wandering monster. It is a loyal witness who has endured centuries for one final duty. Standing before the mural, the Guardian prepares to reveal what the dungeon has preserved. Chapter 39 ends as the immortal keeper begins the story of Hero Oga and the three companions who once stood beside him. Chapter 40 returns to the chamber where the stranded party faces the enormous stone guardian. Max wonders how much anyone can accomplish with our MC and Charlotte gone. Iris refuses to be intimidated. No matter how large it stands, the enemy is still a golem, and protecting her lord's companions now falls to her. The elf maid forms Crimson piercing blood spear and launches the red drill straight at the guardian. The spell hits its chest and shatters before penetrating the armor. Max recognizes the same nightmare from the previous trap. This guardian is made from magic sealing stone, so magical attacks lose their power on contact. He orders Iris to retreat, but taking sensible advice from Jackal is apparently beneath her job description. She charges the giant and switches to physical force. Her strike lands, yet the stone body barely reacts. The guardian counters with a brutal swing that sends Iris crashing toward the floor. Kazaha rushes in, catches the reckless maid, and drags her clear before the next blow can land. She asks whether Iris can walk and warns that the enemy is furious enough to crush both of them. Iris is more confused by the rescue than the attack. She demands to know why Kazaha helped her. The orange-haired explorer says Iris should rely on her friends more often. She could have left the stubborn elf alone, but watching Iris launch herself at an anti-magic boulder was too ridiculous to ignore. Kazaha laughs until Iris becomes even more irritated. When a maid asks again why she was saved, Kazaha says she already knows the answer. For the first time, Iris seems to understand that the people beside her may be more than temporary followers of her lord. Back in the hidden archive, our rookie asks whether the caretaker truly chose to become a zombie. He understands the advantage. An undead body can survive for centuries while preserving its memories. The caretaker explains the cost. Most people cannot watch their own flesh decay forever. Their minds eventually break, and they lose the very selves they wanted to preserve. Charlotte realizes this guardian has remained alone for roughly 300 years. The old witness only chuckles. After such a long vigil, the arrival of the chosen successors feels like a reward. It turns toward the mural and begins the promised explanation. The artwork depicts Hero Oga and the three people who fought beside him. Together, they formed the strongest party in recorded history and defeated evil King Jabberwock. Charlotte is stunned. Even her ancestors never passed down the existence of these companions. The caretaker says this archive holds the surviving truth, although centuries of isolation have fragmented parts of its memory. The figure painted on Oga's right is Fairy Queen Titania. She ruled Fairyland, proving that a kingdom dismissed as a bedtime story once existed somewhere in this world. Our boy quietly adds another impossible fact to the pile and wonders how many fairy tales have merely been classified as inconvenient history. The companion on Oga's left is king of 3 worlds Balmung. When the rookie asks what kind of person Balmung was, the caretaker's memory stalls. Charlotte decides the ancient information system may need manual maintenance and shakes the poor zombie until loose memories begin reconnecting. The method is undignified, but somehow it works. The caretaker recalls that King Balmung was the greatest martial artist in the hero's party. Our MC immediately thinks of Wolf and decides to ask his martial arts teacher about that name later. The final companion is Snake Queen Echidna, ruler of a half-human, half-snake people and a seer said to possess knowledge of the future. Charlotte has never heard of Echidna either. She never imagined her generation would inherit a secret large enough to rewrite the legend of Oga. Then the most important detail settles in. Apart from the hero himself, none of the 4 legendary party members were human. Charlotte suspects Oga concealed his companions' identities to protect demi-humans and beastkin from the prejudice of that era. If the world had known who saved it, perhaps discrimination would have weakened. Yet the hero clearly believed revealing the truth carried a terrible risk. Our boy tells her that the missing reason will come eventually, and that she should not punish herself for a decision made centuries before her birth. Charlotte thanks him, then asks why the relics selected her as well. The caretaker cannot answer that question. The rookie jokes that 300 years in a sealed archive may have damaged more than the Guardian's memory. Then he realizes this facility might contain a clue capable of weakening the infinite prison seal. He asks whether Oga left any other message. The caretaker pauses, searches through its scattered memories, and recalls the hero's final instruction. If a qualified successor reached the archive while facing danger, that person should rely on Oga's companions. The advice confuses our MC until the Guardian remembers one more detail. Anyone who entered with the chosen candidates should be rescued immediately because the dungeon's golems would already be attacking them as intruders. Our boy erupts. That warning would have been useful several minutes earlier. Blue energy gathers around his foot, and he launches himself through the passage at full speed to reach Iris and the others. Charlotte stays behind with the caretaker, half impressed and half wondering what species of human missile just departed through the ceiling. The ancient witness says its duty is complete. It waited centuries to deliver Oga's message, yet reaching the end now feels strangely lonely. Charlotte steps closer and thanks the Guardian for protecting this truth for her clan across such an impossible span of time. The caretaker tells her that carrying the hero's blood does not make her inexperienced or unworthy. In its eyes, Charlotte also possesses the heart of a hero. The undead body begins dissolving into light. With its final breath, the keeper thanks her and prays that the world will remain peaceful. Only an empty robe and fading dust remain on the floor. Charlotte kneels beside them, mourning someone whose name history had already stolen. A pink emblem shines in her palm as the caretaker's final legacy answers her resolve. She promises to carry that will forward as a 4th-generation hero. Chapter 40 ends with Charlotte accepting a hidden inheritance while the rookie races back toward a battle against the magic ceiling stone guardian. Chapter 41 opens with Iris finally understanding why Kazaha pulled her out of danger. The answer is simple. Friends do not need a complicated reason to save one another. Before the maid can process that unfamiliar feeling, Max orders both girls to escape. The magic ceiling stone guardian advances with enough raw force to pulverize the chamber, and Jackal estimates its strength at a rank. Zim and Marl immediately suggest sneaking away. Fighting an anti-magic monster was never included in their discount partnership package. They ask Max to use Jackal's emergency escape item. Zim already tried it, but the relic refuses to activate inside this room. Marl proposes the next safest plan. Hide in a corner and stay out of the Guardian's path. Then the beginner mage looks at the injured Iris, still struggling to stand. The elf maid refuses to remain down and charges the enemy again. Her wounded body slows every step, yet she keeps placing herself between the golem and the others. Mux watches in silence. That student has overwhelming enemies in front of her and an easy path of retreat behind her, but she chooses to fight anyway. The Guardian raises another stone limb. Iris braces for impact, then notices thick purple slime wrapped around the creature's leg. Max confirms that Jackal planted it. The substance is an adventurer's favorite tool called a sticky bomb, a temporary adhesive strong enough to restrain even large monsters. The fearless elf has finally received support from the 3 copper ranks who originally planned to use her as bait. While the sticky bomb holds the Guardian, Jackal rushes toward the injured students. Zim provides a recovery potion, and Marl carefully bandages Iris's leg. The maid awkwardly thanks them for treating her wound, then asks why they stayed. Running would have been the sensible choice. Mukshagrish. Until today, his party would have fled without a moment of hesitation. He admits that Jackal survived by deceiving stronger adventurers, using those people as shields and escaping whenever danger became real. They called it strategy, but Max now recognizes that fear had become their entire identity. Watching our MC protect everyone forced him to ask whether he was truly content to remain that person. The Academy rookie reminded Max of a dream he once carried as a child. He wanted to become a brave, impressive adventurer who stepped forward when others needed help. That dream became buried beneath years of excuses, weak equipment, and easier betrayals. Now Max chooses to dig it back up. Even if Iris refuses assistance, Jackal will fight beside her. He rallies Zim and Marl with the proudest battle cry 3 copper ranks can manage. Show this monster the pride of the small fry. The Guardian tears against the adhesive, and the sticky bomb begins to burn away. Jackal moves before it can break free. Max pulls out a battered slingshot that has apparently saved his life more times than he can count. He fires a super powerful smoke bomb directly into the burning space around the golem. The name sounds like something invented by a 12-year-old, but the blast covers the Guardian and gives Zim and Marl enough time to escape its reach. Kazaha and the other students thank Jackal for the rescue. Max accepts the praise for half a second before the enormous red eyes reappear through the smoke. The Guardian is still standing. Max refuses to surrender. If one cheap trick fails, Jackal still has an entire backpack full of questionable engineering. He launches a slippery oil bomb beneath the golem's feet. Zim follows with a second dose, coating the stone floor and the Guardian's body. Then Marl raises her staff and fires flaming magic arrow into the oil. The chamber erupts in a wall of fire. Against an ordinary A-rank monster, the combination should have worked. But this opponent is carved from magic sealing stone. The flames fade, and the Guardian walks out almost untouched. Max freezes as the red-eyed giant targets him. With every gadget spent, the reformed scammer has finally reached the part where courage cannot be faked. The golem swings. A crimson cross tears through the space between them first. Iris unleashes advanced crimson cross spear and blasts the Guardian away before it can crush Max. The copper rank leader stares at his rescuer and calls her a lifesaver. Iris turns aside, claiming she merely did what came naturally. Her own answer surprises her. Only moments earlier she demanded to know why anyone would help without profit, orders, or devotion to the same master. She remembers a wounded adventurer from the past asking her that very question. Back then, Iris could not explain her actions. She only knew that people did not need permission or a grand reason to help someone in front of them. Now Kazaha's words finally connect with her forgotten instinct. Iris realizes that this was the answer trapped inside her all along. Fighting beside other people makes her feel stronger than fighting alone. The sensation is strange, warm, and powerful enough to stir a heart that had revolved around one person for years. She wonders whether her lord felt the same happiness while building this bizarre group around himself. The Guardian drags itself upright and declares that its turn has arrived. Iris faces it with a new smile. Chapter 41 ends as the elf maid prepares to answer, not as a solitary servant, but as one member of a party finally willing to trust the people at her side. Chapter 42 begins with Iris stepping forward to answer the Guardian's challenge. The elf maid gathers blood magic around her arm and creates a mid-tier blood demon sword. She launches herself at the stone giant, determined to finish the battle before her wounded leg gives out. Her crimson blade lands cleanly across the Guardian's body. Unfortunately, landing a hit and damaging this walking mountain are two very different achievements. The magic sealing stone disperses the weapon's power, and the golem barely shifts. Iris attacks again from above, forcing every drop of strength into a second slash. The Guardian absorbs that blow as well, then swats the maid away like an angry landlord removing a noisy tenant. Max catches up with a healing potion and begs her to drink before the monster turns her into floor decoration. He apologizes for being unable to contribute more, but Iris rejects that miserable conclusion. Jackal restrained the enemy, treated her injuries, and protected the other students. For someone who once measured every relationship by usefulness, she now understands that support can decide a battle without delivering the final strike. The Guardian rises for another attack, and Max drags Iris clear as the floor explodes behind them. At that moment, our MC finally rushes back into the chamber. The exhausted party looks at the Academy rookie like customer service has arrived 5 seconds before the building closes. Our boy apologizes for making everyone wait, then immediately analyzes the Guardian with magic. The result confirms the problem. Its body is constructed from magic sealing stone, allowing it to deflect spells and resist conventional attacks. The young powerhouse calmly takes out his golden sword and decides to use a technique designed for exactly this kind of bullshit. Demonic swordcraft supplies the cutting concept, while Dragon Qigong controls the force and direction. Instead of overpowering the stone, dimensional slash severs the space containing it. One brilliant arc crosses the chamber and splits the supposedly invincible Guardian apart. Max, Zim, and Marl stare at the wreckage as if they have just discovered the world's most unfair cheat code. When a rookie asks whether everyone is safe, Jackal immediately tries to promote him from kid to boss. The battle is over, and the people who entered as suspicious strangers now celebrate together. Kazaha welcomes our boy back with a grin and reminds him that trouble follows him with professional dedication. Iris approaches more quietly. She tells her lord that she believed he would return and thanks him for protecting everyone. The demon prince gives the credit back to her, recognizing that the maid defended the entire party while he was away. Their exchange is brief, but it proves how much Iris has changed since entering these ruins. The pink-haired classmate returns from her own route and confirms that the other side has been secured. For one precious moment, it appears the expedition has ended successfully. Then the cavern shakes hard enough to drop stone from the ceiling. Max realizes the dungeon is collapsing, and the cheerful reunion turns into an evacuation meeting with falling rocks. Normally, defeating a dungeon boss causes an exit to appear. This ruin offers no portal because it was built to protect the ancient hero's secrets from intruders. Killing the Guardian activates a final trap that buries the facility and everyone still inside it. The Jackal leader searches his bag and produces teleportation stones capable of moving their users outside the structure. There is one ugly limitation. Only 3 stones remain. Max offers them to the students, arguing that stronger survivors can save more people in the future. His willingness to surrender his own escape proves that the coward from earlier has genuinely changed. Our MC accepts the stones, then refuses to play executioner by choosing 3 lives over the rest. He admits to being greedy. He wants his classmates, Iris, Kazaha, and even the 3 former scammers to leave together. With the ceiling coming down, our boy asks everyone to trust him and begins shaping a massive spell. Golden light floods the chamber as radiant magical flash erupts from his hands. The technique does more than destroy ordinary obstacles. It nullifies magic itself. Because the dungeon walls were created and maintained through magical power, the flash erases an entire section of structure. A path to the outside opens through the collapsing ruin. Iris understands the plan immediately, while everyone else needs half a second to recover from watching the rookie delete architecture. Their escape route exists, but somebody still has to carry the whole party through it before the opening disappears. The demon prince hands the final step to Kazaha. His orange-haired partner calls for Kabu, and her enormous golden beetle surges into the collapsing chamber. Students, adventurers, and exhausted fighters pile onto the insect as debris rains around them. Kabu flies through the erased wall and carries every single person beyond the dungeon's reach. The escape succeeds because everyone contributes. Iris buys time, Jackal protects the wounded, our MC opens the route, and Kazaha provides a ride. Nobody is abandoned, including the 3 copper ranks who originally planned to use the students as bait. Once they reach safety, the group finally releases the breath it has been holding. Kazaha treats the near-death expedition like a wild field trip, while everyone with functioning nerves quietly disagrees. The students separate for the night, and our battered protagonist returns to the dorm with every muscle filing a formal complaint. Kojiru is waiting for him. The instructor learned that the group had not returned and stayed awake because he feared something had happened. One look at the boy's torn uniform and exhausted body confirms that the concern was justified. The teacher scolds the reckless rookie, asks about the healing potion he previously supplied, and discovers it has already been used. Kojiru takes the remaining medicine and applies it directly to the injuries. The treatment stings so badly that our MC nearly achieves a second boss battle inside his own room. A moment later, the pain fades and the damage begins disappearing at an absurd speed. Kojiru explains that his medicine works wonders, then orders the student to soak in hot water, sleep properly, and stop pushing himself beyond reason. Beneath the lecture, his relief is obvious. He waited because he cares whether these troublesome students come home alive. Our boy finally recognizes that concern and thanks him sincerely. As the teacher leaves, the rookie decides to express his gratitude properly at school the next day. Chapter 42 closes on a quiet truth. Defeating ancient monsters may require forbidden techniques, but surviving the aftermath sometimes depends on one worried adult refusing to go to bed. Chapter 43 opens the morning after the dungeon escape. Our MC wakes up exhausted, but Palom arrives at his window, carrying an oversized red nut as a gift. The giant bird proudly waits for praise while the rookie wonders when his life became a delivery service for magical wildlife. He accepts the present, thanks his feathered friend, and hurries toward school. Out on the training field, Kojiru gathers Class Z and announces that this will be his final lecture as their special instructor. The assignment was brief, yet the gentle swordsman has become one of the few adults the class trusts completely. Several students immediately look disappointed. Our boy notices that Kojiru appears gloomier than usual, but the instructor hides the tension behind his familiar smile. He begins the lesson exactly as everyone expects. Kojiru checks Ibuki's sword grip and explains that squeezing the weapon constantly will slow his reactions. The armored guardian only needs full pressure at the instant of impact, allowing his stance to stay loose until an enemy enters range. Ibuki practices the correction and discovers that the blade moves faster without sacrificing power. Kojiru praises the improvement, turning the intimidating knight into a proud student for half a second. Then Prince Yuri steps forward carrying a staff. The blonde prince has decided to study weapon techniques alongside magic, hoping to become useful at every distance. Kojiru welcomes the idea and admits that he also has experience with staff combat. He patiently demonstrates the basic grip, spacing, and balance before asking Yuri to block a light strike. The prince follows every instruction with complete concentration. Kojiru swings, Yuri catches the attack, and the staff rings beneath the impact. The teacher compliments the boy's stance and calm expression. Everything about the lesson feels warm, normal, and safe. That normality is exactly why nobody recognizes the danger when Kojiru quietly reaches for his real sword. Kojiru looks at Yuri and says that it is a shame. The words make no sense until steel flashes across the training field. The instructor launches a genuine killing strike at the prince he was coaching one breath earlier. Yuri's staff snaps away, his body collapses, and blood stains the ground beneath him. For one frozen second, Class Z cannot understand what its own eyes are showing. Kojiru stands above the fallen student with the same blade he used to teach them. Then he turns away and offers a quiet farewell. Our MC moves before grief can catch up. The academy rookie draws his golden sword and intercepts the instructor's path with enough force to stop him cold. He demands an explanation, but Kojiru gives none. Behind them, Ibuki sees the prince on the ground and loses every scrap of discipline he practiced moments earlier. Protecting Yuri is the knight's entire purpose, so the apparent death feels like both heartbreak and personal failure. The armored guardian roars that he will kill Kojiru and tries to charge. Our boy blocks him with one hand and warns that blind rage will only create another victim. Ibuki fights the restraint, shouting that the murderer cannot be allowed to walk away. The rookie understands the fury, but he also sees the battlefield more clearly. Kojiru's first attack was faster than most students could follow, and sending the entire class forward would be a damn massacre. He speaks directly into Ibuki's ear and gives him a harder responsibility: protect Yuri and guard everyone else. The knight finally hears the command beneath his anger. He steps back toward the prince, leaving the strongest opponent to the one student capable of surviving the opening exchange. Our MC then faces the man who treated his wounds only hours earlier. The final lesson has transformed into a duel between a trusted teacher and the student who refuses to believe that kindness was a lie. The class forms a defensive line around Yuri, while the two swordsmen create distance from everyone else. Iris studies Kojiru's stance and immediately realizes there are no obvious openings. The difference in experience is enormous, and even the strongest students can feel it. One frustrated classmate admits that he cannot contribute against an enemy on this level. The pink-haired healer tells him that he is hardly the only burden and orders everyone to watch closely instead of surrendering to helplessness. If the duel reveals anything useful, the group must be ready to act. Our boy keeps his golden blade raised and asks Kojiru why he attacked Yuri. He reminds the instructor that the time they shared was brief, yet every correction, meal, warning, and worried expression felt genuine. The rookie has seen convincing liars before. Kojiru never behaved like one. The swordsman lowers his eyes and admits that the situation cannot be explained simply. He asks the student to step aside and promises that he has no intention of harming anyone except the prince. That promise only makes the contradiction sharper. Kojiru protected these children like a patient father, then struck one of them with apparently fatal precision. He insists that he must confirm Yuri's death before leaving. Our MC refuses. The prince is his friend, and the teacher has provided no proof that the others will remain safe once the target is finished. Trust cannot survive on the word of a man still holding the murder weapon. Kojiru accepts that argument without mockery. He even seems ashamed, but whatever drives him is strong enough to outweigh the future he built with Class C. The instructor raises his sword and admits that he has a reason he cannot abandon. If the rookie remains in his path, Kojiru will force his way through. Our boy adjusts his stance, protecting the prince behind him while searching for the truth inside every movement ahead. Chapter 43 ends as teacher and student prepare to clash. Not because either one enjoys the fight, but because both have chosen someone they refuse to surrender. Chapter 44 begins exactly where the standoff ended. Kojiru repeats that he has a reason he cannot abandon, then advances with his sword raised. Our MC meets him head-on, catching the first strike with the golden blade. Steel crashes across the training field, and the teacher immediately forces the rookie backward. The young powerhouse blocks a second slash, twists beneath the third, and barely prevents Kojiru from reaching the prince. His defense earns genuine praise. Kojiru tells the student that he possesses an excellent body and an exceptional sword. Both gifts came from masters who trained him beyond ordinary limits, and our boy refuses to waste what they gave him. He counters with raw speed, but the veteran slips inside the attack and drives him across the ground. Their physical strength is surprisingly close. The real difference is that Kojiru has spent years reading unpredictable human opponents, while the rookie's 3 centuries of training mostly involve controlled lessons and summon enemies. Close combat gives the instructor access to every tiny shift in balance, tension, and breathing. Our MC recognizes the disadvantage and creates distance before another blade can reach him. Fire explodes around his hand as he casts Superior Flame. A massive wave of heat surges across the field, large enough to roast anyone without the appropriate plot armor. Kojiru calmly calls it a well-crafted spell. Then the General Crest Bearer raises his sword and performs Heavenly Rock style, swallowtail wave. The curved slash tears through the fire itself, splitting the spell and opening a safe path straight toward its caster. The rookie has no time to admire the technique. Kojiru crosses the remaining distance and resumes the assault before another spell can form. Every answer our boy chooses seems to place him exactly where the teacher wanted. Kojiru understands why the battle feels one-sided. The numbers alone suggest a close contest, but the academy rookie still lacks experience against an opponent who can disguise intention. The instructor controls the exchange by doing whatever his student least wants him to do. He attacks during hesitation, retreats during commitment, and changes rhythm whenever the boy begins to adapt. But adaptation is exactly what our MC does best. He starts reading Kojiru's sword patterns in real time, using the same observational talent that helped him learn from Testarossa and Rio. The teacher notices that each repeated attack becomes less effective. This stubborn kid is stealing years of movement data, one exchange at a time. Our boy even identifies Kojiru's sliding step, footwork without an obvious preparatory motion that makes the next position difficult to predict. The rookie searches for an opening, convinced that one decisive strike can end the duel. Kojiru appears to expose his center. The student moves in, only for the teacher to answer with heavenly rock style, pecking body. A sudden thrust punches through the defense and leaves blood across the boy's chest. Kojiru compliments his strength as the rookie staggers away. Our MC refuses to fall. He releases the 7th defense form, Heat Mirage, wrapping his movement in distorted qigong and vanishing from the predicted line. For the first time, genuine surprise crosses Kojiru's face. The rookie reappears at his flank with the golden sword already glowing. Dimensional slash tears through the space where the instructor is standing. It looks like the perfect finishing line. Kojiru slides clear by a fraction and remarks that the technique would have been excellent if it had actually hit. The opening was bait. Before our boy can recover, the teacher activates Heavenly Rock-style Secret Sword, Deadly Swallow Reversal. The counterattack strikes from the path the student believed was safe. Blood bursts across his uniform, the golden sword falls, and the undefeated rookie crashes face first onto the training ground. Kojiru stands over the fallen student and praises the effort. He warns the class to remain back while he checks whether Prince Yuri is still breathing. The pink-haired healer refuses to watch a friend get killed and tells the swordsman never to underestimate Class C. Her challenge draws Kojiru's attention. He simply raises his weapon and says that resistance will force him to make everyone suffer. On the ground, our MC struggles to lift his head. The defeat is not caused by weak magic, insufficient qigong, or a shortage of raw strength. He lost because he read a lethal opening, committed to it, and still expected the opponent to preserve his life. That realization awakens an old memory of Rio. The Demon Queen once told him that something was missing from his otherwise overwhelming power. She called it resolve. Rio explained that entering the wider world would eventually place him in a battle where protecting someone might require taking a life. Our boy protested that conversation and kindness could prevent unnecessary killing. His teacher agreed that compassion was one of his greatest strengths, then warned that discussion cannot solve every crisis. If words ended every conflict, wars would never exist. Precious things can disappear in the instant a good person hesitates. Resolve does not mean craving death or throwing mercy away. It means accepting the cost of action when waiting guarantees that someone else will pay it. Back in the present, the rookie hears Kojiru approaching Yuri and finally understands why Rio forced him to confront that lesson. The boy apologizes to his absent master for taking so long. His fingers close around the golden sword again. Kojiru notices the change and asks what he remembered. Our MC raises his bloodied face, and the fear behind his eyes hardens into purpose. Chapter 44 ends before the rematch begins, but the student who rises now is different from the one Kojiru defeated. He still wants the truth, yet he is finally prepared to pay the price required to protect it. Chapter 45 opens inside the final words of Rio's lesson. If the day ever came when our boy had to fight for his life, she told him to act without hesitation. Back on the training ground, the bloodied student apologizes to his absent master for remembering so late. Then his fingers tighten around the golden sword, and he drags himself upright. Kojiru is stunned that the rookie can still stand after deadly swallow reversal. The teacher quickly notices that standing is about all the kid's body currently wants to do. Our MC is bleeding, shaking, and breathing like every rib has filed a formal complaint. Kojiru asks whether he truly intends to continue in that condition. The answer is written in the boy's grip. Kojiru accepts it, apologizes for treating him like a child, and finally recognizes him as a genuine obstacle. That respect comes with a brutal promise. The next attack will be meant to eliminate him. The veteran launches forward, expecting the wounded student to collapse beneath the pressure. Instead, our boy vanishes from the expected line. Kojiru's eyes widen as the rookie reproduces sliding step, the same deceptive footwork he observed only minutes earlier. The imitation lacks the master's polish, but stealing a lifelong technique during one fight is still some terrifying nonsense. Our MC appears at the swordsman's flank and attacks before the instructor can reset his stance. Kojiru blocks, yet the next slash arrives faster and sharper than anything the student used before his defeat. Resolve has stripped the hesitation from every movement. The rookie follows with third attack form, Shiranui Strike, driving heat and steel through Kojiru's guard. The teacher staggers, and our boy thanks him for revealing the terror of real battle. He finally understands true resolve and declares that he will use this new power to surpass the man who awakened it. Kojiru answers with another heavy swing, but the student's reaction has become almost unnatural. The instructor realizes that willpower alone cannot explain such a sudden transformation. Then he sees it. One of the boy's eyes has turned a brilliant dragon red. Our MC touches the glowing eye and feels a familiar presence inside the power. Ryo is lending her troublesome little disciple one more lesson. The sight pulls the rookie into another memory of training with the Demon Queen. He once asked Ryo whether she could read an opponent's movements before they happened. During the practice matches, it often felt as if she moved before he had even made a decision. Ryo laughed, praised him for noticing, and announced a special lesson. She introduced the Dragon Eye, an ability found only among combat specialists of the Dragon Tribe. Unlike the Demon Eye, which examines magic, this eye sees life force and qigong flowing through a living body. Muscle tension, breathing, balance, and energy circulation reveal the next attack before the weapon begins to move. The same sight can expose a feint because the body and the attacker's intention stop telling the same story. Our boy called the ability amazing, then immediately wanted one for himself. There was one small problem. Humans are not normally issued dragon-exclusive eyeballs. Ryo told him not to worry. For years, she had been slowly infusing her blood into his body during their training. Once it settled completely, he would be able to use the Dragon Clan's qigong art known as Dragon Power. The dragon I might awaken as well, though no amount of ordinary practice could force it open. It would appear only when he truly felt his life in danger and possessed the will to keep fighting anyway. That is exactly the state Kojiru has created. The memory fades, and our MC quietly thanks Ryo as the battlefield changes before his red eye. He can now see qigong gathering through Kojiru's muscles before every swing. The veteran unleashes a rapid combination, confident that the wounded rookie cannot evade all of it. Our boy reads the first strike, identifies the second as a feint, and slips away from the real cut behind it. He sees the backward dodge waiting after the next attack and the parry hidden behind the one after that. Kojiru's years of deception have become glowing instructions printed across his body. The student follows those signals to the single unguarded route. He steps through the sword line and destroys Kojiru's right arm before the veteran can pull it back. The instructor's weapon drops to the ground. Our MC asks whether he still intends to continue without his sword arm. Kojiru refuses to surrender. Even with blood pouring from the injury, he insists that he has his own reason to win. The rookie answers that his friends, Yuri, and everyone precious to him are the reason he cannot lose either. If Kojiru plans to sacrifice them for a secret goal, our boy is finished allowing that selfishness to pass as duty. The duel becomes a contest between two men who have already spent more blood than either can afford. Kojiru forces his ruined body forward and marvels that the student's obsession burns even after destroying his sword arm. The veteran does not understand that stubbornness is practically the rookie's native language. Our MC has trained for 300 years to break through impossible walls, and this wall is standing between him and his people. Red qigong erupts around his fist as he activates Dragon Force. He gathers the Dragon Clan's power into first attack form, Dragon Star Fist. Kojiru recognizes the incoming blow and prepares the trump card granted by his general crest. With his remaining strength, he raises an enormous blade of compressed magical light. General rank giant severing sword towers above the field, large enough to make the Academy's property insurance surrender on the spot. The technique can only be used by someone carrying a general crest, and it raw power dwarfs every attack Kojiru has shown so far. Our boy charges anyway. He knows that rescuing Tess and the others will eventually require him to defeat enemies even stronger than this instructor. Losing here would mean admitting he can never reach them. The giant sword crashes down as Dragon Star Fist drives upward. Magic and qigong collide in a storm of blue and crimson light. The impact tears across the training ground, but neither fighter releases his technique. Our MC remembers the body Testarossa forged, the power Ryo placed inside him, and every friend waiting behind him. He roars that he will protect Yuri and everyone else. Dragon Force surges through the giant blade and begins breaking the spell apart. Kojiru watches the impossible fracture spread and calls the student remarkable. For one wounded moment, the teacher admits that if he had possessed strength like this, perhaps he would never have needed to dirty his hands. Our boy punches through the general rank sword and drives the glowing fist into Kojiru. The instructor is hurled across the field and collapses beside his fallen weapon. The dragon eye fades as the exhausted victor finally releases his breath. He thanks Ryo again because her blood, training, and harsh lesson carried him through the battle. Then Class Z rushes in before their human disaster magnet can fall over alone. The healer, Iris, Ibuki, and the others surround him in one chaotic group embrace. Chapter 45 ends with Kojiru defeated, Yuri still protected, and the rookie standing among the people who gave his resolve a purpose. Chapter 46 begins in the wreckage of the training field. Kojiru slowly regains consciousness and discovers Class Z gathered around him instead of celebrating his defeat. Our MC immediately asks Rona to treat the instructor's severed arm. The young healer plants her staff, warns Kojiru that this will sting, and casts high-level healing. Green light wraps around the ruined limb as bone, muscle, and flesh reconnect. Even experienced healers normally need rare potions and hours of careful work for an injury this severe. Rona finishes the job with one spell and apologizes as if she has merely removed an inconvenient splinter. Kojiru flexes the restored hand in disbelief. He never expected to move it again and admits that he owes the students a debt. Then the defeated teacher asks the obvious question: why save a man who tried to murder Prince Yuri? Our boy answers with a question of his own. During the final clash, Kojiru deliberately reduced the force of Giant Severing Sword. The attack looked lethal, yet the dragon eye revealed a final hesitation buried inside it. It was almost as if the swordsman wanted the student to stop him. Kojiru confirms the suspicion and admits that he's grown soft whenever children are placed in front of his blade. He accepts defeat and turns his attention toward Yuri, fearing the prince has little chance of surviving. That is when Yuri casually stands up and gives everyone a small heart attack for free. The prince reveals the substitute metal our MC gave him before the lesson. The dungeon item absorbed the killing blow and shattered in his place, though the impact still knocked him unconscious. Kojiru collapses in relief and apologizes directly to the boy he attacked. Yuri accepts the remorse, but makes it clear that the legal punishment will still be severe. The instructor agrees to face whatever judgment comes. Before anyone takes him away, he asks for one chance to explain how the academy's kind teacher became an assassin. Kojiru barely begins speaking before a violent fever tears through his body. Rona uses advanced treatment, but his temperature continues climbing faster than her magic can suppress it. The instructor pulls open his robe and exposes a burning red crest carved across his chest. Our MC recognizes the basic structure of a slave contract, then realizes this version was created outside every legal procedure. It is an illegal slave crest, a forbidden device that can punish or kill its bearer when an order is disobeyed. Kojiru failed to assassinate Yuri, so the crest has begun executing him from the inside. Believing his time is short, he begs the class to hear the rest. The swordsman has a 7-year-old daughter named Fuyu. 1 year earlier, she developed a rare illness with the same symptoms that had killed his wife several years before. Doctor after doctor examined the child, but nobody found a cause or cure. Fuyu grew weaker while her father exhausted every honest option. At his lowest point, 2 men approached with a magical tool that could suppress her symptoms. Their offer sounded merciful until they named the price. In exchange for keeping Fuyu alive, Kojiru would carry out a growing list of secret requests. The magical assistance became a leash, the requests became crimes, and the illegal slave crest ensured obedience. Kojiru accepts responsibility for everything he did. He asks for no pardon and does not care what punishment waits for him. His only plea is that innocent Fuyu be rescued before the men decide her usefulness has ended. Our MC turns to the classmates who heard every word. No vote is needed. Class Z moves immediately to save the girl. Across town, the 2 conspirators relax inside their hideout beside the feverish child. They boast that Kojiru is an excellent cash cow and laugh about earning more money from his desperation. Keeping Fuyu alive costs them little, while every order forces her father deeper into their control. Their celebration ends when the wall explodes inward. Our MC steps through the dust and identifies the men responsible for using a sick child as blackmail. The kidnappers reach for weapons and order one another to seize Fuyu first. The rookie asks Iris to secure the girl. The blonde swordswoman crosses the room in a flash, knocks the nearest thug away, and catches Fuyu before anyone can touch her. The rescue team confirms that the daughter is safe. One captor panics, unable to understand how the students found a hidden location so quickly. The Beastkin members of Class Z explain that the magical tool left a scent their enhanced senses could track almost instantly. The pink-haired analyst proudly adds that she identified the signature before the hunt began. Together, the supposedly hopeless class solved the trail faster than the criminals could move their hostage. Our MC realizes the same men must have approached Kojiru with flattering promises, then turned his skill, effort, and dignity into merchandise. That earns the kidnappers a very direct performance review. The rookie drives a fist into the first man's face and launches him through the broken wall. The second thug loses all interest in fighting after watching his partner become outdoor furniture. With the danger removed, our boy rushes to Iris and checks Fuyu's condition. The child is still burning with fever. Her symptoms do not resemble a simple illness, and even the class healers cannot identify the cause. The rookie refuses to accept that answer as the end. Rona and the Royal Medical Specialists may have access to knowledge and equipment the kidnappers never possessed. Iris lifts the unconscious girl while the others secure the prisoners. Chapter 46 ends with Class Z racing toward the royal castle, carrying Fuyu and the first real chance to free Kojiru from the price of saving her. Chapter 47 opens inside the royal castle's medical wing. Rona paces anxiously while waiting for our MC and the rescue party to arrive with Fuyu. Ben tells the young healer to breathe before she needs treatment herself. She steadies her nerves just as the doors finally open. Class Z carries the unconscious girl inside and apologizes for the delay. Rona takes one look at Fuyu's pale face and begins with a standard healing spell. The magic eases some strain, but the fever refuses to break. Another specialist gently speaks to the frightened child while the others compare their observations. Fuyu is exhausted, her skin has lost its color, and the swollen joints suggest that her body is approaching its limit. Our boy refuses to let urgency become panic and asks everyone to separate symptoms from the cause. Magic reveals no ordinary illness and no curse attached to the child. If the problem were simply fever or infection, one of the many doctors who examined her would have recognized it long ago. The group searches for something unusual about Fuyu herself. They discover that the 7-year-old possesses far more magical capacity than an average child. With training, she could eventually become an exceptional wizard. That potential matters less than the fact that her mother, who died with the same symptoms, also possessed an abnormally large reserve of magic. The connection finally gives the healers a direction. The records describe fever, fatigue, and swollen joints identical to Fuyu's condition. Rona recognizes the pattern as magical power poisoning. Normally, a larger magical capacity strengthens the body. When the reserve grows beyond what a person can safely circulate or release, the same energy becomes toxic. Fuyu and her mother were born with bodies that struggle to expel excess magic. Power has been accumulating inside the child until every nerve and organ is screaming under the pressure. Releasing the stored energy would provide temporary relief, but the reservoir would simply fill again. The class needs a solution that works continuously. That is when Kazaha steps forward with the sort of smile that usually means somebody else's wallet is about to suffer. She produces a bracelet and offers it as a special favor. Our MC understands the idea immediately and fastens the item around Fuyu's wrist. He warns that she may feel tired while Rona supports her with healing magic. The rookie presents the bracelet as a gift, and the weak child manages to thank him. Almost at once, color begins returning to Fuyu's face. The item is called a charge ring, a magical tool designed to store power for later use. This particular ring is defective because it leaks energy whenever its storage becomes full. For most customers, that flaw makes it worthless. For a child whose body produces more magic than it can release, the same flaw creates a permanent drain. The ring continuously absorbs Fuyu's excess power, leaks the surplus harmlessly, and prevents another poisonous buildup. Kazaha has turned a bargain bin failure into the perfect medical device. Our boy thanks her for saving Fuyu. She claims she would prefer money, then admits she bought the useless ring cheaply from Max anyway. The rookie notices her red face, and Kazaha immediately denies being embarrassed with all the subtlety of a fire alarm. Sometime later, our MC visits Kojiru during the academy's temporary closure. The instructor has recovered after the illegal slave crest was removed and welcomes the student inside. Kojiru appears physically healthy, but guilt is eating through him faster than the forbidden crest ever did. He cannot believe the school was closed because of his actions and fears he has disgraced Lord Regis, his students, and the academy. Our boy explains that severe punishment is unavoidable. However, Prince Yuri himself has spoken in Kojiru's defense. The teacher will keep his position as Class Z's homeroom instructor while the kingdom decides the rest of the sentence. Relief crosses Kojiru's face before another message reaches him. The guards have reported that Fuyu was rescued and her mysterious illness was cured. The man who faced a general-rank fist without surrendering finally breaks down. He kneels before the student and thanks him for saving his daughter from both the kidnappers and the disease that killed her mother. Our MC asks him to stand and reminds him that Class Z only did what was right. If Kojiru wants to repay them, he can begin by coming home alive for Fuyu. The swordsman promises that he will never forget the debt. He swears on his general crest that he will repay the rookie and the class someday. Chapter 47 ends with a child finally recovering, an instructor receiving a difficult second chance, and one defective little ring proving more useful than every perfect cure that failed before it. Chapter 48 opens after the chaos surrounding Kojiru and Fuyu has finally settled. Our MC returns to his room exhausted and decides that sleep is the only opponent he still feels qualified to face. A knock interrupts that beautiful plan. Iris is waiting outside with a late-night report from one of her informants. The search for the hero's relics has produced new information, and she came immediately rather than delaying it until morning. Our boy invites her inside and apologizes for making the swordswoman work after such a long day. Iris insists that serving him is never a burden. Then she chooses a seat directly beside him on the bed. The distance between them becomes approximately 0. Our MC asks whether she might be sitting a little too close. Iris admits that she never learned the proper spacing between ordinary people. 3 centuries of training did not prepare our boy for this particular close combat style. Alone in a bedroom with Iris leaning against him, he loses track of every word in her report. She notices the blank expression and asks if he is listening. He apologizes and requests the explanation again. Iris decides that repetition is insufficient. She moves even closer and promises to make sure he hears every word this time. The rookie panics, telling her to protect her own boundaries instead of treating personal space like an optional side quest. Iris smiles at the concern and says that his kindness may be the reason she was drawn toward him. Our MC finally asks the question he has avoided. Are Iris's feelings limited to loyalty between a servant and her master? She answers honestly. At first, she respected him because he was the Demon Queen's chosen partner, and because helping him gave her a purpose. Time changed that simple devotion. She watched his strength grow without crushing his compassion. His kindness reached enemies, classmates, magical beasts, and even the teacher who had tried to kill a prince. Eventually, merely seeing him began to warm her heart. Our boy remembers that he once found Iris irritating, only to become jealous when the hero's descendant received her attention. Neither of them crossed the distance alone. Iris understands that romance may be inappropriate inside their master-servant bond, but hiding it has become more painful than admitting it. She asks him to accept her feelings. The confession leaves the rookie speechless. Iris embraces him, overwhelmed that the truth is finally outside her chest. Our MC tells her that being loved so deeply is an honor. He also asks whether she can release him long enough for his arms to function again. Iris refuses to worry about that minor logistical detail. Then she reveals one final secret. From the first day they met, she had been captivated by his gentle, expressive face. Back then, he ignored her attention because embarrassment had turned his brain into decorative furniture. The rookie apologizes, and Iris admits that she once mourned being forced to stand against him. Neither imagined fate would transform that hostile encounter into this relationship. For once, the swordswoman who never hesitates in battle is visibly nervous. Our MC treats the confession with care, accepting the love without making promises he does not yet understand. The next morning, the consequences spread through the dormitory faster than any official announcement. Another girl finds Iris clinging happily to the rookie and introducing herself as his maid. Jealousy hits immediately. She complains that Iris monopolizes his attention, dodges every attempt to separate them, and acts far too comfortable beside him. Our MC is caught between a devoted swordwoman and a furious rival, while still trying to remember when his life became a romantic battlefield. The argument is interrupted by news about the approaching harvest festival. The jealous girl remembers visiting the celebration as a child. Food stalls, lights, performances, and crowded streets once made it one of her happiest seasonal memories. Realizing that the festival has returned gives her a new plan. If Iris intends to claim the role of closest companion, the rival will use the celebration to challenge that position directly. She declares that the Harvest Festival will reveal who the rookie's real girlfriend is. Our boy receives no vote in this extremely democratic process. Chapter 48 ends with the hero's relics temporarily pushed aside, Iris's feelings finally spoken, and a festival date turning into the next battlefield before anyone has even reached the first food stall. Chapter 49 begins the following morning, with Iris approaching her lord's room in an unusually cheerful mood. At this hour, she expects the rookie to be asleep. She quietly opens the door, ready to wake him and enjoy one peaceful look at his sleeping face before the academy creates another disaster. Instead, the bed is empty. Iris searches the room, then notices a letter left behind for her. The message announces that Charlotte has taken the MC away for the day. They intend to have fun together, which apparently leaves Iris responsible for cleaning the abandoned room. That would already be irritating, but the signature transforms the note into a formal declaration of war. Charlotte identifies herself as the rookie's lover. The maid grips the paper while her patience leaves the building. She checks the bed and finds no remaining warmth, confirming that the pair departed long before she arrived. Chasing them blindly would accomplish nothing, so Iris forces herself to remain calm. Then she accepts Charlotte as a genuine rival in love. Next time, the demon swordswoman promises she will show absolutely no mercy. Somewhere far away, our boy remains blissfully unaware that his room has just become the headquarters of a romantic arms race. Earlier that morning, the rookie had awakened to find Charlotte inside his room. Before his brain finished loading, she pulled him outside and carried him away from the academy. Our MC complains that she could have warned him before beginning a date with what looked suspiciously like a fantasy kidnapping. Charlotte refuses. If Iris had learned about the trip, she would have followed them, and Charlotte wanted one uninterrupted day with him. Our boy asks who exactly Iris is supposed to be to her, but Charlotte redirects his attention toward the city ahead. Their destination is Brum, a seaside city-state known as the Merchant Nation. Gigantic ships crowd the harbor, and some vessels have been converted into permanent homes, shops, and floating businesses. Brum was founded generations ago by a legendary merchant and eventually grew into the largest port on the continent of Testarossa. The royal capital normally attracts more visitors, but today the harbor streets are overflowing. This is the opening day of the Great Harvest Festival. For the rookie, the scale is completely new. Every road is packed with stalls, performers, colorful decorations, and travelers carrying goods from distant countries. Charlotte takes his hand and pulls him into the crowd before he can finish staring. She admits that it has been far too long since the two of them enjoyed a date alone. Our boy finally understands why she planned the escape so carefully. For one day, the hero's descendant does not want an expedition, an investigation, or a magical crisis. She simply wants to experience the festival beside him. The rookie agrees, although the mountain of shops ahead suggests this mission may destroy his wallet before any monster receives the opportunity. Their first campaign is against the food stalls. Our MC attacks an enormous sandwich, while Charlotte recommends the local fish soup. Both dishes are excellent, and the rookie declares that he could keep eating all afternoon. Charlotte has chosen every stop in advance, including restaurants that use magical tools even Max and the others have never seen. The conversation drifts toward their classmates. Wolf and Byrne have apparently become friends with the craftsman, a development that surprises the rookie until he remembers how quickly Class Z turns chaos into teamwork. When he asks what comes next, Charlotte proudly explains that the entire afternoon has already been planned. Our boy laughs at how seriously she prepared, and she immediately demands to know what he finds amusing. He apologizes, then admits that eating together and talking about meaningless things makes them feel like ordinary students. That simple observation changes the mood. Ever since deciding to rescue Tess and Rio, the rookie has believed he must keep fighting alone until the job is finished. Training, enemies, relics, and the threat beyond the academy consumed his life. He assumed peaceful happiness had to wait until after victory. Charlotte calls that idea idiotic with the tenderness of somebody who has been waiting a long time to say it. Their lives may be unusual, but that does not remove their right to enjoy ordinary moments. If anything, people carrying this much responsibility deserve those moments even more. Our MC realizes she is right. Saving the people he loves means building a future with them, and there is little point protecting happiness if he never allows himself to feel any. Charlotte smiles, takes his hand again, and announces that they still have far too much festival left to waste. The pair spend the afternoon moving between stores, games, performances, and food stands. By evening, our boy is carrying enough shopping bags to qualify as a mobile warehouse. He wonders how many more shops can possibly remain. Charlotte admits that he always requests the strangest things, although her expression makes it clear she enjoyed every minute. Time has flown because, for once, neither student was running toward battle. Then the rookie suddenly feels someone behind him. He turns, expecting another vendor or perhaps an irritated Iris who somehow tracked them across the continent. Instead, a red-haired swordswoman stands in the sunset, staring at him as if she has recovered something that belongs to her. It is Elena. The possessive village bully he defeated before leaving home is standing only a few steps away. Chapter 49 ends before either of them can speak, with a peaceful date colliding directly with the one reunion our boy hoped to avoid. Chapter 50 resumes Beneath the Sunset, where our MC stares at the last person he expected to meet in Brum. Charlotte notices his expression and asks what is wrong. The red-haired swordswoman steps closer, and the rookie finally says her name. Elena. She smiles with unsettling relief, announcing that she has been searching for him. Our boy asks why she is here when he left their village behind long ago. Elena explains that she became an adventurer after his departure. The job gave her money, permission to cross borders, and a convenient excuse to hunt for him from country to country. She proudly reveals that she has already reached silver rank. In Elena's mind, that achievement proves the old balance between them has returned. She orders the rookie to come back, generously offering to forgive the times he rebelled against her. She will protect him again, control his future again, and resume the relationship he escaped. Our MC immediately corrects her vocabulary. What Elena calls protection has always been domination. He never felt safe beside her, because every act of kindness came with the demand that he surrender his choices. The answer shreds Elena's reunion fantasy. She threatens to make him feel enough pain to remember his place. Before the argument can become another one-sided village nightmare, Charlotte steps between them and politely asks to join the conversation. The interruption is delivered with a smile, but the look in the hero's descendant's eyes says the festival just opened a combat arena. Elena asks who the stranger is. Charlotte answers by requesting that Elena stop seeing the rookie entirely. From now on, she says she will take care of him. Then she wraps herself around our stunned boy and introduces herself as his girlfriend. The rookie is still holding shopping bags while two swordswomen negotiate ownership of his future without consulting the alleged property. Elena's face freezes. Charlotte dismisses her as a childhood acquaintance and asks her to stop interrupting their date. That single word turns Elena's confusion into murderous rage. She had heard rumors that someone dangerous was following the boy she considers hers. Now, watching Charlotte cling to him with complete confidence, she decides the rumor underestimated the threat. Charlotte releases the rookie, faces the red-haired adventurer, and tells her to attack if she intends to do something. If Elena is frightened, she can always run back to the village. The provocation works far too well. Elena draws her sword and erupts with enough profanity to make nearby festival visitors reconsider the family-friendly rating. Our MC starts to intervene, but Charlotte raises one hand. She promises to settle the grudge for him. The gesture is calm and deliberate. Charlotte understands that Elena is more than a jealous stranger. She represents the fear and control that defined the rookie's early life. Defeating her here will allow his present to answer his past. Elena charges with her blade raised, convinced that silver rank makes the result obvious. Charlotte draws the sword inherited from the hero's line. The date has officially become a duel, because apparently this group cannot purchase soup without creating a boss fight. Elena attacks first with a fast, crushing swing. Charlotte meets the blade cleanly and turns the strike aside. The impact proves Elena has become stronger since leaving the village. Her weapon carries real speed and weight, but Charlotte immediately identifies the weakness beneath it. The movements are simple. Elena relies on power, emotion, and repetition, while the hero's descendant reads every line before the sword arrives. Again and again, Elena swings. Again and again, Charlotte blocks, redirects, or slips past the edge without losing her balance. Unable to touch her opponent, Elena activates the Cherry Blossom Courage style and launches Fearless Charge. Pink energy and scattered petals explode across the harbor street. Charlotte absorbs the assault and answers with controlled technique, leaving the silver rank adventurer furious that raw force cannot break her defense. Elena screams that she will never forgive what Charlotte has done to her rookie. For one quiet instant, Charlotte sees her former self in the woman across from her. Before meeting our MC, the hero's descendant also trusted her talent too completely. She treated resistance like an insult and threw a tantrum whenever reality refused to follow her expectations. The rookie defeated that arrogance without humiliating the person beneath it. Because of him, Charlotte learned that strength can protect another person's freedom instead of consuming it. She lowers her weapon and begins to sheath the blade. Elena assumes the gesture is surrender. Charlotte apologizes for the misunderstanding and explains that she thought Elena's failure to stand meant the duel was already finished. That disrespect detonates the last of Elena's restraint. She rushes forward for one final attack. Charlotte moves first. The hero's sword style releases Blossom Flash, a brilliant draw strike that tears through Elena's guard. Before the stunned adventurer can recover, Charlotte channels the same combat principle the rookie once used to free himself. Chi technique, third attack form, Shiranui. Flame-like force crashes into Elena and sends her to the ground. The entire exchange ends so quickly that our boy is still standing nearby with the shopping bags. Charlotte calmly returns her sword, then skips back toward him wearing the cheerful smile of someone who did not just flatten a silver rank adventurer in the middle of a festival. Elena remains on the stones behind them, defeated by the person the rookie chose to keep beside him. Chapter 50 ends with Charlotte reaching for his arm again, the past lying broken in the street, and the peaceful date somehow preparing to continue as if nothing completely insane just happened. Chapter 51 opens after Charlotte and the rookie escape Brum before the city guards can arrest them for turning a festival street into a duel arena. They make it safely back to the royal capital, shopping bags and all. Charlotte apologizes for ruining his first harvest festival. Our MC refuses to blame her. Elena was part of his past, and Charlotte only stepped into a problem he brought with him. More importantly, he's amazed by how much her technique has improved. The swordswoman has refined her timing, control, and chi without him noticing. Charlotte answers that she simply kept moving forward. The boy who once shattered her pride also taught her how to rebuild it, so she trained until her strength matched the person she wanted to become. That praise should make the rookie happy, but his expression remains troubled. He admits that seeing Elena again made him freeze. After 3 centuries of impossible training and countless victories, one familiar face dragged him back toward the frightened child he used to be. For a moment, he wondered whether he had truly become stronger at all. Charlotte pulls him toward her before that doubt can grow. She reminds him that she learned to stand tall because of him. Watching his courage made her want to improve, and the strength she displayed today is evidence of the change he created in another person. One encounter with Elena cannot erase that. The rookie may have been shaken, but his values, choices, and true self remain his own. Charlotte admits that forgetting years of fear cannot happen simply because somebody orders it. Healing will take time. Until then, she promises that he will not face those memories alone. Charlotte leads him inside and stays close while the shock begins to fade. She keeps the evening private, focusing on reassurance instead of forcing him to explain every scar Elena left behind. Our boy finally relaxes enough to breathe normally. The important victory is quieter than the duel. He accepts comfort without treating fear as proof of weakness. The scene then returns to Brum, where Elena has regained consciousness and discovered that the happy couple escaped. Her defeat did not produce reflection. It produced a fresh supply of rage. She curses the pink-haired swordswoman and imagines the rookie being stolen from her while she lies in the street. In Elena's mind, Charlotte has corrupted something that rightfully belongs to her. That belief ignores the obvious fact that our MC is a person, not a limited edition festival collectible. She pounds the wall and swears that Charlotte will die. The threat is interrupted by a polite voice from the darkness. A masked beast man in a formal black suit asks for a moment of her time. Elena turns on him immediately, demanding to know what business a beast man could possibly have with her. The stranger calmly notes that discriminatory remarks are a grave offense in the Holy Kingdom. Elena offers no apology. She only tells him to get to the damn point. The stranger introduces himself as Sheep, the one who guides lost lambs. The name, woolly mask, and sermon-like delivery make him look ridiculous, but his timing is far too precise to dismiss. Elena calls him suspicious and starts to leave. Sheep stops her with two observations. There is someone she despises, and there is someone she desperately wants to take back. Elena freezes. She grabs the pastor and demands to know how he learned about the obsession she has barely admitted aloud. Sheep claims that reading troubled hearts is part of his sacred work. Then he changes one word that reveals a much larger danger. He does not say that he can save her. He says they can. Sheep belongs to a powerful organization, and if Elena assists them, the group will help resolve her problems in return. The offer sounds suspicious from every possible angle. Elena knows that following a masked stranger into an unknown base is the kind of decision that gets normal people murdered before the next chapter. Unfortunately, obsession has never improved her judgment. She remembers Charlotte standing beside the rookie and decides that doing nothing would allow him to escape again. If Sheep becomes dangerous, Elena believes she can simply punch him and leave. Until then, she intends to use his organization for her own advantage. She agrees to follow. Sheep reacts as though the answer was guaranteed and immediately leads her toward the group's base. Only after accepting does Elena ask what organization recruited her. The masked pastor spreads his arms and proudly reveals the name. The Genesis Cult, the same hidden faction connected to illegal crests, human experiments, and the enemies moving behind the academy, has now acquired the one person obsessed enough to target our boy personally. She promises that Elena will enjoy the cult. Chapter 51 ends with the so-called lost lamb walking willingly into the wolf's den, while the rookie remains unaware that his oldest tormentor has just joined the organization waiting in his future. And that is where the current manga run leaves the board. Rui Isha has escaped the identity of a powerless village child, but he has not escaped the history that created the infinite prison. Testarossa and Rio remain sealed on its deepest layer. Oka can guide him only within strict limits. Every hero relic can open another route, yet every open seal may also reveal a guardian, a weapon, or a truth Oga believed the world was not ready to hear. The official story says one human hero defeated two monstrous queens. Everything our boy has lived suggests that version is missing the people, motives, and consequences that matter most. He is no longer carrying that mystery alone. Sharo can open bloodline locks and has chosen to question her own ancestor. Yuri provides royal protection and enough political intelligence to keep Class Z from being crushed by the chaos surrounding it. Iris and the vampires offer eyes beyond the academy. Wolf brings absolute trust. Palom brings a rare animal connection, and the rest of Class Z keeps proving that discarded talents become terrifying when they cooperate. Even Max and the so-called small fry have become evidence that courage is a decision, not a rank. The kid raised in isolation is slowly building the exact support system both queens hoped he would find. But the enemy is building connections too. Sheep has already murdered to protect the Genesis cult, understands how to approach wounded people, and has now recruited the one person whose obsession can reach Riisha emotionally before any spell touches him. Elena believes she can use the cult and walk away. The cult almost certainly believes the same thing about her. Their alliance turns a private history of control into a weapon aimed at the relics search, the academy, and possibly the seals themselves. So the next stage is no longer just about becoming stronger. Our MC already has enough raw power to smash stone, stop bullets, cut a dimension, and defeat a general crest bearer. What he needs now is truth. Why Oga sealed the queens, why Ascent clings to their disciple, which companion survived, what the Genesis cult means by the creator, and whether breaking the prison will rescue a family or reopen the war that buried it. The village once decided this boy had no future. 51 chapters later, demons, dragons, heroes, vampires, royalty, and a very suspicious church are all waiting to see what future he chooses.